Chapter 1 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Brown. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 1. The Six. One evening at twilight, they were assembled in a group, all six of them. Uncle Paul was reading a large book. He always reads to rest himself from his labors, finding that after work nothing refreshes so much as communion with a book that teaches us the best others have done, said, and thought. He has in his room, well arranged on pine shelves, books of all kinds. There are large and small ones, with and without pictures, bound and unbound, and even gilt-edged ones. When he shuts himself up in his room, it takes something very serious to divert him from his reading. And so they say that Uncle Paul knows any number of stories. He investigates, he observes for himself. When he walks in his garden, he is seen now and then to stop before the hive, all around which the bees are humming, or under the elder bush, from which the little flowers fall softly, like flakes of snow. Sometimes he stoops to the ground for a better view of a little crawling insect or a blade of grass just pushing into view. What does he see? What does he observe? Who knows? They say, however, that there comes to his beaming face a holy joy, as if he had just found himself face to face with some secret of the wonders of God. It makes us feel better when we hear stories that he tells us at these moments. We feel better, and furthermore, we learn a number of things that someday may be very useful to us. Uncle Paul is an excellent, God-fearing man, obliging to everyone, and as good as bread. The village has the greatest esteem for him, so much that they call him Maître Paul, on account of his learning, which is at the service of all. To help him in his field work, for I must tell you that Uncle Paul knows how to handle a plow as well as a book, and cultivates his little estate with success. He has Jacques, the old husband of old Ambrosine. Mother Ambrosine has the care of the house. Jacques looks after the animals and fields. They are better than two servants. They are two friends in whom Uncle Paul has every confidence. They saw Paul born and have been in the house a long, long time. How often Jacques made whistles from the bark of a willow to console little Paul when he was unhappy. How many times Ambrosine, to encourage him to go to school without crying, has put a hard-boiled new-laid egg in his lunch-basket. So Paul has a great veneration for his father's two old servants. His house is their house. You should see, too, how Jacques and Mother Ambrosine love their master. For him, if it were necessary, they would let themselves be quartered. Uncle Paul has no family. He is alone, yet he is never happier than with children who chatter, who ask this and that, and the other with the adorable ingenuousness of awakening mind. He has prevailed upon his brother to let his children spend a part of the year with their uncle. There are three, Emile, Jules, and Claire. Claire is the oldest. When the first cherries come, she will be 12 years old. Little Claire is industrious, obedient, gentle, a little timid, but not in the least vain. She knits stockings, hems handkerchiefs, studies her lessons without thinking of what dress she shall wear Sunday. When her uncle or Mother Ambrosine, who is almost a mother to her, tells her to do a certain thing, she does it at once, even with pleasure, happy in being able to render some little service. It is a very good quality. Jules is 2 years younger. He is a rather thin little body, lively, all fire and flame. When he is preoccupied about something, he does not sleep. He has an insatiable appetite for knowledge. Everything interests and takes possession of him. An ant drawing the straw, a sparrow chirping on the roof, are sufficient to engross his attention. He then turns to his uncle with his interminable questions. Why is this? Why is that? His uncle has great faith in this curiosity, which, properly guided, may lead to good results. But there is one thing about Jules that his uncle does not like. As we must be honest, we will own that little Jules has a fault, which would become a grave one if not guarded against. He has a temper. If he is opposed, he cries, gets angry, makes big eyes, and spitefully throws away his cap. But it is like the boiling over of milk soup. A trifle will calm him. Uncle Paul hopes to be able to bring him round by gentle reprimands, for Jules has a good heart. Emile, the youngest of the three, is a complete madcap, his age permits it. If anyone gets a face smeared with berries, a bump on the forehead, or a thorn in the finger, it is sure to be he. As much as Jules and Claire enjoy a new book, he enjoys a visit to his box of playthings. And what has he not in the way of playthings? Now it is a spinning top that makes a loud hum, then a blue and red lead soldiers, a Noah's Ark with all sorts of animals, a trumpet which his uncle has forbidden him to blow because it makes too much noise, but he is the only one that knows what there is in that famous box. Let us say once before we forget it, Emile is already asking questions of his uncle. His attention is awakening. He begins to understand that in this world a good top is not everything. If one of these days he should forget his box of playthings for a story, no one would be surprised. End of The Six. Recording by Francis Brown.
Chapter 2 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 2. The Fairy Tale and the True Story. The six of them were gathered together. Uncle Paul was reading in a big book, Jacques braiding a wicker basket, Mother Ambrosine plying her distaff, Claire marking linen with red thread, Emile and Jules playing with the Noah's Ark. And when they had lined up the horse after the camel, the dog after the horse, then the sheep, donkey, ox, lion, elephant, bear, gazelle, and a great many others. When they had them all arranged in a long procession leading to the Ark, Emile and Jules, tired of playing, said to Mother Ambrosine, "Tell us a story, Mother Ambrosine, one that will amuse us." And with the simplicity of old age, Mother Ambrosine spoke as follows, at the same time twirling her spindle. Once upon a time, a grasshopper went to the fair with an ant. The river was all frozen. Then the grasshopper gave a jump and landed on the other side of the ice, but the ant could not do this, and it said to the grasshopper, "Take me on your shoulders, I weigh so little." But the grasshopper said, "Do as I do, give a spring and jump." The ant gave a spring, but slipped and broke its leg. "Ice, ice, the strong should be kind, but you are wicked to have broken the ant's leg, poor little leg." Then the ice said, "The sun is stronger than I, and it melts me." "Sun, sun, the strong should be kind, but you are wicked to melt the ice, and you, ice, to have broken the ant's leg, poor little leg." Then the sun said, "The clouds are stronger than I, they hide me." "Clouds, clouds, the strong should be kind, but you are wicked to hide the sun, you, sun, to melt the ice, and you, ice, to have broken the ant's leg, poor little leg." Then the clouds said, "The wind is stronger than we, it drives us away." "Wind, wind, the strong should be kind, but you are wicked to drive away the clouds, you, clouds, to hide the sun, you, sun, to melt the ice, and you, ice, to have broken the ant's leg, poor little leg." Then the wind said, "The walls are stronger than I, they stop me." "Walls, walls, the strong should be kind, but you are wicked to stop the wind, you, wind, to drive away the clouds, you, clouds, to hide the sun, you, sun, to melt the ice, and you, ice, to have broken the ant's leg, poor little leg." Then the walls said, "The rat is stronger than we, it bores holes through us." "Rat, rat, the strong—" "But it is all the same thing, over and over again, Mother Ambrosine," exclaimed Jules impatiently. "Not quite, my child. After the rat comes the cat that eats the rat, then the broom that strikes the cat, then the fire that burns the broom, then the water that puts out the fire, then the ox that quenches his thirst with the water, then the fly that stings the ox, then the swallow that snaps up the fly, then the snare that catches the swallow, then—" "And does it go on very long like that?" asked Emile. "As long as you please," replied Mother Ambroisine, "for however strong one may be, there are always others stronger still." "Really, Mother Ambroisine," said Emile, "that story tires me." "Then listen to this one. Once upon a time there lived a woodchopper and his wife, and they were very poor. They had 7 children, the youngest so very, very small that a wooden shoe answered for its bed." "I know that story," again interposed Emile. "The 7 children are going to get lost in the woods. Little Hop-o'-my-Thumb marks the way at first with white pebbles, then with breadcrumbs. Birds eat the crumbs, the children get lost. Hop-o'-my-Thumb from the top of a tree sees a light in the distance. They run to it. Rat-a-tat! It is the dwelling of an ogre." "There is no truth in that," declared Jules, "nor in Puss in Boots, nor Cinderella, nor Bluebeard. They are fairy tales, not true stories. For my part, I want stories that are really and truly so." At the words "true stories," Uncle Paul raised his head and closed his big book. A fine opportunity offered for turning the conversation to more useful and interesting subjects than Mother Ambrosine's old tales. "I approve of your wanting true stories," said he. "You will find in them at the same time the marvellous, which pleases so much at your age, and also the useful, with which even at your age you must concern yourselves, in preparation for after life. Believe me, a true story is much more interesting than a tale in which ogres smell fresh blood, and fairies change pumpkins into carriages, and lizards into lackeys. And could it be otherwise? Compared with truth, fiction is but a pitiful trifle, for the former is the work of God, the latter the dream of man. Mother Ambrosine could not interest you with the ant that broke its leg trying to cross the ice. Shall I be more fortunate? Who wants to hear a true story of real ants?" "I, I!" cried Emile, Jules, and Claire, all together. End of Chapter 2. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on Saturday, June 29th, 2013, in San Diego, California. Chapter 3 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 3. The Building of the City. "They are noble workers," began Uncle Paul. "Many a time, when the morning sun begins to warm up, I have taken pleasure in observing the activity that reigns around their little mounds of earth, each with its summit pierced by a hole for exit and entrance. There are some that come from the bottom of this hole. Others follow them, and still more, on and on. They carry between their teeth a tiny grain of earth, an enormous weight for them. Arrived at the top of the mound, they let their burden fall, and it rolls over the slope, and they immediately descend again into their well. They do not play on the way, or stop with their companions to rest a while. Oh, no! The work is urgent, and they have so much to do. Each one arrives, serious, with its grain of earth, deposits it, and descends in search of another. What are they so busy about? They are building a subterranean town, with streets, squares, dormitories, storehouses. They are hollowing out a dwelling place for themselves and their family. At a depth where rain cannot penetrate, they dig the earth, and pierce it with galleries, which lengthen into long communicating streets, subdivided into short ones, crossing one another here and there, sometimes ascending, sometimes descending, and opening into large halls. These immense works are executed grain by grain, drawn by strength of the jaws. If anyone could see that black army of miners at work under the ground, he would be filled with astonishment. They are there by the thousands, scratching, biting, drawing, pulling, in the deepest darkness. What patience! What efforts! And when the grain of sand has at last given away, how they go off, head held high and proud, carrying it triumphantly above. I have seen ants whose heads tottered under the tremendous load, exhaust themselves in getting to the top of the mound. In jostling their companions, they seemed to say, "See how I work." And nobody could blame them, for the pride of work is a noble pride. Little by little at the gate of the town, that is to say, at the edge of the hole, this little mound of earth is piled up, formed by excavated material from the city that is being built. The larger the mound, the larger the subterranean dwelling, it is plain. Hollowing out these galleries in the ground is not all. They must also prevent landslides, fortify weak places, uphold the vaults with pillars, make partitions. These miners are then seconded by carpenters. The first carry the earth out of the ant-hill, the second bring the building materials. What are these materials? They are pieces of timber work, beams, and small joists, suitable for the edifice. A tiny little bit of straw is a solid beam for a ceiling. The stem of a dry leaf can become a strong column. The carpenters explore the neighboring forests, that is to say, the tufts of grass, to choose their pieces. Good. See this covering of an oat grain. It is very thin, dry, and solid. It will make an excellent plank for the partition they are constructing below. But it is heavy, enormously heavy. The ant that has made the discovery draws backward and makes itself rigid on its 6 feet. No success. The heavy mass does not move. It tries again, all its little body trembling with energy. The oat husk just moves a tiny bit. The ant recognizes its powerlessness. It goes off. Will it abandon the piece? Oh, no. When one is an ant, one has the perseverance that commands success. Here it is coming back with 2 helpers. One seizes the oat in front, the others hitch themselves to the side, and behold, it rolls, it advances, it will get there. There are difficult steps, but the ants they meet along the route will give them a shoulder. They have succeeded, not without trouble. The oat is at the entrance to the underground city. Now things become complicated. The piece gets awry, leaning against the edge of the hole. It cannot enter. Helpers hasten up. 10, 20 unite their efforts without success. 2 or 3 of them, engineers perhaps, detach themselves from the band and seek the cause of this insurmountable resistance. The difficulty is soon solved. They must put the piece with the point at the bottom. The oat is drawn back a little so that one end overhangs the hole. One ant seizes this end while the others lift the end that is on the ground, and the piece, turning a somersault, falls into the well, but is prudently held on to by the carpenters clinging to the sides. You may perhaps think, my children, that the miners mounting with their grain of earth would stop from curiosity before this mechanical prodigy. Not at all. They have not time. They pass with their loads of excavated material without a glance at the carpenter's work. In their ardor they are even bold enough to slide under the moving beams, at the risk of being crippled. Let them look out. That is their affair. One must eat when one works so hard. Nothing creates an appetite like violent exercise. Milkmaid ants go through the ranks. They have just milked the cows and are now distributing the milk to the workers. Here Emile burst out laughing. "But that is not really and truly so," said he to his uncle. "Milkmaid ants, cows, milk. It is a fairy tale like Mother Ambrosine's." Emile was not the only one to be surprised at the peculiar expressions Uncle Paul had used. Mother Ambrosine no longer turned her spindle, Jacques did not plait his wickers, Jules and Claire stared with wide-open eyes. All thought it a jest. "No, my dears," said Uncle Paul, "I am not jesting. No, I have not exchanged the truth for a fairy tale. It is true there are milkmaid ants and cows. But as that demands some explanation, we will put off the continuation of the story until tomorrow." Emile drew Jules off into a corner and said to him in confidence, "Uncle's true stories are very amusing, much more so than Mother Ambrosine's tales. To hear the rest about those wonderful cows, I would willingly leave my Noah's Ark." End of Chapter 3. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on Wednesday, June 19th, 2013, in San Diego, California. Chapter 4 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 4. The Cows. The next day Emile, when only half awake, began to think of the ants' cows. "We must beg Uncle," said he to Jules, "to tell us the rest of his story this morning." No sooner said than done. They went to look for their uncle. "Aha!" cried he upon hearing their request. "The ants' cows are interesting you. I will do better than tell you about them. I will show them to you. First of all, call Claire." Claire came in haste. Their uncle took them under the elder bush in the garden, and this is what they saw. The bush is white with flowers. Bees, flies, beetles, butterflies fly from one flower to another with a drowsy murmur. On the trunk of the elder, amongst the ridges of the bark, numbers of ants are crawling, some ascending, some descending. Those ascending are the more eager. They sometimes stop the others on the way, and appear to consult them as to what is going on above. Being informed, they begin climbing again with even more ardor, proof that the news is good. Those descending go in a leisurely manner, with short steps. Willingly they halt to rest or to give advice to those who consult them. One can easily guess the cause of the difference in eagerness of those ascending and those descending. The descending ants have their stomachs swollen, heavy, deformed, so full are they. Those ascending have their stomachs thin, folded up, crying hunger. You cannot mistake them. The descending ants are coming back from a feast, and, well fed, are returning home with the slowness that a heavy paunch demands. The ascending ants are running to the same feast, and put into the assaults of the bush the eagerness of an empty stomach. "What do they find on the elder to fill their stomachs?" asked Jules. "Here are some that can hardly drag along. Oh, the gluttons!" "Gluttons? No," Uncle Paul corrected him, "for they have a worthy motive for gorging themselves. There is, above, on the elder, an immense number of the cows. The descending ants have just milked them, and it is in their paunch that they carry the milk for the common nourishment of the ant-hill colony. Let us look at the cows and the way of milking them. Don't expect, I warn you, herds like ours. One leaf serves them for pasturage." Uncle Paul drew down to the children's level the top of a branch, and all looked at it attentively. Innumerable black velvety lice, immobile, and so close together as to touch one another, cover the underside of the leaves and the still tender wood. With a sucker more delicate than a hair plunged into the bark, they fill themselves peacefully with the sap of the elder without changing their position. At the end of their back they have two short and hollow hairs, two tubes from which, if you look attentively, you can see a little drop of sugary liquid escape from time to time. These black lice are called plant lice. They are the ants' cows. The two tubes are the udders, and the liquor which drips from their extremity is the milk. In the midst of the herd, on the herd even, when the cattle are too close together, the famished ants come and go from one louse to another, watching for the delicious little drop. The one who sees it runs, drinks, enjoys it, and seems to say on raising its little head, "Oh, how good! Oh, how good it is!" Then it goes on its way, looking for another mouthful of milk. But plant lice are stingy with their milk. They are not always disposed to let it run through their tubes. Then the ant, like a milkmaid ready to milk her cow, lavishes the most endearing caresses on the plant louse. With its antennae, that is to say, with its little delicate flexible horns, it gently pats the stomach and tickles the milk tubes. The ant nearly always succeeds. What cannot gentleness accomplish? The plant louse lets itself be conquered. A drop appears, which is immediately licked up. Oh, how good, how good! As the little paunch is not full, the ant goes to other plant lice, trying the same caresses. Uncle Paul let go the branch, which sprang back into its natural position. Milkmaids, cattle, and pasture were at once at the top of the elder bush. "That is wonderful, Uncle!" cried Claire. "Wonderful, my dear child. The elder is not the only bush that nourishes milk herds for the ants. Plant lice can be found on many other forms of vegetation. Those on the rose bush and cabbage are green. On the elder, bean, poppy, nettle, willow, poplar, black. On the oak and thistle, bronze color. On the oleander and nut, yellow. All have 2 tubes from which oozes the sugary liquor. All vie with one another in feasting the ants." Claire and her uncle went indoors. Emile and Jules, enraptured by what they had just seen, began to look for lice on other plants. In less than an hour they had found 4 different kinds, all receiving visits of no disinterested sort from the ants. End of Chapter 4. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on Wednesday, June 19th, 2013, in San Diego, California. Chapter 5 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 5. The Sheepfold. In the evening, Uncle Paul resumed the story of the ants. At that hour Jacques was in the habit of going the round of the stables to see if the oxen were eating their fodder and if the well-fed lambs were sleeping peacefully beside their mothers. Under the pretense of giving the finishing touches to his wicker basket, Jacques stayed where he was. The real reason was that the ants' cows were on his mind. Uncle Paul related in detail what they had seen in the morning on the elder, how the plant lice let the sugary drops ooze from their tubes, how the ants drank this delicious liquid, and knew how, if necessary, to obtain it by caresses. "What you are telling us, master," said Jacques, "puts warmth into my old veins. I see once more how God takes care of his creatures, he who gives the plant louse to the ant as he gives the cow to man." "Yes, my good Jacques," returned Uncle Paul, "these things are done to increase our faith in Providence, whose all-seeing eye nothing can escape. To a thoughtful person, the beetle that drinks from the depths of a flower, the tuft of moss that receives the raindrop on the burning tile, bear witness to the divine goodness. To return to my story. If our cows wandered at will in the country, if we were obliged to take troublesome journeys to go and milk them in distant pastures, uncertain whether we should find them or not, it would be hard work for us, and very often impossible. How do we manage, then? We keep them close at hand, in enclosures and in stables. This also is sometimes done by the ants with the plant lice. To avoid tiresome journeys, sometimes useless, they put their herds in a park. Not all have this admirable foresight, however. Besides, if they had, It would be impossible to construct a park large enough for such innumerable cattle and their pasturage. How, for example, could they enclose in walls the willow that we saw this morning with its population of black lice? It is necessary to have conditions that are not beyond the forces available. Given a tuft of grass whose base is covered with a few plant lice, the park is practicable. Ants that have found a little herd plan how to build a sheepfold, a summer chalet, where the plant lice can be enclosed, sheltered from the too bright rays of the sun. They too will stay at the chalet for some time, so as to have the cows within reach and to milk them at leisure. To this end, they begin by removing a little of the earth at the base of the tuft, so as to uncover the upper part of the root. This exposed part forms a sort of natural frame on which the building can rest. Now grains of damp earth are piled up one by one and shaped into a large vault, which rests on the frame of the roots and surrounds the stem above the point occupied by the plant lice. Openings are made for the service of the sheepfold. The chalet is finished. Its inmates enjoy cool and quiet, with an assured supply of provisions. What more is needed for happiness? The cows are there, very peaceful, at their rack, that is to say, fixed by their stickers to the bark. Without leaving home, the ants can drink to satiety the sweet milk from the tubes. Let us say, then, that the sheepfold made of clay is a building of not much importance, raised with little expense and hastily. One could overturn it by blowing hard. Why lavish such pains on so temporary a shelter? Does the shepherd in the high mountains take more care of his hut of pine branches, which must serve him for 1 or 2 months? It is said that ants are not satisfied with enclosing small herds of plant lice found at the base of a tuft of grass, but that they also bring into the sheepfold plant lice encountered at a distance. They thus make a herd for themselves when they do not find one already made. This mark of great foresight would not surprise me, but I dare not certify it, never having had the chance to prove it myself. What I have seen with my own eyes is the sheepfold of the plant lice. If Jules looks carefully, he will find some this summer, when the days are warmest, at the base of various potted plants. "You may be sure, Uncle," said Jules, "I shall look for them. I want to see those strange ants' chalets. You have not yet told us why ants gorge themselves so when they have the good luck to find a herd of plant lice. You said those descending the elder with their big stomachs were going to distribute the food in the ant-hill." A foraging ant does not fail to regale itself on its own account if the occasion offers, and it is only fair. Before working for others, must one not take care of one's own strength? But as soon as it has fed itself, it thinks of the other hungry ones. Among men, my child, it does not always happen so. There are people who, well fed themselves, think everybody else has dined. They are called egoists. God forbid you ever bearing that sorry name, of which the ant, paltry little creature, would be ashamed. As soon as it is satisfied, then, the ant remembers the hungry ones, and consequently fills the only vessel it has for carrying liquid food home, that is to say, its paunch. Now see it returning, with its swollen stomach. Oh, how it has stuffed, so that others may eat. Miners, carpenters, and all the workers occupied in building the city await it so as to resume their work heartily, for pressing occupations do not permit them to go and seek the plant lice themselves. It meets a carpenter, who for an instant drops his straw. The two ants meet mouth to mouth, as if to kiss. The milk-carrying ant disgorges a tiny little bit of the contents of its paunch, and the other one drinks the drop with avidity. Delicious! Oh, now how courageously it will work! The carpenter goes back to his straw again. The milk-carrier continues his delivery route. Another hungry one is met. Another kiss, another drop disgorged and passed from mouth to mouth. And so on with all the ants that present themselves, until the paunch is emptied. The milk ant then departs to fill up its can again. Now you can imagine that, To feed by the beakful a crowd of workers who cannot go themselves for victuals, one milk ant is not enough. There must be a host of them. And then, under the ground, in the warm dormitories, there is another population of hungry ones. They are the young ants, the family, the hope of the city. I must tell you that ants, as well as other insects, hatch from an egg, like birds. "One day," interposed Emile, "I lifted up a stone and saw a lot of little white grains that the ants hastened to carry away under the ground." "Those white grains were eggs," said Uncle Paul, "which the ants had brought up from the bottom of their dwelling to expose them under the stone to the heat of the sun and facilitate their hatching. They hurried to descend again when the stone was raised, so as to put them in a safe place, sheltered from danger. On coming out from the egg, the ant has not the form that you know. It is a little white worm, without feet, and quite powerless, not even able to move. There are in an ant hill thousands of those little worms. Without stop or rest, the ants go from one to another, distributing a beakful, so that they begin to grow and change in one day into ants. I leave you to think how much they must work, and how many plant lice must be milked, merely to nurse the little ones that fill the dormitories. End of Chapter 5, read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on Wednesday, June 19, 2013, in San Diego, California.
Chapter 6 of the Story Book of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Story Book of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 6. The Wily Dervish. "There are ant hills everywhere, large or small," observed Jules. "Even in the garden I could have counted a dozen. From some of the ants are so numerous they blacken the road when they come out. If I must take a great many plant lice to nourish all that little colony." Numerous though they be, his uncle assured him, they will never lack cows. As plant lice are still more numerous, there are so many that they often seriously menace our harvests. The miserable louse declares war against us. To understand it, listen to this story. There was once a king of India who was much bored. To entertain him, a dervish invented the game of chess. You do not know this game? Well, on a board, something like a checkerboard, two adversaries range, in battle array, one white, the other black, pieces of different values, pawns, knights, bishops, castles, queen, and king. The action begins. The pawns, simple foot soldiers, are destined as always to receive the first of the glory on the battlefield. The king looks on at their extermination, guarded by his grandeur far from the fray. Now the cavalry charge, slashing with their swords right and left. Even the bishops fight with hot-headed enthusiasm. And the ambulating castles go here and there, protecting the flanks of the army. Victory is decided. Of the blacks, the queen is a prisoner. The king has lost his castles. One knight and one bishop do wonderful deeds to procure his flight. They succumb. The king is checkmated. The game is lost. This clever game, Image of War, pleased the bored king very much, and he asked the dervish what reward he desired for his invention. "Light of the faithful," answered the inventor, "a poor dervish is easily satisfied. You shall give me 1 grain of wheat for the first square of the chessboard, 2 for the second, 4 for the third, 8 for the fourth, and you will double thus the number of grains, to the last square, which is the 64th. I shall be satisfied with that. My blue pigeons will have enough grain for some days." "This man is a fool," said the king to himself. "He might have had great riches, and he asks me for a few handfuls of wheat." Then, turning to his minister, Count out 10 purses of 1,000 sequins for this man, and have a sack of wheat given him. He will have 100 times the amount of grain he asks of me." "Commander of the faithful," answered the dervish, "keep the purses of sequins, useless to my blue pigeons, and give me the wheat as I wish." "Very well. Instead of 1 sack, you shall have 100. "It is not enough, son of justice." "You shall have 1,000. "Not enough, terror of the unfaithful. The squares of my chessboard would not have their proper amount." In the meantime the courtiers whispered among themselves, astonished at the singular pretensions of the dervish, who, in the contents of 1,000 sacks, would not find his grain of wheat doubled 64 times. Out of patience, the king convoked the learned men to hold a meeting and calculate the grains of wheat demanded. The dervish smiled maliciously in his beard, and modestly moved aside while awaiting the end of the calculation. And behold, under the pen of the calculators, the figure grew larger and larger. The work finished, the head one rose. "Sublime commander," said he, "arithmetic has decided. To satisfy the dervish's demand, there is not enough wheat in your granaries. There is not enough in the town, in the kingdom, or in the whole world. For the quantity of grain demanded, the whole earth, sea and continents together, would be covered with a continuous bed to the depth of a finger." The king angrily bit his mustache, and, unable to count out to him his grains of wheat, named the inventor of chess prime vizier. That is what the wily dervish wanted. "Like the king, I should have fallen into the dervish's snare," said Jules. "I should have thought that doubling a grain 64 times would only give a few handfuls of wheat." "Henceforth," returned Uncle Paul, "you will know that a number, even very small, when multiplied a number of times by the same figure, is like a snowball which grows in rolling, and soon becomes an enormous ball which all our efforts cannot move." "Your dervish was very crafty," remarked Emile. "He modestly contented himself with 1 grain of wheat for his blue pigeons, on condition that they doubled the number on each square. Apparently he asked next to nothing. In reality he asked more than the king possessed. What is a dervish, uncle?" "In the religions of the East they call by that name those who renounce the world to give themselves up to prayer and contemplation." "You say the king made him prime vizier. Is that a high office?" "Prime vizier means prime minister. The dervish then became the greatest dignitary of the state, after the king." "I am no longer surprised that he refused the 10 purses of 1,000 sequins. He was waiting for something better. The 10 purses, however, would make a good sum. A sequin is a gold piece worth about 12 francs. At that rate the king offered the dervish a sum of 120,000 francs, besides the sacks of wheat. And the dervish preferred the grain 64 times doubled. In comparison, what was offered him was nothing." "And the plant lice?" asked Jules. "The story of the dervish is bringing us to that directly," his uncle assured him. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 7 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 7. A Numerous Family. "A plant louse, we will suppose," resumed Uncle Paul, "has just established itself on the tender shoot of a rose bush. It is alone, all alone. A few days after, young plant lice surround it. They are its sons. How many are there? 10, 20, 100? Let us say 10. Is that enough to assure the preservation of the species? Don't laugh at my question. I know well that if the plant lice were missing from the rose bushes, the order of things would not be sensibly changed." "The ants would be the most to be pitied," said Emile. "The round earth would continue to turn just the same, even when the last plant louse was dying on its leaf. But it is not in truth an idle question to ask if 10 plant lice suffice to preserve the race. For science has no higher object than the quest of providential means for maintaining everything in a just measure of prosperity. Well, 10 plant lice coming from one would be far too many if we did not have to take account of destructive agencies. One replacing one, the population remains the same. 10 replacing one, in a short time the number increases beyond all possible limits. Think of the dervish's grain of wheat doubled 64 times, so that it becomes a bed of wheat of a finger's depth over the whole earth. What would it be if it had been multiplied 10 times instead of doubled? In like manner, after a few years, the descendants of a first plant louse, continually multiplied tenfold, would be in straitened circumstances in this world. But there is the great reaper, death, which puts an invincible obstacle to overcrowding, counterbalances life in its ever-growing fecundity, and in partnership with it keeps all things in a perpetual youth. On a rose-bush apparently most peaceful, there is death every minute. But the small, the humble and weak, are the habitual pasture, the daily bread of the large eaters. To how many dangers is not the plant louse exposed, so tiny, so weak, and without any means of defense? No sooner does a little bird, hardly out of a shell, discover with its piercing eyes a spot haunted by the plant lice, than, merely as an appetizer, it will swallow hundreds. And if a worm, far more rapacious, a horrible worm, expressly created and put into the world to eat you alive, joins in, ah, my poor plant lice, may God, the good God of little creatures, protect you, for your race is indeed in peril. This devourer is of a delicate green, with a white stripe on its back. It is tapering in front, swollen at the back. When it doubles itself up, it takes the shape of a teardrop. They call it the ant's lion because of the ravages it makes in the stupid herd. It establishes itself among them. With its pointed mouth it seizes one, the biggest, the plumpest. It sucks it and throws away the skin, which is too hard for it. Its pointed head is lowered again. A second plant louse seized, raised from the leaf and sucked. Then another and another, a 20th, a 100th. The foolish herd, whose ranks are thinning, do not even seem to perceive what is going on. The trapped plant louse kicks between the lion's fangs. The others, as if nothing were happening, continue to feed peacefully. It would take a good deal more than that to spoil their appetite. They eat while they are waiting to be eaten. The lion has had enough. He squats amidst the herd to digest at his ease. But digestion is soon over, and already the greedy worm has its eye on those that he will soon crunch. After 2 weeks of continual feasting, after having browsed, as it were, on whole herds of plant lice, the worm turns into an elegant little dragonfly, with eyes as bright as gold, and known as the Hemerobius. Is that all? Oh no. Here is the ladybug, the good God's bug. It is round and red with black spots. It is very pleasing. It has an innocent air. Who would take it also to be a devourer, filling its stomach with plant lice? Look at it closely on the rose bush, and you will see it at its ferocious feasting. It is very pretty and innocent looking, but it is a glutton. There is no denying the fact, so fond is it of plant lice. Is that all? Oh no, those poor plant lice are manna, the regular diet of all sorts of ravagers. Young birds eat them, the Hemerobius eats them, ladybugs eat them, gluttons of all kinds eat them, and still there are always plant lice. Ah, that is where, in the fight between fecundity, which repairs, and the rough battle of life, which destroys, the weak excel, by opposing legions and legions to the chances of annihilation. In vain the devourers come from all sides and pounce upon their prey. The devoured survive by sacrificing 1,000,000 to preserve one. The weaker they are, the more fruitful they are. The herring, cod, and sardine are given over as pasturage for the devourers of the sea, earth, and sky. When they undertake long voyages to graze in favorable spots, their extermination is imminent. The hungry ones of the sea surround the school of fish. The famished ones of the sky hover over their root. Those of the earth await them on the shore. Man hastens to lend a strong hand to the killing and to take his share of the sea food. He equips fleets, goes to the fish with naval armies in which all nations are represented. He dries in the sun, salts, smokes, packs, but there is no perceptible diminution in the supply. For him the weak are infinite in number. One cod lays 9,000,000 eggs. Where are the devourers that will see the end of such a family? 9,000,000 eggs! Exclaimed Emile. Is that a great many? Well, just to count them one by one would take nearly a year of 10 working hours each day. Whoever counted them had lots of patience, was Emile's comment. They are not counted, replied Uncle Paul. They are weighed, which is quickly done, and from the weight the number is deduced. Like the cod in the sea, the plant lice are exposed on their rose bushes and alders to numerous chances of destruction. I have told you that they are the daily bread of a multitude of eaters. So to increase their legions they have rapid means that are not found in other insects. Instead of laying eggs, which are very slow in developing, they bring forth living plant lice, which all, absolutely all, in 2 weeks have obtained their growth and begin to produce another generation. This is repeated all through the season, that is to say, at least half the year, so that the number of generations succeeding one another during this period cannot be less than a dozen. Let us say that one plant louse produces 10, which is certainly below the actual number. Each of these 10 plant lice, born by the first one, bears 10 more, making 100 in all. Each of these 100 bears 10, in all 1,000. Each of the 1,000 bears 10, in all 10,000, and so on, multiplying always by 10, 11 times. Here is the same calculation as the dervish's grain of wheat, which grew with such astonishing rapidity when they multiplied it by 2. For the family of plant lice, the increase is much more rapid, as the multiplication is made by 10. It is true that the calculation stops at the 12th, instead of going on to the 64th. No matter. The result would stupefy you. It is equal to 100,000 millions. To count a cod's eggs one by one would take nearly a year. To count the descendants of one plant louse for 6 months would take 10,000 years. Where are the devourers that would see the end of the miserable louse? Guess how much space these plant lice would cover, as closely packed as they are on the alder branch. Perhaps as large a place as our garden, suggested Claire. More than that. The garden is 100 meters long, and the same in width. Well, the family of that one plant louse would cover a surface 10 times larger, that is to say, 10 hectares. What do you say to that? Is it not necessary that the young birds, little ladybugs, and the dragonfly with the golden eyes should work hard in the extermination of the louse, which, if unhindered, would in a few years overrun the world? In spite of the hungry ones which devour them, the plant lice seriously alarm mankind. Winged plant lice have been seen flying in clouds thick enough to obscure the daylight. Their black legions went from one canton to another, alighted on the fruit trees, and ravaged them. Ah, when God wishes to try us, the elements are not always unchained. He sends against us, in our pride, the paltriest of creatures. The invisible mower, the feeble plant louse, comes, and man is filled with fear, for the good things of the earth are in great peril. Man, so powerful, can do nothing against these little creatures, invincible in their multitude. Uncle Paul finished the story of the ants and their cows. Several times since, Emile, Jules, and Claire have talked of the prodigious families of the plant louse and the cod, but rather lost themselves in the millions and thousand millions. Their uncle was right. His stories interested them much more than Mother Ambrosine's tales. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Old Pear Tree. Uncle Paul had just cut down a pear tree in the garden. The tree was old, its trunk ravaged by worms, and for several years it had not borne any fruit. It was to be replaced by another. The children found their Uncle Paul seated on the trunk of the pear tree. He was looking attentively at something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, said he, tapping with his finger upon the cross-section of the felled tree. What was he counting? "Come, quick!" he called. "Come! The pear tree is waiting to tell you its story. It seems to have some curious things to tell you." The children burst out laughing. "And what does the old pear tree wish to tell us?" asked Jules. "Look here, at the cut which I was careful to make very clean with the axe. Don't you see some rings in the wood? Rings which begin around the marrow and keep getting larger and larger until they reach the bark?" "I see them," Jules replied. "They are rings fitted one inside another." "It looks a little like the circles that come just after throwing a stone into the water," remarked Claire. "I see them too by looking closely," chimed in Emile. "I must tell you," continued Uncle Paul, "that those circles are called annual layers. Why annual, if you please? Because one is formed every year. One only, understand, neither more nor less. The learned who spend their lives studying plants, and who are called botanists, tell us that no doubt is possible on that point. From the moment the little tree springs from the seed to the time when the old tree dies, every year there is formed a ring, a layer of wood. This understood, let us count the layers of our pear tree." Uncle Paul took a pin to guide his counting. Emile, Jules, and Claire looked on attentively. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They counted thus up to 45, from the marrow to the bark. "The trunk has 45 layers of wood," announced Uncle Paul. "Who can tell me what that signifies? How old is the pear tree?" "That is not very hard," answered Jules, "after what you have just told us. As it makes one ring every year, and we have counted 45, the pear tree must be 45 years old." "Eh, what did I tell you?" cried Uncle Paul in triumph. "Has not the pear tree talked? It has begun its history by telling us its age. Truly, the tree is 45 years old." "What a singular thing!" Jules exclaimed. "You can know the age of a tree as if you saw its birth. You count the layers of wood, so many layers, so many years. One must be with you, Uncle, to learn those things. And the other trees, oak, beech, chestnut, do they do the same?" "Absolutely the same. In our country every tree counts 1 year for each layer. Count its layers and you have its age." "Oh, how I am sorry I did not know that the other day," put in Emile, "when they cut down the big beech which was in the way on the edge of the road. Oh my, what a fine tree! It covered the whole field with its branches. It must have been very old." "Not very," said Uncle Paul. "I counted its layers. It had 170. 170, Uncle Paul? Honest and truly?" "Honest and truly, my little friend, 170. "Then the beech was 170 years old," said Jules. "Is it possible, a tree to grow so old? And no doubt it would have lived many years longer if the road mender had not cut it down to widen the road." "For us, 170 years would certainly be a great age," assented his uncle. "No one lives so long. For a tree it is very little. Let us sit down in the shade. I have more to tell you about the age of trees." End of The Old Pear Tree. Recording by Jill Ingle.
Chapter 9 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 9. The Age of Trees. They used to tell of a chestnut of Sancerre whose trunk was more than 4 meters round. According to the most moderate estimate, its age must have been 300 or 400 years. Don't cry out at the age of this chestnut. My story is just beginning, and you may be sure that as a narrator who stimulates the curiosity of his audience, I reserve the oldest for the end. Much larger chestnuts are known. For example, that of Neuvesela, on the borders of the Lake of Geneva, and that of Esau, in the neighborhood of Montélimar. The first is 13 meters round at the base of the trunk. From the year 1408 it sheltered a hermitage. The story has been testified to. Since then 4 centuries and a half have passed, adding to its age, and lightning has struck it at different times. No matter, it is still vigorous and full of leaves. The second is a majestic rune. Its high branches are despoiled. Its trunk, 11 meters round, is ploughed with deep crevices, the wrinkles of old age. To tell the age of these 2 giants is hardly possible. Perhaps it might be reckoned at 1,000 years, and still the 2 old trees bear fruit. They will not die. 1,000 years! If Uncle had not said it, I should not believe it. This from Jules. "Shh! You must listen to the end without saying anything," cautioned his uncle. The largest tree in the world is a chestnut on the slopes of Etna, in Sicily. Look at the map. You will see it down there at the extreme end of Italy, opposite the toe of that beautiful country which has the shape of a boot. A large island with 3 corners, that is Sicily. On that island is a celebrated mountain, which throws up burning matter, a volcano, in short. It is called Etna. To come back to our chestnut, I must tell you that they call it the chestnut of 100 horses, because Jane, Queen of Aragon, visiting the volcano one day and overtaken by a storm, took refuge under it with her escort of 100 horsemen. Under its forest of leaves both riders and horses found shelter. To surround the giant, 30 people extending their arms and joining hands would not be enough. The trunk is more than 50 meters round. Judged by its size, it is less a tree trunk than a fortress, a tower. An opening large enough to permit 2 carriages to pass abreast goes through the base of the chestnut and gives access into the cavity of the trunk, which is fitted up for the use of those who go to gather chestnuts, for the old colossus still has young sap and seldom fails to bear fruit. It is impossible to estimate the age of this giant by its size, for one suspects that a trunk as large as that comes from several chestnuts, originally distinct, but so near together that they have become welded into one. Neustadt in Württemberg has a linden whose branches, overburdened by years, are held up by 100 pillars of masonry. The branches cover altogether a space 130 meters in circumference. In 1229 this tree was already old, for writers of that time call it the Big Linden. Its probable age today is 700 or 800 years. There was in France, at the beginning of this century, an older tree than the veteran of Neustadt. In 1804 could be seen at the castle of Chalais in the Deux-Sèvres a linden 15 meters round. It had 6 main branches propped with numerous pillars. If it still exists, it cannot be less than 11 centuries old. The cemetery of Allouville in Normandy is shaded by one of the oldest oaks in France. The dust of the dead into which it had thrust its roots seems to have given it an exceptional vigor. Its trunk measures 10 meters in circumference at the base. A hermit's chamber, surmounted by a little steeple, rises in the midst of its enormous branches. The base of the trunk, partly hollow, is fitted up as a chapel dedicated to Our Lady of Peace. The greatest personages have esteemed it an honor to go and pray in this rustic sanctuary, and meditate a moment under the shade of the old tree, which has seen so many graves open and shut. According to its size, they consider this oak to be about 900 years old. The acorn that produced it then must have germinated about the year 1000. Today the old oak carries its monstrous branches without effort. Glorified by men and ravaged by lightning, it peacefully follows the course of ages, perhaps having before it a future equal to its past. Much older oaks are known. In 1824, a woodcutter of Ardennes felled a gigantic oak, in whose trunk was found sacrificial vases and antique coins. The old oak had 15 or 16 centuries of existence. After the alluvial oak, I'll tell you of some more companions of the dead, for it is above all in these fields of repose, where the sanctity of the place protects them against the injuries of man, that the trees attain such an advanced age. 2 yews in the cemetery of Ederutu, department of Eure, merit attention above all. In 1832 they shaded with their foliage the whole of the field of the dead and a part of the church, without having experienced serious damage, when an extremely violent windstorm threw a part of their branches to the ground. In spite of this mutilation, these 2 yews are still majestic old trees. Their trunks, entirely hollow, measure each of them 9 meters in circumference. Their age is estimated at 1400 years. That, however, is not more than half the age that some other trees of the same kind have attained. A yew in a Scotch cemetery measured 29 meters around. Its probable age was 2500 years. Another yew, also in a cemetery in the same country, was in 1660 so prodigious that the whole country was talking about it. They reckoned its age then at 2824 years. If it is still standing, this patriarch of European trees bears the weight of more than 30 centuries. Enough for the present. Now it's your turn to talk. I like better to be silent, Uncle Paul, said Jules. You have upset my mind with your trees that will not die. I am thinking of the old yew in the Scotch cemetery. Did you say 3000 years? Asked Claire. 3000 years, my dear child, and we might go still further back if I were to tell you of certain trees in foreign countries. Some are known to be almost as old as the world. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 10. The Length of Animal Life. Jules and Claire could not get over the astonishment caused by their uncle's story of the old trees, to which centuries are less than years are to us. Emile, with his usual restlessness, led the conversation to another subject. "And animals, uncle?" asked he. "How long do they live?" "Domestic animals," was the reply, "seldom attain the age that nature allows them. We grudge them their nourishment, overtire them, and do not give them proper shelter. And then we take from them their milk, fleece, hide, flesh, in fact everything. How can you ever grow old when the butcher is waiting for you at the stable door with his knife? Useless to speak of these poor victims of our need to give us long life. They do not live out their time." Supposing that an animal is well treated, that it suffers neither hunger nor cold, that it lives in peace without excessive fatigue, without fear of knacker or butcher. Under these good conditions, how many years will it live? Let us begin with the ox. Here is a robust one, I hope. What chest and shoulders, and then that big square forehead, with its vigorous horns around which the strap of the yoke goes, those eyes shining with the serene majesty of strength. If old age is the portion of the strong, the ox ought to live for centuries." "I should think so too," assented Jules. "Quite wrong, my dear children. The ox, so big, strong, massive, is old, very old, at 20 or 30 years. What to us would be verdant youth is for it decrepit old age. Let us pass on to the horse. You see I do not take my examples from among the weak. I choose the most vigorous. Well, the horse, as well as its modest companion, the ass, scarcely reaches more than 30 or 35 years." "How mistaken I was!" Jules exclaimed. "I thought the horse and ox strong enough to live at least a century. They are so big, they take up so much room." "I do not know, my little friend, whether you can understand me, but I want to inform you that to take up a great deal of room in this world is not the way to live in peace and to enjoy a long life. There are people who take up a lot of space, not in the body, they are no bigger than we, but in their pretensions and their ambitious maneuvers. Do they live in peace? Are they preparing for themselves a venerable old age? It is very doubtful. Let us remain small, that is to say, let us content ourselves with the little that God has given us. Let us beware of the temptations of envy, the foolish counsels of pride. Let us be full of activity, of work, and not of ambition. That is the only way we are permitted to hope for length of days. Let us return without delay to our animals. Our other domestic animals live a still shorter time. A dog, at 20 or 25 years, can no longer drag himself along. A pig is a tottering veteran at 20. At 15, at the most, a cat no longer chases mice. It says good-bye to the joys of the roof, and retires to some corner of a granary to die in peace. The goat and sheep, at 10 or 15, touch extreme old age. The rabbit is at the end of its skein at 8 or 10, and the miserable rat, if it lives 4 years, is looked upon among its own kind as a prodigy of longevity. Would you like me to tell you about birds? Very well. The pigeon may live from 6 to 10 years. The guinea fowl, hen, and turkey 12. A goose lives longer. It is true that in its quality of goose it does not worry. The goose attains 25 years, and even a good deal more. But here is something better. The goldfinch, sparrow, birds free from care, always singing, always frisking, happy as possible with a ray of sunlight in the foliage and a grain of hemp seed, live as long as the gluttonous goose, and longer than the stupid turkey. These very happy little birds live from 20 to 25 years, the age of an ox. As I told you, taking up a lot of room in this world is not the way to prepare oneself for a long life. As to man, if he leads a regular life, he often lives to 80 or 90. Sometimes he reaches 100 or even more. But should he attain only the ordinary age, the average age, as they say, that is about 40, then he is to be considered a privileged creature. As to length of life, the foregoing facts show it. And besides, for man, my dear children, length of life is not measured exactly according to the number of years. He lives most who works most. When God calls us to him, let us take with us the sincere esteem of others, and the consciousness of having done our duty to the end, and whatever our age, we shall have lived long enough. End of Chapter 10. The Length of Animal Life. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 11 of the Story Book of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 11. The Kettle. Now, that day, Mother Ambrosine was very tired. She had taken down from their shelves kettles, saucepans, lamps, candlesticks, casseroles, pans, and lids. After having rubbed them with fine sand and ashes, then washed them well, she had put the utensils in the sun to dry them thoroughly. They all shone like a mirror. The kettles particularly were superb with their rosy reflections. One might have said that tongues of fire were shining inside them. The candlesticks were a dazzling yellow. Emile and Jules were lost in admiration. "I should like to know what they make kettles of, they shine so," remarked Emile. "They are very ugly outside, all black, daubed with soot. But inside, how beautiful they are!" "You must ask Uncle," replied his brother. "Yes," assented Emile. No sooner said than done. They went in search of their uncle. He did not have to be entreated. He was happy whenever there was an opportunity to teach them something. "Kettles are made of copper," he began. "And copper?" asked Jules. "Copper is not made. In certain countries it is found already made, mixed with stone. It is one of the substances that is not in the power of man to make. We use these substances as God has deposited them in the bosom of the earth for purposes of human industry, but all our knowledge and all our skill cannot produce them. In the bosom of mountains where copper is found, they hollow out galleries which go down deep into the earth. There workmen called miners, with lamps to light them, attack the rock with great blows of the pick, while others carry the detached blocks outside. These blocks of stone in which copper is found are called ore. In furnaces made for the purpose they heat the ore to a very high temperature. The heat of our stove, when it is red hot, is nothing in comparison. The copper melts, runs, and is separated from the rest. Then, with hammers of enormous weight, set in motion by a wheel turned by water, they strike the mass of copper which, little by little, becomes thin and is hollowed into a large basin. The coppersmith continues the work. He takes a shapeless basin and, with little strokes of the hammer, fashions it on the anvil to give it a regular shape. "That is why coppersmiths tap all day with their hammers," commented Jules. "I had often wondered, when passing their shops, why they made so much noise, always tapping, without any stop. They were thinning the copper, shaping it into saucepans and kettles." Here Emile asked, "When a kettle is old, has holes in it, and can't be used, what do they do with it? I heard Mother Ambrosine speak of selling a worn-out kettle." "It is melted, and another new kettle made out of the copper," replied Uncle Paul. "Then the copper does not wear away?" "It wears away too much, my friend. Some of it is lost when they rub it with sand to make it shine. Some is lost, too, by the continual action of the fire, but what is left is still good." "Mother Ambrosine also spoke of recasting a lamp which had lost a foot. What are lamps made of?" "They are of tin, another substance that we find ready made in the bosom of the earth, without the power of producing it ourselves." End of chapter 11. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 12 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aidan Herrera. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Metals. Copper and tin are called metals, continued Uncle Paul. They are heavy, shining substances which bear the blows of the hammer without breaking. They flatten but do not break. There are still other substances which possess the considerable weight of copper and tin, as well as their brilliancy and resistance to blows. All these substances are called metals. "Then lead, which is so heavy, is a metal too?" asked Emily. "Iron also? Silver and gold?" queried his brother. "Yes, these substances and still others are metals. All have a peculiar brilliancy called metallic luster. but the color varies. Copper is red, gold yellow, silver, iron, lead, tin, white, with a slightly different shade one from another. "The candlestick Mother Ambrosine is drying in the sun," said Emily, "are a magnificent yellow, and so shiny they dazzle. Are they gold?" "No, my dear child, your uncle does not possess such riches. They are brass. To vary the colors and other properties of the metal, instead of always using them separately, they often mix 2 or 3 together, or even more. They melt them together, and the whole constitutes a new sort of metal, different from those which enter into its composition. Thus, in melting together copper and a kind of white metal called zinc, the same as the garden watering pots are made of, they obtain brass, which has not the red of copper, nor the white of zinc, but the yellow of gold. The material of the candlesticks is, then, made of copper and zinc together. In a word, it is brass, and not gold, in spite of its luster and yellow color. Gold is yellow and glitters, but all that is yellow and glitters is not gold. At the last village fair they sold magnificent rings whose brilliancy deceived you. In gold they would have cost a fine sum. The merchant sold them for a sou. They were brass. "How can they tell gold from brass, since the color and luster are almost the same?" asked Jules. "By the weight, chiefly. Gold is much heavier than brass. It is indeed the heaviest metal in frequent use. After it comes lead, then silver, copper, iron, tin, and finally zinc, the lightest of all." "You told us that to melt copper," put in Emily, "they needed a fire so intense that the heat of a red-hot stove would be nothing in comparison. All metals do not resist like that, for I remember very well in what a story way the first wooden soldiers you gave me came to their end. Last winter I had lined them up on the lukewarm stove. Just when I was watching, the trop tottered, sank down, and ran into little streams of melted lead. I had only time to save half the dozen grenadiers, and their feet were missing. And then Mother Ambrosine thoughtlessly put the lamp on the stove," asked Jules. "Oh, it was soon done for. A finger's breadth of tin had disappeared." "Tin and lead melt very easily," explained Uncle Paul. "The heat of our hearth is enough to make them run. Zinc also melts without much trouble, but silver, then copper, then gold, and finally iron, needs fire of an intensity unknown in our houses. Iron, above all, has excessive resistance, very valuable to us. Shovels, tongs, grate, stoves are iron. These various objects, always in contact with the fire, do not melt, however, do not even soften. To soften iron, so as to shape it easily on the anvil by blows from the hammer, the smith needs all the heat of his forge. In vain would he blow and put on coal. He would never succeed in melting it. Iron, however, can be melted, but you must use the most intense fire that human skill can produce." End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Story Book of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Story Book of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 13. Metal Plating. In the morning some wandering coppersmiths were passing. Mother Ambrosine had sold them the old kettle. Besides the sale, they were to make over the lamp, whose foot had melted on the stove, and replate 2 saucepans. So the smiths lighted a fire in the open air, set up their bellows on the ground, and in a large round iron spoon melted the old lamp, adding a little tin to replace what had been lost. The melted metal was run into a mold, from which it came out in the shape of a lamp. This lamp, still pretty large, was fixed on the lathe which a little boy set in motion, and while it turned, the master touched it with the edge of a steel tool. The tin thus planed off fell in thin shavings, rolled up like curl papers. The lamp was visibly becoming perfect. It took the proper polish and shape. Afterward they busied themselves plating the copper saucepans. They cleaned them thoroughly inside with sand, put them on the fire, and, when they were very hot, went over the whole of their surface with a toe pad in a little melted tin. Wherever the pad rubbed, the tin stuck to the copper. In a few moments the inside of the saucepan, red before, was now shiny white. Emile and Jules, while eating their little lunch of apples and bread, looked on at this curious work without saying a word. They promised themselves to ask their uncle the reason for whitening the inside of the copper saucepans with tin. In the evening, accordingly, they spoke of the tinning and plating. "Highly cleaned and polished iron is very brilliant," explained their uncle. "The blade of a new knife, Claire's scissors, carefully kept in their case, are examples. But, if exposed to damp air, iron tarnishes quickly, and covers itself with an earthy and red crust called—" "Rust," interposed Claire. "Yes, it is called rust." "The big nails that hold the iron wires where the bellflowers climb up the garden wall are covered with that red rust," remarked Jules, and Emile added, "This old knife I found in the ground is covered with it too." "Those large nails and the old knife are encrusted with rust because they have remained for a long time exposed to the air and dampness. Damp air corrodes iron. It becomes incorporated with the metal and makes it unrecognizable. When rusty, iron no longer has the properties that make it so useful to us. It is a kind of red or yellow earth, in which, without looking attentively, it would be impossible to suspect a metal." "I can well believe it," said Jules. "For my part, I should never have taken rust for iron, with which air and moisture had become incorporated." "Many other metals rust like iron. That is to say, they are converted into earthy matter by contact with damp air. The color of rust varies according to the metal. Iron rust is yellow or red, that of copper is green, lead and zinc white." "Then the green rust of old pennies is copper rust," said Jules. "The white matter that covers the nozzle of the pump must be lead rust?" queried Claire. "Exactly. The prime difficulty with rust is that it makes metals ugly. They lose their brilliance and polish, but it works still greater injury. There are harmless rusts which might get mixed with our food without danger. Such is iron rust. On the contrary, copper and lead rusts are deadly poisons. If, by mischance, these rusts should get into our food, we might die, or at least we should experience cruel suffering. We will speak only of copper, for lead, on account of its quick melting, cannot go on the fire, and is not used for kitchen utensils. Copper rust, I say, is a mortal poison, and yet they prepare food in copper vessels. Ask Mother Ambroisine." "Very true," said she, "but I always have my eye on my saucepans. I keep them very clean, and from time to time have them replated." "I don't understand," put in Jules, "how the work that the tinsmith did this morning could prevent the copper rust being a poison." "The smith's work will not make the copper rust cease to be a poison," replied Uncle Paul, "but it will prevent the rust's forming. Of the common metals tin rusts the least. Exposed to air a long time, it scarcely tarnishes, and then the rust, which forms in small quantities, is innocuous, like iron rust. To prevent copper from covering itself with poisonous green spots, to preserve it from rust, it must be kept from contact with damp air, and also with certain elementary substances, such as vinegar, oil, grease, substances that provoke the rapid formation of rust. For this reason the copper saucepan is coated over with tin inside. Under the thin bed of tin which covers it, the copper cannot rust, because it is no longer in contact with the air. The tin remains, but this metal changes with difficulty, and, besides, its rust, if it forms any, is harmless. So they plate copper, that is to say they cover it with a thin bed of tin, to prevent its rusting, and thus to prevent the formation of the dangerous poison that might, some day or other, be mixed with our food. They also tin iron, not to prevent the formation of poison, for the rust of this metal is harmless, but simply to preserve it from changing and covering itself with ugly red spots. This tinned iron is called tin plate. Lids, coffee pots, dripping pans, graters, lanterns, and innumerable other things are of tin plate, that is to say, thin sheets of iron covered on both sides with a coating of tin. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 14 of the Story Book of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The Story Book of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bricknell. Chapter 14. Gold and Iron. Some metals never rust. Such a one is gold. Ancient gold pieces found in the earth after centuries are as bright as the day they were coined. No dross, no rust covers their effigy and inscription. Time, fire, humidity, air cannot harm this admirable metal. Therefore gold, on account of its unchangeable luster and its rarity, is preeminently the material for ornaments and coins. Furthermore, gold is the first metal that man became acquainted with, long before iron, lead, tin, and the others. The reason why man's attention was called to gold long centuries before iron is not hard to understand. Gold never rusts. Iron rusts with such grievous facility that in a short time, if we are not careful, it is converted into a red earth. I have just told you that gold objects, however old they may be, have come to us intact even after having been in the dampest ground. As for objects of iron, not one has reached us that was not in an unrecognizable state. Corroded with rust, they have become a shapeless, earthly crust. Now, I will ask Jules if the iron ore that is extracted from the bowels of the earth can be real, pure iron, such as we use. It seems to me not, uncle, for if iron at any given moment is pure, it must rust with time and change to earthly matter, as does the blade of a knife buried in the ground. My brother seems to reason correctly. I agree with him, said Claire. And gold? Uncle Paul asked her. It is different with gold, she replied, as that metal never rusts, is not changed by time, air, and dampness. It must be pure. Exactly so. In the rocks where it is disseminated in small scales, gold is as brilliant as in jewelers' boxes. Claire's earrings have not more luster than the particles set by nature in the rock. On the contrary, what a pitiful appearance iron makes when it is found. It is an earthly crust, a reddish stone, in which only after long research can one suspect the presence of a metal. It is, in fact, rust, mixed more or less with other substances. And then, it is not enough to perceive that this rusty stone contains a metal. A way must still be found to decompose the ore and bring the iron back to its metallic state. How many efforts were necessary to attain this result, one of the most difficult to achieve? How many fruitless attempts, how many painful trials. Iron, then, was the last to become of use to us, long after gold and other metals like copper and silver, which are sometimes, but not always, found pure. That most useful of metals was the last. But with it, an immense advance was made in human industry. From the moment man was in possession of iron, he found himself master of the earth. At the head of substances that resist shock, iron must be placed, and it is precisely its enormous resistance to rupture that makes this metal so precious to us. Never would a gold, copper, marble, or stone anvil resist the blows of the smith's hammer as an iron one does. The hammer itself, of what substance other than iron could it be made? If of copper, silver, or gold, it would flatten, crush, and become useless in a short time, for these metals lack hardness. If of stone, it would break at the first rather hard blow. For these implements nothing can take the place of iron, nor can it for axes, saws, knives, the mason's chisel, the quarryman's pick, the plowshare, and a number of other implements which cut, hew, pierce, plane, file, give or receive violent blows. Iron alone has the hardness that can cut most other substances, and the resistance that sets blows at defiance. In this respect, iron is, of all mineral substances, the handsomest present that Providence has given to man. It is preeminently the material for tools, indispensable in every art and industry. "Claire and I read one day," said Jules, "that when the Spaniards discovered America, the savages of that new country had gold axes, which they very willingly exchanged for iron ones. I laughed at their innocence, which made them give such a costly price for a piece of very common metal. I think I see now that the exchange was to their advantage." "Yes, decidedly to their advantage, for with an iron axe they could fell trees to make their dugout canoes and their huts. They could better defend themselves against wild animals, and attack the game in their hunts. This piece of iron gave them an assurance of food, a substantial boat, a warm dwelling, a redoubtable weapon. In comparison, a gold axe was only a useless plaything." "If iron came last, what did the men do before they knew of it?" asked Jules. "They made their weapons and tools of copper, for, like gold, this metal is sometimes in a pure state, so that it can be utilized just as nature gives it to us. But a copper implement, having little hardness, is of much less value than an iron one. Thus, in those far-off days of copper axes, man was indeed a wretched creature. He was still more so before knowing copper. He cut a flint to a point, or split it, and fastened it to the end of a stick, and that was his only weapon. With this stone he had to procure food, clothing, a hut, and to defend himself from wild beasts. His clothing was a skin thrown over his back, his dwelling a hut made of twisted branches and mud, his food a piece of flesh, produce of the chase. Domestic animals were unknown, the earth uncultivated, and industry lacking." "And where was that?" asked Claire. "Everywhere, my dear child, here, even in places where today are our most flourishing towns. Oh, how forlorn man was before attaining, by the help of iron, the well-being that we enjoy today. How forlorn was man, and what a great present Providence made him in giving him this metal." Just as Uncle Paul finished, Jacques knocked discreetly at the door. Jules ran to open it. They whispered a few words to each other. It was about an important affair for the next day. End of Chapter 14. Iron and Gold. Recording by Linda Velwest.
Chapter 15 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 15. The Fleece. As was agreed upon the day before, Jacques made ready for the performance. To keep the patients from moving, they were obliged to make them lie down, their feet tied between the two inclined planks of a rack. Steel knives shone on the ground. As for them, innocent victims of the needs of man, they were already bound and lying on their sides. With gentle resignation they awaited their sad fate. Were they going to be slain? Oh no, they were to be shorn. Jacques took a sheep by its feet, placed it between the two planks of the rack, and, with large scissors, began, crack, 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 to cut off the wool. Little by little the fleece fell all in one piece. When the sheep had been despoiled, it ran free to one side. Ashamed and chilly, it had just given its covering to clothe man. Jacques put another one on the rack, and the scissors began to move. "Tell me, Jacques," said Jules, "are not the sheep very cold when they have had their wool cut off? See how that one trembles that you have just shorn." "Never mind that. I have chosen a fine day for it. The sun is warm. By tomorrow they won't feel the need of their wool. And besides, ought not the sheep to suffer a little cold, so that we may be warm?" "We warm? How?" "You astonish me. You do not know that, you who read so many books? Well, with this wool they will make you stockings and knitted things for this winter. They will even make cloth, fine cloth for clothes." "Whew!" exclaimed Emile. "This wool is too dirty and ugly to make stockings, knitted things, and cloth." "Dirty at present," Jacques agreed, "but it will be washed in the river, and when it has become very white, Mother Ambrosine will work it on her spinning wheel and make yarn of it. This yarn knitted with needles will become stockings that one is very glad to have on one's feet when obliged to run in the snow." "I have never seen red, green, blue sheep, and yet there are red, green, blue, and other colored wools," said Emile. "They dye the white wool that the sheep gives us. They put it into boiling water with drugs and coloring matter, and it comes out of that water with a color that stays." "And cloth?" "And cloth is made with threads of wool like those of stockings. But in order to weave these threads, make them cross each other regularly, convert them into fabric, you must have complicated machines, weaving looms that cannot be had in our houses. These are only found in large factories used for manufacturing woolen goods." "Then these trousers that I have on come from the sheep, this vest, my cravat, stockings too? I am dressed in the spoils of the sheep?" This from Jules. "Yes, to defend ourselves from the cold we take the sheep's wool. The poor beast furnishes its fleece for our clothes, its milk and flesh for our nourishment, its skin for our gloves. We live on the life of our domestic animals. The ox gives us his strength, flesh, hide. The cow, besides, gives us milk. The donkey, mule, horse work for us. As soon as they are dead, they leave us their skin, of which we make leather for our shoes. The hen gives us eggs, the dog puts his intelligence at our service. And yet there are people who, without any motive, maltreat these animals without which we should be so poor, who let them suffer hunger and beat them unmercifully. Never imitate those heartless ones. It would be an insult to God, who has given us the donkey, ox, sheep, and other animals. When I think that these valuable creatures give us all, even to their very life, I would share my last crust with them." And the shearers meanwhile continued their crack, 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 and the fleece fell. End of Chapter 15. The Fleece. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 16 of the Story Book of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The Story Book of Science by Henri Fabre, translated by Florence Bricknell. Chapter 16. Flax and Hemp. While listening to what Jacques was saying about wool, Emile examined his handkerchief attentively. He turned it over and over, felt it, then looked through it. Jacques foresaw the question Emile was getting ready to ask him, and he said, "Handkerchiefs and linens are not woolen. Certain plants, cotton, hemp, flax, and not sheep furnish them, for, you see, I don't know much about those things myself. I have heard tell of the cotton plant, but have never seen it. And besides, I am afraid talking to you will make me cut the sheep's skin." In the evening, at Jules's request, they took up the history of the materials with which we clothe ourselves, and Uncle Paul explained their nature. "The outside of hemp and flax is composed of long threads, very fine, supple, and tenacious, from which we manufacture our fabrics. We clothe ourselves with the spoils of the sheep. We make ourselves fine with the bark of the plant. The fabrics of luxury, cambric, tulle, gauze, point lace, Mechlin lace, are made from flax. The stronger ones, even to coarse sacking, are of hemp. The cotton plant gives us fabrics made of cotton. Flax is a slender plant with little delicate blue flowers, and is sown and harvested every year. It is much cultivated in northern France, Belgium, and Holland. It is the first plant used by man for woven fabrics. Mummies of Egypt, the old land of Moses and the patriarchs, mummies which have lain buried 4,000 years and more, are swathed in bands of linen." "Mummies, did you say?" interposed Jules. "I don't know what they are." "I will tell you, my dear child. Respect for the dead is found among all people and in all ages. Man regards as sacred what was the seat of a soul made in the image of God. He honors the dead, but the honors rendered differ according to time, place, customs. We inter the dead, and put over the burial place a tombstone with an inscription, or at least a humble cross, divine emblem of life eternal. The ancients burned them on a funeral pile. They piously gathered the bones bleached by the fire, and enclosed them in priceless vases. In Egypt, to preserve the cherished remains for the family, they embalmed the dead. That is to say, they impregnated them with aromatics, and swathed them in linen to prevent decomposition. These pious duties were so delicately performed that, after centuries and centuries, we find intact, in their chests of sweet-smelling wood, but dried and blackened by years, contemporaries of the ancient kings of Egypt or the pharaohs. These are what are called mummies. Hemp has been cultivated all over Europe for many centuries. It is an annual, of a strong, nauseous odor, with little green, dull-looking flowers, whose stem, of the thickness of a quill pen, rises to about 2 meters. It is cultivated, like flax, both for its bark and for its grain, called hemp seed.
"That is the grain, I think," said Emile, "we give the goldfinch, which it cracks with its beak when it breaks the shell to get out the little kernel."
"Yes, hemp seed is the feast of little birds." The bark of the hemp has not the fineness of flax. The fibers of this latter plant are so fine that 25 grams of tow, spun on the spinning wheel, furnishes a thread almost a league long. The spider's web alone can rival in delicacy certain linen fabrics. When hemp and flax reach maturity, they are harvested, and the seeds are separated by thrashing. The next operation, redding, then takes place, its purpose being to render the filaments of the bark, or the fibers as they are called, easily separable from the wood. These fibers, in fact, are pasted to the stem and stuck together by a gummy substance that is very resistant and prevents separation until it is destroyed by rot. They sometimes do this redding by spreading the plants in the fields for a couple of weeks, and turning them over now and then, until the tow detaches itself from the woody part, or hemp stalk. But the quickest way is to tie the flax and hemp in bundles, and keep them submerged in a pond. There soon follows a rot which gives out intolerable smells. The bark decays, and the fiber, endowed with exceptional resistance, is freed. Then the bundles are dried. After that they crush them between the jaws of an instrument called a brake, to crush the stems into small pieces and separate the tow. Finally, to purge the tow of all woody refuse, and divide it into the finest threads, they pass it between the iron teeth of a sort of big comb called a heckle. In this state the fibre is spun either by hand or by machine. The thread obtained is ready for weaving. On a loom they place in order, side by side, numerous threads composing what they call the warp. By turns, impelled by a pedal on which the operator's foot presses, one half of these threads descends, while the other half ascends. At the same time, the operator passes a transverse thread in a shuttle through the two halves of the warp from left to right, then from right to left. From this intercrossing comes the woven fabric. And it is finished. The garb of the plant has changed masters. The bark of the hemp has become cloth, that of flax a princely lace worth some hundreds of francs by the piece. End of chapter 16. Recording by Linda Velwest.
Chapter 17 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Hoover. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bignell. Cotton. Cotton, the most important of the materials used for our woven fabrics, is furnished by a semi-tropical plant called the cotton plant. It is an herb, or even a shrub, from 1 to 2 meters high, and its large yellow flowers are followed by an abundant fruitage of bolls, each as large as an egg, filled with a silky flock, sometimes brilliantly white, sometimes a pale yellowish shade, according to the kind of cotton. In the middle of this flock are the seeds. It seems to me I have seen flock of that kind fall in flakes in the spring from the top of poplars and willows, said Claire. The comparison is very good. Willows and poplars have for their fruit tiny little long and pointed bowls, 3 or 4 times as large as a pin's head. In the month of May these bowls are ripe. They open and set free a very fine white down, in the middle of which are seeds. If the air is calm, this down piles up at the foot of the tree in a bed of cotton wool, as white as snow. But at the least breath of wind the flakes are borne long distances, carrying with them the seeds, which thus find unoccupied places where they can germinate and become trees. Many other seeds are provided with soft aigrettes, silky plumes, which keep them in the air a long time and permit them distant journeys, in order to disseminate the plant. For example, who is not familiar with the seeds of thistles and dandelions, those beautiful silky plume seeds that you take pleasure in blowing into the air? Can the flock of poplar bolls be put to the same use as cotton? Jules asked. By no means. There is too little of it, and it would be too difficult to gather. Besides, it is so short, it might not be possible to spin it. But if we ourselves cannot make use of it, others find it very useful. This flock is the little bird's cotton. Many gather it to line their nest. The goldfinch, among others, is one of the cleverest of the clever. Its house of cotton is a masterpiece of elegance and solidity. In the fork of several little branches, with the cottony flock of the willow and poplar, with bits of wool and hedge thorns pulled out from sheep as they pass, with the plumy aigrettes of thistle seeds, it makes for its young a cup-shaped mattress, so soft and warm and wadded that no little prince in his swaddling clothes ever had the like. To build their nests, birds find materials near at hand. They only have to set to work. When spring comes, the goldfinch does not have to think of the materials for its nest. It is sure that the osier beds, thistles, and roadside hedges will furnish in abundance all that it needs. And it ought to be thus, for a bird has not the intelligence to prepare a long time in advance, by careful and wise industry, the things that it will need. Man, whose noble prerogative is to acquire everything by work and reflection, procures cotton from distant countries. A bird finds its cotton on the poplars of its grove. At maturity, the cotton bolls open wide, and their flock bursts out in soft flakes that are gathered by hand, boll by boll. The flock, well dried in the sun on screens, is beaten with flails, or better, submitted to the action of certain machines. It is thus freed from all seeds and husks. Without any other preparation, cotton comes to us in large bales to be converted into fabrics in our manufactories. The countries that furnish the most of it are India, Egypt, Brazil, and above all, the United States of North America. In a single year, the European manufactories work up nearly 800 million kilograms of cotton. This enormous weight is not too much, for the whole world clothes itself with this precious flock, turned into print, percale, calico. Thus human activity has no greater field than the cotton trade. How many workmen, how many delicate operations, what long voyages, all for a simple piece of print costing a few centimes. A handful of cotton is gathered, we will suppose, 2,000 or 3,000 leagues from here. This cotton crosses the ocean, goes a quarter around the globe, and comes to France or England to be manufactured. Then it is spun, woven, ornamented with colored designs, and converted into print, crosses the seas again, to go perhaps to the other end of the world, to serve as a headdress for some woolly-haired Negro. What a multiplicity of interests are brought into play! It was necessary to sow the plant, then, for a good half of the year to cultivate it. Out of a handful of flock, then, provision must be made for the remuneration of those who have cultivated and harvested. Next come the dealer who buys and the mariner who transports it. To each of them is due a part of the handful of flock. Then follow the spinner, weaver, dyer, all of whom the cotton must indemnify for their work. It is far from being finished. Now come other dealers who buy the fabrics, other mariners who carry them to all parts of the world, and finally merchants who sell them at retail. How can the handful of flock pay all these interested ones without itself acquiring an exorbitant price? To accomplish this wonder, two industrial powers intervene, work on a large scale, and the aid of machinery. You have seen how Ambergene spins wool on the wheel. The carded wool is first divided into long locks. One of these locks is applied to a hook which turns rapidly. The hook seizes the wool and in its rotation twists the fibers into one thread, which lengthens little by little at the expense of the lock held and regulated by the fingers. When the thread attains a certain length, Mother Ambergene rolls it on the spindle by a suitable movement of the wheel, then she continues twisting the wool again. Strictly speaking, cotton could be spun in the same way, but, however clever Mother Ambergene may be, the fabrics made from the thread of her wheel would cost an enormous price on account of the time spent. What then is to be done? A machine is made to spin the cotton. In rooms larger than the biggest church are placed, by hundreds of thousands, the nicely adjusted machines proper for spinning, with hooks, spindles, and bobbins. And all turn at the same time with a precision and rapidity that defy watching. The work goes on with noise enough to deafen you. The flock of cotton is seized by thousands and thousands of hooks. The endless threads come and go from one bobbin to another, and roll themselves on the spindles. In a few hours a mountain of cotton is converted into thread, the length of which would go several times around the whole earth. What have they spent for work which would have exhausted the strength of an army of spinners as clever as Mother Ambergene? Some shovelfuls of coal to heat the water, the steam of which starts the machine that sets everything going. Weaving, the printing of the colored designs, in short, the various operations that the flock undergoes to become cloth are executed by means quite as expeditious, quite as economical. And it is thus that the planter, broker, mariner, spinner, weaver, dyer, and merchant can all have their share in the handful of cotton flock which has become a piece of calico and is sold for 4 sous. End of Cotton. Chapter 18 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Hoover. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Paper. Mother Ambergene called Claire. A friend had just come to see her to learn about an embroidery stitch that troubled her. At the request of Jules and Emile, however, Uncle Paul continued. He knew Jules would take pleasure in repeating the conversation to his sister. Flax, linen, and cotton, especially the last named, have still another use of great importance. First they clothe us. Then, when too ragged to use any more, they serve to make paper. Paper! Exclaimed Emile. Paper, real paper, that on which we write, of which we make books, the beautiful white sheets of your copybooks, the leaves of a book, even the costliest gilt-edged and enriched with magnificent pictures, come to us from miserable rags. Despicable tatters are collected. Some of them are picked up from the filth of the street. Some are unspeakably filthy. They are sorted over, these for fine paper, those for coarse. They are thoroughly washed, for they need it. Now machines take them in hand. Scissors cut them, steel claws tear them, wheels make pulp of them and reduce them to shreds. Millstones take them and grind them still more. Then triturate them in mortar, and convert them into a sort of soup. The pulp is gray. It must be whitened. Then recourse is had to powerful drugs, which attack everything they touch, and in less than no time make it white as snow. Behold the pulpy mass thoroughly purified. Other machines spread it in thin layers on sieves. Water drips through, and the rag soup forms into felt. Cylinders press this felt, others dry it, others give it a polish. The paper is finished. Before it became paper, the first material was rags or cloth too tattered to use. How many uses has not this cloth served, and what energetic treatments has it not undergone before being cast out as rubbish? Washing with corrosive ashes, contact with acrid soup, pounding with a beetle, exposure to the sun, air, and rain. What is then this material which, in spite of its delicacy, resists the brutalities of washing, soap, sun, and air, which remains intact in the bosom of rottenness, which braves the machines and drugs of paper-making, and always comes out of these ordeals more supple and whiter, to become at last a sheet of paper, beautiful satiny paper, the confidant of our thoughts. You know now, my little friends, this admirable material, source of so much intellectual progress, comes to us from the flock of the cotton plant and the bark of hemp and flax. "I'm certainly going to surprise Claire," said Jules, "when I tell her that her beautiful prayer book with the silver clasp was made from horrid rags, perhaps from ragged handkerchiefs thrown away for rubbish, or from tatters picked up from the mud of the street. Claire will be interested to learn the nature of paper, but I am sure the lowly origin of her prayer book will not lessen the value of it in her mind. Skill performs a marvel in transforming despicable rags into a book, depository of noble thoughts. God, my dear child, does incomparably more in the miracle of vegetation. The filth of the dunghill, when buried in the soil, becomes transformed into the most pleasing things in the world, for it becomes the rose, the lily, and other flowers. As for us, let us be like Claire's book and the flowers of the good God. Let us try to have real value in ourselves, and let us never blush at our humble extraction. There is only one true greatness, only one true nobility, greatness and nobility of the soul. If we possess them, the merit is all the greater by reason of our lowly origin." End of Paper. Chapter 19 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Hoover. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Book. "Now that I know what paper is made of," said Jules, "I should like to know how they make books." "I could listen all day without getting tired," Emile asserted. "For a story, I would leave my top and my soldiers." "To make a book, my children, there is double work. First the labor of the one who thinks and writes it, then the labor of the one who prints it. To think a book and write it under the sole dictation of one's mind is a difficult and serious business. Brain work exhausts our strength much more quickly than manual labor, for we must put the best of ourselves into it, our soul. I tell you these things that you may see what gratitude you owe those who, solicitous for your future, think and write in order to teach you to think for yourselves, and to free you from the miseries of ignorance." "I am quite convinced," returned Jules, "of the difficulties to be overcome in order to compose a book under the sole dictation of one's mind. For when I want to write a letter of half a page to wish you a happy New Year, I come to a full stop at the first word. How hard it is to find the first word! My head is heavy, my face flushes, and I can't see straight. I shall do better when I know my grammar well. I'm sorry, my dear child, but I must undeceive you. Grammar cannot teach one to write. It teaches us to make a verb agree with its subject, an adjective with a substantive, and other things of that kind. It is very useful, I admit, for nothing is more displeasing than to violate the rules of language. But that does not impart the gift of writing. There are people whose memories are crammed with rules of grammar who, like you, stop short at the first word. Language is in some sort the clothing of thought. We cannot clothe what does not exist. We cannot speak or write what we do not find in our minds. Thought dictates and the pen writes. When the head is furnished with ideas, and usage, still more than grammar, has taught us the rules of language, we have all that is necessary to write excellent things correctly. But again, if ideas are wanting, if there is nothing in the head, what can you write? How are these ideas to be acquired? By study, reading, and conversation with people better instructed than we. Then, in listening to all these fine things you tell us, I am no doubt learning to write, said Jules. Why certainly, my little friend. It is not true, for example, that if it had been proposed to you a few days ago to write only 2 lines about the origin of paper, you would not have been able to do it. What was wanting? Ideas and not grammar, although you know very little of that yet. It is true, I was entirely ignorant what paper comes from. Today I know that cotton is a flock found in the bolls of a shrub called the cotton plant. I know that with this flock they make thread, then, after the thread, cloth. I know that when the cloth gets old with use, it is reduced to pulp by machines, and that this pulp, stretched in very thin layers and pressed, finally becomes a sheet of paper. I know these things well, and yet I should find it very hard to write them. You are mistaken, for all you need do is put in writing exactly what you have just told me. You write, then, just as you talk? Asked the boy incredulously. Yes, provided that speech is corrected if necessary on reflection, since writing gives time for it, whereas talking does not. In that case, I should soon have my 5 lines on paper. I should write, cotton is a flock that is found in the bolls of a shrub called the cotton plant. With this flock they make thread, and with this thread cloth. When the cloth is worn out, machines tear it into little pieces, and millstones grind it with water to make it into a pulp. This pulp is stretched in thin layers which are pressed and dried. Then it is paper. There! Is that right, uncle? As well as one could wish from one of your age, his uncle assured him. But that could not be put into a book. And why not? I promise you that shall be in a book some day. It has been said to me that our talks might be useful to many other little boys, as desirous to learn as you, and I propose to collect them in all their simplicity and make a book of them. A book where I could read at leisure the stories that you tell us. Oh, how pleased I am, uncle, and how I love you. You won't put my ignorant questions in that book? I shall put them all in. You know next to nothing now, my dear child, but you ardently desire to learn. That is a fine quality, and a very becoming one. Are you at least sure that the little boys who read this book will not laugh at me? I am sure. Tell them then that I love them well, and embrace them all. Tell them I wish them as good a top and as fine lead soldiers as those you gave me, put in Emil. Take care, Emil, cautioned his brother. Uncle may put your lead soldiers in the book. They will be there. They are there. End of the book. Chapter 20 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Hoover. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Printing. After a book is written, the author sends his work, his manuscript, to the printer, who is to reproduce it in printed letters and in as many copies as are desired. Picture to yourself fine and short metal sticks, on the end of each of which is carved in relief a letter of the alphabet. One of these sticks has an A on the end, another a B, another a C, etc. There are others which have a full stop, a comma, a semicolon. In fact, there are as many distinct kinds of these little metal pieces as there are letters and orthographic signs in our written language. Besides, each letter and each sign are represented a great many times. Let us take note, too, that all these characters are carved wrong side before. You will soon see the reason. A workman, called a compositor, has before him a stand of cases, of which each compartment is occupied by a single letter of the alphabet, or by an orthographic sign. The A's are in such a compartment, the B's in the second, the C's in the third, and so on. The letters, furthermore, are not arranged in the case alphabetically. To shorten the work, they put in the compartments near to hand the letters that occur most frequently, such as the E's, R's, I's, and A's. And they place in the more distant compartments the letters less often used, such as X's and Y's. The compositor has before him a manuscript, and at his left hand a little flanged iron ruler called a composing stick. As he reads, his right hand, guided by long habit, searches in the case the desired letter and places it in the composing stick, upright and in a row with the others. He separates the words by means of a metal stick like those of the letters, but the end of which remains depressed and does not bear any carving. The first line finished, the compositor begins another by setting a new row of little metal pieces next to the row already finished. Finally, when the composing stick is full, the workman cautiously places the contents in an iron frame, which keeps the delicate combination from going to pieces, and he continues thus until the frame is quite full, and we have what is called the printing bed. This plate is composed of a multitude of little metal sticks, simply placed side by side. There are as many of these as there are letters, orthographic signs, and spaces separating the words. The arrangement of these numerous bits of metal is a masterpiece that a false movement might ruin. It is held firm in its iron frame by means of wedges, so that the whole thing seems made of a single block of metal. The bed is then ready for printing. A roller, impregnated with a thick ink made of oil and lamp black, is passed over the plate. The letters and orthographic signs, which alone stand out in relief, become covered with ink. The rest does not take it because its surface is lower. A sheet of paper is placed on the ink plate. It is covered with a pad to protect it, then pressed hard. The ink of the characters is deposited on the paper, and the sheet is found printed on one side. To print the other, the operation is repeated with a second plate. The metal letters are, as I said, carved wrong side before, as the letters of a book appear when you look at them in a mirror. The inky imprint left by them on the paper reproduces them in a reversed position, and consequently in the right way. The first sheet is followed immediately by a second. With the roller, the plate is inked again, a sheet of paper is applied, pressure is exerted, and it is done. Then comes a third sheet, 100th, 1000th, indefinitely. All that is needed each time is to ink the plate, cover it with paper, then press. All this is done with such rapidity that in a short time we have a great pile of printed sheets, each of which it would take a whole day to write by hand. Before the invention of this marvelous art, which enables us to reproduce the works of the mind very rapidly, and in as great numbers as may be desired, we were restricted to handmade copies. These manuscript books required years of work, and hence were very rare and high-priced. Large fortunes were necessary to acquire a library of several volumes. Today, books find their way everywhere, spreading in profusion even amongst the lowest classes the sacred bread of intelligence. Printing has been known for 400 years. Its invention is due to Gutenberg. "That is a name I shall never forget," said Jules. It deserves above all to be remembered, for with the printed book Gutenberg rendered impossible henceforth the ignorant times through which man has miserably passed. Our intellectual treasures, resources for the future, are better than engraved on stone or metal. They are inscribed on sheets of paper, in copies too numerous to be all destroyed. End of Printing.
Chapter 21 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 21. Butterflies. Oh, how beautiful! Oh, my goodness, how beautiful they are! There are some whose wings are barred with red on a garnet background, some bright blue with black circles, others are sulphur yellow with orange spots, again others are white fringed with gold color. They have on the forehead 2 fine horns, 2 antennae, sometimes fringed like an egret, sometimes cut off like a tuft of feathers. Under the head they have a proboscis, a sucker as fine as a hair, and twisted into a spiral. When they approach a flower they untwist the proboscis and plunge it to the bottom of the corolla to drink a drop of honeyed liquor. Oh, how beautiful they are! Oh, my goodness, how beautiful they are! But if one manages to touch them, their wings tarnish and leave between the fingers a fine dust like that of precious metals. Now their uncle told the children the names of the butterflies that flew on the flowers in the garden. "This one," said he, "whose wings are white with a black border and 3 black spots, is called the cabbage butterfly. This larger one, whose yellow wings barred with black terminate in a long tail, at the base of which are found a large rust-colored eye and blue spots, is called the swallowtail. This tiny one, sky blue above, silver gray underneath, sprinkled with black eyes in white circles, with a line of reddish spots bordering the wings, is called the argus." And Uncle Paul continued thus, naming the butterflies that a bright sun had drawn to the flowers. "The argus ought to be difficult to catch," observed Emil. "He sees everywhere. His wings are covered with eyes." The pretty round spots that a great many butterflies have on their wings are not really eyes, although they are called by that name. They are ornaments, nothing more. Real eyes, eyes for seeing, are in the head. The Argus has two, neither more nor fewer than the other butterflies. "Claire tells me," said Jules, "that butterflies come from caterpillars. Is it true, Uncle?" "Yes, my child. Every butterfly, before becoming the graceful creature which flies from flower to flower with magnificent wings, is an ugly caterpillar that creeps with effort. Thus the cabbage butterfly which I have just shown you is first a green caterpillar which stays on the cabbages and gnaws the leaves. Jack will tell you how much pains he takes to protect his cabbage patch from the voracious insect. For you see caterpillars have a terrible appetite. You will soon learn the reason. Most insects behave like caterpillars. On coming out of the egg they have a provisional form that they must replace later by another. They are, as it were, born twice, first imperfect, dull, voracious, ugly, then perfect, agile, abstemious, and often of an admirable richness and elegance. Under its first form the insect is a worm called by the general name of larva. You remember the lion of the plant lice, the grub that eats the lice of the rose bush and for weeks without being able to satisfy itself continues day and night its ferocious feasting. Well, this grub is a larva that will change itself into a little lacewing fly, the Hemerobus, whose wings are of gauze and eyes of gold. Before becoming the pretty red ladybird with black spots, this little insect, which, in spite of its innocent air, crunches the plant lice, is a very ugly worm, a slate-colored larva, covered with little points, and itself very fond of plant lice. The June bug, the silly June bug, which, if its legs is held by a thread, awkwardly puffs out its wings, makes all preparations and starts out the tune of "Fly, fly, fly," is at first a white worm, a plump larva, fat as bacon, which lives underground, attacks the roots of plants, and destroys our crops. The big stag beetle, whose head is armed with menacing mandibles, shaped like the stag's horns, is at first a large worm that lives in old tree trunks. It is the same with the capricorn, so peculiar for its long antennae. And the worm found in our ripe cherries, which is so repugnant to us, what does it become? It becomes a beautiful fly, its wings adorned with 4 hands of black velvet, and so on with the others. Well, this initial state of the insect, this worm, first form of youth, is called the larva. The wonderful change which transforms the larva into a perfect insect is called metamorphosis. Caterpillars are larvae. By metamorphosis they turn into beautiful butterflies whose wings, decorated with the richest colors, fill us with admiration. The Argus, now so beautiful with its celestial blue wings, was first a poor hairy caterpillar. The splendid swallowtail began by being a green caterpillar with black stripes across it, and red spots on its sides. Out of these despicable vermin, metamorphosis has made those delightful creatures which only the flowers can rival in elegance. You all know the tale of Cinderella. The sisters have left for the ball, very proud, very smart. Cinderella, her heart full, is watching the kettle. The godmother arrives. "Go," says she, "to the garden and get a pumpkin." And behold, the scooped out pumpkin changes under the godmother's wand into a gilded carriage. "Cinderella," says she again, "open the mouse trap." 6 mice run out of it, and are no sooner touched by the magic wand than they turn into 6 beautiful dappled gray horses. A bearded rat becomes a big coachman with a commanding mustache. 6 lizards sleeping behind the watering pot become green bedizzled footmen, who immediately jump up behind the carriage. Finally, the poor girl's shabby clothes are changed to gold and silver ones sprinkled with precious stones. Cinderella starts for the ball, in glass slippers. You apparently know the rest of it better than I. These powerful godmothers for whom it is play to change mice into horses, lizards into footmen, ugly clothes into sumptuous ones, these gracious fairies who astonish you with their fabulous prodigies, what are they, my dear children, in comparison with reality? The great fairy of the good God who out of a dirty worm, object of disgust, knows how to make a creature of ravishing beauty. He touches with his divine wand a miserable hairy caterpillar, an abject worm that slobbers in rotten wood, and the miracle is accomplished. The disgusting larva has turned into a beetle all shining with gold, a butterfly whose azure wings would have outshone Cinderella's fine toilette. End of chapter 21. Recording by Sharon Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 22 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Big Eaters. Insects propagate themselves by eggs, which they lay, with admirable foresight, where the young will be sure to find nourishment. The little creature that comes from the egg is a larva, a feeble grub, which, most often, has to shift for itself, procure at its own risk food and shelter, the most difficult thing in this world. In these painful beginnings it cannot expect any help from its mother, dead some time before. For in insect life, the parents generally die before the hatching of the eggs that produce the young. Without delay, the little larva sets to work. It eats. It is its sole business, and a serious one, on which its future depends. It eats, not only to keep up its strength from day to day, but above all to acquire the plumpness necessary for its future metamorphosis. I must tell you, and this perhaps will surprise you, that an insect ceases to grow after attaining its final perfect form. It is known, too, that there are insects, among others, the butterfly of the silkworm, that do not take any nourishment at all. A cat is at first a tiny little pink-nosed creature, so small that it could rest in the hollow of the hand. In 1 or 2 months it is a pretty kitten that amuses itself at a mere nothing, and with its nimble paw whips the wisp of paper that one throws before it. Another year, and it is a tomcat that patiently watches for mice or joins battle with its rivals on the roof. But whether a tiny creature, hardly able to open its little blue eyes, or a pretty playful kitten, or a big quarrelsome tomcat, it has always the form of a cat. It is otherwise with insects. The swallowtail, under its form of butterfly, is not first small, then medium, then large. When, for the first time, it opens its wings and takes flight, it is as large as it ever will be. When it comes out from underground, where it lived as a grub, when for the first time it appears in the daylight, the June bug is such as you know it. There are little cats, but no little swallowtails, nor little June bugs. After the metamorphosis, an insect is what it will be to the end. But I have seen small June bugs flying round the willows in the evening, objected Jules. Those little June bugs are of a different kind. They will always remain the same. Never will they grow and become common June bugs, any more than a cat would grow into a tiger, which it resembles so much. The grub alone grows. At first very small on coming out of the egg, little by little it acquires a size in conformity with the future insect. It gathers the materials that the metamorphosis will use, materials for the wings, antennae, legs, and all those things that the larva does not have, but that the insect must have. Out of what will the big green worm that lives in dead wood and must some day become a stag beetle make the enormous branched mandibles and the robust horny covering of the perfect insect? Of what will the larva make the long antennae of the capricorn? Of what will the caterpillar make the large wings of the swallowtail? Of that which the caterpillar, larva, and worm amass now, with thrifty hoarding of life-supporting matter. If the little pink-nosed cat were born without ears, paws, tail, fur, mustaches, if it were simply a little ball of flesh, and should some day have to acquire all at once, while asleep, ears, paws, tail, fur, mustaches, and many other things, is it not true that this work of life would necessitate materials gathered together beforehand, and held in reserve in the fatty tissues of the animal? No thing can be made from nothing. The smallest hair of the cat's mustache shoots forth at the expense of the substance of the animal, substance which it acquires by eating. The larva is in precisely this case. It has nothing, or next to nothing, that the perfect insects must have. It must, therefore, amass, in view of future changes, materials for the change. It must eat for two, for itself first, and then for the insect that will come from its substance, transformed and, in a sense, recast. So the larvae are endowed with an incomparable appetite. As I've said, to eat is their sole business. They eat night and day, often without stopping, without taking breath. To lose a mouthful, what imprudence! The future butterfly would perhaps have one scale less to its wings. So they eat gluttonously, take on a stomach, become big, fat, plump. It is the duty of the larvae. Some attack plants. They browse on the leaves, chew the flowers, bite the flesh of fruit. Others have a stomach strong enough to digest wood. They hollow out galleries in the tree trunks, file off, grate, pulverize the hardest oak, as well as a tender willow. Others, again, prefer decomposed animal matter. They haunt infected corpses, fill their stomachs with rottenness. Still others seek excrement and feast on filth. They are all scavengers on whom has developed the high mission of cleansing the earth of its pollution. You would sicken at the mere thought of these worms that swarm in pus. Yet one of the most important services, a providential service, is rendered by these disgusting eaters, which clear away infection and give back its constituent elements to life. As if to make amends for its filthy needs, one of these larvae will later be a magnificent fly, rivaling polished bronze in its brilliancy. Another, a beetle perfumed with musk, its rich coat vying with gold and precious stones in splendor. But these larvae, devoted to the work of general sanitation, cannot make us forget other eaters, of whom we are victims. The grubs of the June bug alone sometimes multiply so rapidly in the ground that immense tracts are denuded of vegetation, which is gnawed at the roots. The forester's shrubs, the farmer's harvests, the gardener's plants, just when everything seems prosperous, some fine morning, hang withered, smitten to death. The worm has passed that way, and all is lost. Fire could not have committed more frightful ravages. A miserable yellow louse, hardly visible, lives underground, where it attacks the roots of the grapevine. It is called Phylloxera. Its calamitous breed threatens to destroy all our vineyards. Some grubs, small enough to lodge in a grain of wheat, ravage the wheat in our granaries and leave only the bran. Others browse the lucerne so that the mower finds nothing left. Others, for years, gnaw at the heart of the wood of the oak, poplar, pine, and divers other large trees. Others, which turn into those little white butterflies flying around the lamp in the evening, and called moths, eat our cloth stuffs bit by bit, and finish by reducing them to rags. Others attack wainscoting, old furniture, and reduce them to powder. Others, but I should never get through if I were to tell you all. This little people, to which we often disdain to pay the slightest attention, this little race of insects, is so powerful on account of the robust appetite of its larvae that man ought seriously to reckon with it. If a certain grub succeeds in multiplying beyond measure, whole provinces are threatened with the tragic fate of starvation, and we are left in perfect ignorance on the subject of these devourers. How can you defend yourself if the enemy is unknown to you? Ah, if only I had the management of these things! As for you, my dear children, while waiting for our talks to be resumed, with more detail concerning these ravagers, remember this: the larvae of insects are the great eaters of this world, the providential demolishers that finish the work of death, and thus prepare for the work of life, since everything, or nearly everything, passes through their stomach. End of The Big Eaters. Recording by Jill Ingle. Chapter 23 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Silk. Sooner or later, according to its species, a day comes when the larva feels itself strong enough to face the perils of metamorphosis. It has valiantly done its duty, since to stuff its paunch is the duty of a worm. It has eaten for two, itself and the matured insect. Now it is advisable to renounce feasting, retire from the world, and prepare itself a quiet shelter for the death-like sleep during which its second birth takes place. 1,000 methods are employed for the preparation of this lodging. Certain larvae simply bury themselves in the ground. Others hollow out round niches with polished sides. There are some that make themselves a case out of dry leaves. There are others that know how to glue together a hollow ball out of grains of sand or rotten wood or loam. Those that live in tree trunks stop up with plugs of sawdust both ends of the galleries they have hollowed out. Those that live in wheat gnaw all the farinaceous part of the grain, scrupulously leaving untouched the outside or bran, which is to serve them as cradle. Others, with less precaution, shelter themselves in some crack of the bark or of a wall, and fasten themselves there by a string which goes round their body. To this number belong the caterpillars of the cabbage butterfly and the swallowtail. But especially in the making of the silk cell called cocoon is the highest skill of the larvae shown. An ashy white caterpillar, the size of the little finger, is raised in large numbers for its cocoon, with which silk stuffs are made. It is called the silkworm. In very clean rooms are placed reed screens, on which they put mulberry leaves, and the young caterpillars come from eggs hatched in the house. The mulberry is a large tree, cultivated on purpose to nourish these caterpillars. It has no value except for its leaves, the sole food of silkworms. Large tracts are devoted to its cultivation, so precious is the handiwork of the worm. The caterpillars eat the ration of leaves that is frequently renewed on the screens, and from time to time change their skin according to their rate of growth. Their appetite is such that the clicking of their jaws is like the noise of a shower falling during a calm on the foliage of the trees. It is true that the room contains thousands and thousands of worms. The caterpillar gets its growth in 4 or 5 weeks. Then the screens are set with sprigs of heather, on which the worms climb when the time comes for them to spin their cocoons. They settle themselves one by one amid the sprigs, and fasten here and there a multitude of very fine threads, so as to make a kind of network which will hold them suspended, and serve them as scaffolding for the great work of the cocoon. The silk thread comes out from the under lip through a hole called the spinneret. In the body of the caterpillar the silk material is a very thick, sticky liquid resembling gum. In coming through the opening of the lip, this liquid is drawn out into a thread, which glues itself to the preceding threads and immediately hardens. The silk matter is not entirely contained in the mulberry leaf that the worm eats, any more than is milk in the grass that the cow browses. The caterpillar makes it out of the materials of its food, just as the cow makes milk of the constituents of her forage. Without the caterpillar's help, man could never extract from the mulberry leaves the material for his costliest fabrics. Our most beautiful silk stuffs really take birth in the worm that dribbles them into a thread. Let us return to the caterpillar suspended in the midst of its net. Now it is working at the cocoon. Its head is in continual motion. It advances, retires, ascends, descends, goes to right and left, while letting escape from its lip a tiny thread, which rolls itself loosely around the animal, sticks itself to the thread already in place, and finishes by forming a continuous envelope the size of a pigeon's egg. The silken structure is at first transparent enough to permit one to see the caterpillar at work, but as it grows thicker, what passes within is soon hidden from view. What follows can easily be guessed. For 3 or 4 days the caterpillar continues to thicken the walls of the cocoon until it has exhausted its store of liquid silk. Here it is at last, retired from the world, isolated, tranquil, ready for the transfiguration so soon to take place. Its whole life, its long life of a month, it has worked in anticipation of the metamorphosis. It has crammed itself with mulberry leaves, has extenuated itself to make the silk for its cocoon, but thus it is going to become a butterfly. What a solemn moment for the caterpillar! Ah, my children, I had almost forgotten man's part in all this. Hardly is the work of the cocoon finished, when he runs to the heather sprig, lays violent hands on the cocoons, and sells them to the manufacturer. The latter, without delay, puts them into an oven, and subjects them to the action of burning vapor, to kill the future butterfly, whose tender flesh is beginning to form. If he delayed, the butterfly would pierce the cocoon, which, no longer capable of being unwound on account of its broken threads, would lose its value. This precaution taken, the rest is done at leisure. The cocoons are unwound in factories called spinning mills. They are put into a pan of boiling water to dissolve the gum, which holds the successive windings together. A workwoman, armed with a little heather broom, stirs them in the water, in order to find and seize the end of the thread, which she puts on a revolving reel. Under the action of the machine, the thread of silk unwinds, while the cocoon jumps about in the hot water, like a ball of wool when one pulls the yarn. In the center of the threadbare cocoon is the chrysalis, scorched and killed by the fire. Later, the silk undergoes diverse operations, which give it more suppleness and luster. It passes into the dyer's vats, where it takes any color desired. Finally, it is woven and converted into fabric. End of Silk. Recording by Jill Ingle. Chapter 24 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Metamorphosis. Once enclosed in its cocoon, the caterpillar withers and shrivels up as if dying. First the skin splits on the back. Then, by repeated convulsions that pull it this way and that, the worm with much difficulty tears off its skin. With the skin comes everything, the case of the skull, jaws, eyes, legs, stomach, and the rest. It is a general tearing off. The ragged covering of the old body is finally pushed into a corner of the cocoon. What do they find, then, in the cells of silk? Another caterpillar? A butterfly? Neither. They find an almond-shaped body, rounded at one end, pointed at the other, of a leathery appearance and called a chrysalis. It is an intermediate state between the caterpillar and the butterfly. There can be seen certain projections which already indicate the shape of the future insect. At the large end can be distinguished the antennae and the wings tightly folded crosswise on the chrysalis. The larvae of the June bug, capricorn, stag beetle, and other beetles pass through a similar state, but with more accentuated forms. The different parts of the head, wings, legs, delicately folded at their sides, are very recognizable. But all is immobile, soft, white, or even transparent as crystal. This insect in outline is called a nymph. The name of chrysalis used for butterflies and that of nymph used for the other insects signify the same thing under somewhat different appearances. Both the chrysalis and the nymph are insects in process of formation, insects closely wrapped in swaddling clothes, under which is finished the mysterious operation that will change their first structure front top to bottom. In a couple of weeks, if the temperature is favorable, the chrysalis of the silkworm opens like a ripe fruit, and from its burst shell the butterfly escapes, all ragged, moist, scarcely able to stand on its trembling legs. Open air is necessary for it to gain strength, to spread and dry its wings. It must get out of the cocoon. But how? The caterpillar has made the cocoon so solid, and the butterfly is so weak. Will it perish in its prison, the poor little thing? It would not be worth the trouble of going through so much, to stifle miserably in the close cell, just as the end is attained. Could it not tear the cocoon open with its teeth? Asked Emile. But, my innocent child, it has none, nor anything like them. It has only a proboscis, incapable of the slightest effort. With its claws, then, suggested Jules. Yes, if they had any strong enough. The trouble is, it is not provided with any. But it must be able to get out, persisted Jules. Doubtless it will get out. Has not every creature resources in the difficult moments of life? To break the hen's egg that imprisons it, the tiny little chicken has at the end of its beak a little hard point made on purpose, and the butterfly is to have nothing to open its cocoon? Oh, yes, but you would never guess the singular tool that it will use. It will use its eyes. Its eyes? Interrupted Claire in amazement. Yes, insects' eyes are covered with a cap of transparent horn, hard and cut in facets. A magnifying glass is needed in order to distinguish these facets, they are so fine. But, fine as they are, they have sharp bones, which altogether can, in time of need, be used as a grater. The butterfly begins, then, by moistening, with a drop of saliva, the point of the cocoon it wishes to attack, and then, applying an eye to the spot thus softened, it writhes, knocks, scratches, files. One by one the threads of the silk succumb to the rasping. The hole is made, the butterfly comes out. What do you think about it? Do not animals sometimes have intelligence enough for four? Which of us would have thought of forcing the prison walls by striking them with the eye? The butterfly must have studied a long time to think of that ingenious way, queried Emile. The butterfly does not study, does not reflect. It knows at once what to do and how to do well whatever concerns it. Another has reflected for it. Who? God himself, God the great wise one. The silkworm butterfly is not pretty. It is whitish, tun-bellied, heavy. It does not fly like the others from flower to flower, for it takes no nourishment. As soon as it is out of the cocoon, it sets to work laying eggs. Then it dies. Silkworm eggs are commonly called seed, a very good term, for the egg is the seed of the animal, as the seed is the egg of the plant. Egg and seed correspond. They do not stifle all the cocoons in the vapor to wind them afterwards. They keep out a certain number, so as to obtain butterflies, and consequently eggs or seeds. These are the seeds which, the following year, produce the fresh brood of worms. All insects that are metamorphosed pass through the four states that I have just told you about: egg, larva, chrysalis or nymph, perfect insect. The perfect insect lays its eggs, and the series of transformations begins again. End of the Metamorphosis. Recording by Jill Ingle.
Chapter 25 of the Story Book of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story Book of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Spiders. One morning Mother Ambroisine was chopping herbs and cooking apples for a brood of little chickens hatched not long before. A large gray spider, letting it slide the length of its thread, descended from the ceiling to the good woman's shoulders. At sight of the creature, with long velvety legs, Mother Ambroisine could not suppress a cry of fear, and shaking her shoulder, made the insect fall, and crushed it under her foot. "Spider in the morning stands for morning," said she to herself. At this instant Uncle Paul and Claire entered. "No, sir, it is not right," said Mother Ambroisine, "that we poor mortals should have so much useless trouble. 12 little chickens are hatched out for us, bright as gold, and just as I am preparing them something to eat, a villainous spider falls on my shoulder." And Mother Ambroisine pointed with her finger at the crushed insect with its legs still trembling. "I do not see that those little chickens have anything to fear from the spider," remarked Uncle Paul. "Oh, nothing, sir? The horrid creature is dead. But you know the proverb, 'Spider in the morning, morning; spider at night, delight.' Everybody knows that a spider seen in the morning is a sign of bad luck. Our little chickens are in danger. The cats will claw them. You'll see, sir, you'll see." Tears of emotion came to Mother Ambroisine's eyes. "Put the little chickens in a safe place, watch the cats, and I will answer for the rest. The proverb of the spider is only a foolish prejudice," said Uncle Paul. Mother Ambroisine did not utter another word. She knew that Maître Paul found a reason for everything, and on occasion was capable of pronouncing a eulogy on the spider. Claire, who saw this eulogy coming, ventured a question. "I know in your eyes all animals, however hideous they may be, have excellent excuses to plead. All merit consideration, all play a part ordained by Providence, all are interesting to observe and to study. You are the advocate of the good God's creatures, you would plead for the toad. But permit your niece to see there only an impulse of your kind heart, and not the real truth. What could you say in praise of the spider, horrid beast, which is poisonous, and disfigures the ceiling with its webs? What could I say? Much, my dear child, much. In the meantime, Feed your little chickens, and beware of cats, if you want to prove the spider proverb false." In the evening, Mother Ambroisine, her large round spectacles on her nose, was knitting stockings. On her knees the cat slept, and mingled its purring with the tick-tack of the needles. The children were waiting for the story of the spider. Their uncle began: "Which of you three can tell me what spiders do with their webs? Those fine webs stretched in the corners of the granary, or between two shrubs in the garden?" Emile spoke first. "It is their nest, uncle, their house, their hiding place." "Hiding place!" exclaimed Jules. "Yes, I think it is more than that. One day I heard between the lilac branches a shrill little noise. Zzz. A blue fly was entangled in a cobweb and trying to escape. It was the fly that was making the noise with its fluttering. A spider ran from the bottom of the silken funnel, seized the fly, and carried it off to its hole, doubtless to eat it. Since then I have thought spiders' webs were hunting nets." "That is even so," said his uncle. "All spiders live on live prey. They make continual war on flies, gnats, and other insects. If you fear mosquitoes, those insufferable little insects that sting us at night until they bring blood, you must bless the spider, for it does its best to rid us of them. To catch game, a net is necessary. Now the net to catch flies in their flight is a cloth woven with silk, which the spider itself produces. In the body of the insect, the silk matter is, as with caterpillars, a sticky liquid resembling glue or gum. As soon as it comes in contact with the air, this matter congeals, hardens, and becomes a thread on which water has no effect. When the spider wants to spin, the silk liquid flows from 4 nipples called spinnerets, placed at the end of the stomach. These nipples are pierced at their extremity by a number of holes like the sprinkler of a watering pot. The number of these holes for all the nipples is roughly reckoned as 1,000. Each one lets its tiny little jet of liquid flow, which hardens and becomes thread, and from 1,000 threads stuck together into one results the final thread employed by the spider. To designate something very fine there is no better term of comparison than the spider's thread. It is so delicate, in fact, that it can only just be seen. Our silk threads, those of the finest texture, are cables in comparison, cables of 2, 3, 4 strands, which this one, in its unequal tenuity, contains 1,000. How many spiders' threads are required to make a strand of the thickness of a hair? Not far from 10. And how many elementary threads, such as issue from the separate holes of the spinneret? 10,000. To what degree of tenuity, then, this silky matter can be reduced that stretches out to threads of which it takes 10,000 to equal the size of one hair? What marvels, my children! And only to catch a fly that is to serve for the spider's dinner. Chapter 25. Spiders. Recorded by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine. Chapter 26 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 26. The Epeira's Bridge. Here Uncle Paul caught Claire looking at him thoughtfully. It was evident that some change was taking place in her mind. The spider was no longer a repulsive creature, unworthy of our regard. Uncle Paul continued. With its legs armed with sharp-toothed little claws like combs, the spider draws the thread from its spinnerets as it has need. If it wishes to descend like the one this morning that came down from the ceiling onto Mother Ambrosine's shoulder, it glues the end of the thread to the point of departure and lets itself fall perpendicularly. The thread is drawn from the spinnerets by the weight of the spider, and the latter, softly suspended, descends at any depth it wishes, and as slowly as it pleases. In order to ascend again, it climbs up the thread by folding it gradually into a skein between its legs. For a second descent, the spider has only to let its skein of silk unwind little by little. To weave its web, each kind of spider has its own method of procedure, according to the kind of game it is going to hunt, the places it frequents, and according to its particular inclinations, tastes, and instincts. I will merely tell you a few words about the Epeira. Large spiders, magnificently speckled with yellow, black, and silvery white. They are hunters of big game, of green or blue damselflies that frequent the watercourses, of butterflies and large flies. They stretch their web vertically between two trees, and even from one bank of a stream to the other. Let us examine this last case. An Epeira has found a good place for hunting. The dragonflies, or blue and green damselflies, come and go from one tuft of reeds to another, sometimes going up, sometimes down the stream. Along its course are butterflies also, and horseflies, or large flies that suck blood from cattle. The sight is a good one. Now then, to work. The Epeira climbs to the top of a willow at the water's edge. There it matures its plan, an audacious one, the execution of which seems impossible. A suspension bridge, a cable which serves as support for the future web, must be stretched from one bank to the other. And observe, children, that the spider cannot cross the stream by swimming. It would perish by drowning if it ventured into the water. It must stretch its cable, its bridge, from the top of its branch without changing place. Never has an engineer found himself in such difficulties. What will the little creature do? Put your heads together, children. I am waiting for your ideas. build a bridge from one side to the other without crossing the water or moving away from its place? If the spider can do that, it is cleverer than I am." Thus spoke Jules. "Then I too," chimed in his brother. "If I did not already know," said Claire, "since you have just told us that the spider does accomplish it, I should say that its bridge is impossible." Mother Ambroisine said nothing, but by the slackening of the tick-tack of her needles, every one could see that she was much interested in the spider's bridge. "Animals often have more intelligence than we," continued Uncle Paul. "The Epeira will prove it to us. With its hind legs it draws a thread from its spinnerets. The thread lengthens and lengthens. It floats from the top of the branch. The spider draws out more and more. Finally it stops. Is the thread long enough? Is it too short? That is what must be looked after. If too long, it would be wasting the precious silky liquid. If too short, it would not fulfill the given conditions. A glance is thrown at the distance to be crossed, an exact glance, you may be sure. The thread is found too short. The spider lengthens it by drawing out a little more. Now all goes well. The thread has the wished-for length, and the work is done. The Epeira waits at the top of its branch. The rest will be accomplished without help. From time to time it bears with its legs on the thread to see if it resists. Ah, it resists. The bridge is fixed. The spider crosses the stream on its suspension bridge. What has happened then? This. The thread floated from the top of the willow. A breath of air blew the free end of the thread into the branches on the opposite bank. This end got tangled there. Behold the mystery. The Epeira has only to draw the thread to itself, to stretch it properly, and make a suspension bridge of it. "Oh, how simple!" cried Jules, "and yet not one of us would have thought of it." "Yes, my friend, it is very simple, but at the same time very ingenious. It is thus with all work. Simplicity in the means employed is a sign of excellence. To simplify is to have knowledge, to complicate is to be ignorant. The Epeira, in its kind of construction, is science perfected." "Where does it get that science, uncle?" asked Claire. "Animals have not reason. Then who teaches the Epeira to build its suspension bridges?" "No one, my dear child. It is born with this knowledge. It has it by instinct. The infallible inspiration of the Father of all things, who creates in the least of his creatures for their preservation ways of acting before which our reason is often confounded. When the Epeira from the top of the willow gets ready to spin its web, what inspires it with the audacious project of the bridge, what gives it patience to wait for the floating end of the thread to entwine in the branches of the other bank, what assures it of the success of a labor that it is performing, perhaps for the first time, and has never seen done? It is the universal reason that watches over creation, and takes among men the thrice holy name of Providence. Uncle Paul had won his case. In the eyes of all, even of Mother Ambroisine, spiders were no longer frightful creatures. End of The Epeira's Bridge, recorded by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine. Chapter 27 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Spider's Web. The next day the little chickens were all hatched and doing well. The hen had led them to the courtyard, and scratching the soil and clucking, she dug up small seeds which the little ones came and took from their mother's beak. At the slightest approach of danger, the hen called the brood, and all ran to snuggle under her outstretched wings. The boldest soon put their heads out, their pretty little heads framed in their mother's black feathers. The alarm over, the hen began clucking and scratching again, and the little ones went trotting around her once more. Completely reassured, Mother Ambroisine forever renounced her proverb of the spider. In the evening Uncle Paul continued the story of the Epeira. Since it must serve as a support to the silken network, the first thread stretched from one bank to the other must be of exceptional firmness. The Epeira begins, therefore, by fixing both ends well, then going and coming on the thread from one extremity to the other, always spinning. It doubles and trebles the strands and sticks them together in a common cable. A second similar cable is necessary, placed beneath the first in an almost parallel direction. It is between the two that the web must be spun. For this purpose, from one of the ends of the cable already constructed, the Epeira lets itself fall perpendicularly, hanging by the thread that escapes from its spinnerets. It reaches a lower branch, fastens the thread firmly to it, and ascends to the communicating bridge by the vertical thread it used for descending. The spider then reaches the other branch, still spinning, but without gluing this new strand of silk to the cable. Arrived at the other side, it lets itself slide on to a branch conveniently placed, and there fastens the end of the thread that it has spun on its way from one bank to the other. This second chief piece of the framework becomes a cable by the addition of new threads. Finally, the two parallel cables are made firm at each end by diverse threads starting from it in every direction and attaching themselves to the branches. Other threads go out from this point and that, from one cable to the other, leaving between them, in the middle of the construction, a large open space, almost circular, destined for the net. Thus far the Epeira has only constructed the framework of its building, a rough but solid framework. Now begins the work of fine precision. The net must be spun. Across the open circular space the diverse threads of the framework leave between them. A first thread is stretched. The Epeira stations itself right in the middle of this thread, central point of the web to be constructed. From this center numerous threads must start at equal distances from one another and be fastened to the circumference by the other end. They are called radiating lines. Accordingly, the Epeira glues a thread to the center, and ascending by the transverse threads already stretched, fixes the end of the line to the circumference. That done, it returns to the center by the line that it has just stretched. There it glues a second thread and immediately regains the circumference. There it fastens the end of the second line a short distance from the first one, going thus alternately from the center to the circumference and from the circumference to the center by way of the last thread just stretched. The spider fills the circular space with radiating lines so regularly spaced that you would say they were traced with rule and compass by an expert hand. When the radiating lines are finished, the most delicate work of all is still left for the spider. Each of these lines must be bound by a thread that, starting at the circumference, twists and turns in a spiral line around the center where it terminates. The spider starts from the top of the web, and unwinding its thread, stretches it from one radiating line to another, keeping always at an equal distance from the outside thread. By thus circling about always at the same distance from the preceding thread, the spider ends at the center of the radiating lines. The network is then finished. Now there must be arranged a little ambuscade from which the Epeira can survey its web, a resting room where it finds shelter from the coolness of the night and the heat of the day. In a little bunch of leaves close together the spider builds itself a silken den, a sort of funnel of close texture. That is its usual abiding place. If the weather is favorable and the passage of game abundant, morning and evening especially, the Epeira leaves its den and posts itself motionless in the center of the web, to watch events more closely, and run to the game quickly enough to prevent its escape. The spider is at its post in the middle of the network, its 8 legs spread out wide. It does not move, it pretends to be dead. No hunter on the watch would have such patience. Let us copy its example, and await the coming of the game. The children were disappointed. At the moment when the story became the most interesting, Uncle Paul broke off his narrative. "The Epeira has interested us very much, Uncle," said Jules. "The bridge over the stream, the cobweb with its regular radiating lines, and the thread that twists and turns, getting nearer and nearer to the center, the room for the ambush and rest. All this is very astonishing in a creature that does these wonderful things without having to learn how. Catching the game ought to be still more curious." "Very curious indeed. Therefore, instead of telling you about the hunt, I prefer to show it to you. Yesterday, in crossing the field, I saw an Epeira constructing its web between 2 trees on the little stream where such fine crayfish are caught. Let us get up early in the morning and go and see the chase." End of The Spider Web, recorded by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine. Chapter 28 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre, translated by Florence Bicknell. The Chase. Uncle Paul had said, "Let us get up early in the morning." No one had to be called. One sleeps little when one is going to see an Epeira hunt. About 7 o'clock, with the sun shining bright, They were at the border of the stream. The cobweb was finished. Some dewdrops hanging to the threads shone like pearls. Hence the spider was not yet in the center of the net. No doubt it was waiting, before descending from its room, for the sun to dissipate the morning dampness. The party sat down on the grass for breakfast, at the very foot of the alder tree to which were fastened the cables of the net. Blue damselflies flew from one tuft of rushes to another and chased each other playfully. "Beware, you giddy ones, you will not know how to avoid the web by passing over and under it. Ah, it has happened. So much the worse for the victim. When one plays foolishly with one's companions, one must at least look where one is going. A dragonfly is caught in the meshes of the web. With one wing free, it struggles to escape. It shakes the web, but the cables hold in spite of the shaking. Threads in communication with the resting room warn the Epeira by their agitation of the important things taking place in the nest. The spider hastily descends, but it does not get there in time. With a desperate stroke of its wing, the dragonfly frees itself and escapes, tearing a large hole in the web. "Oh, how well it got out!" cried Jules. "A little more and the poor thing would have been eaten alive. Did you see, Emile, how quickly the spider ran down from its hiding place when it felt the web move? The hunt begins badly, the game escapes, and the net is torn." "Yes, but the spider is going to mend it," his uncle reassured him, and in fact, as soon as it had recovered from its misadventure, the Epeira renewed the broken threads with delicate dexterity. The darning finished, the damage could hardly be detected. The spider now takes its place in the center of the network. The right moment for the chase has come, apparently, and it is advisable for it to pounce upon the game as quickly as possible to avoid other misadventures. It spreads its 8 feet in a circle to receive the slightest movement that may come at any point of the web, and it waits, completely motionless. The dragonflies continue their evolutions. Not one is caught. The recent alarm has rendered them circumspect. They fly around the web to pass beyond it. Oh, oh, what is that coming so giddily and striking its head against the network? It is a little bumblebee, all velvety and black, with a red stomach. It is caught. The Epeira runs, but the captive is vigorous and formidable. Perhaps it has a sting. The spider mistrusts it. It draws a thread from its spinneret and passes it quickly over the bee. A second silk string, a third, a fourth, soon subdue the captive's desperate efforts. Here is the bee, strangled but still full of life and menacing. To seize it in that state would be great imprudence. The Epeira's life would be at stake. What must be done so as to leave nothing to fear from this dangerous prey? The spider possesses folded under its head 2 sharp-pointed fangs, which let flow a little drop of poison through a hole in their extremities. That is its hunting weapon. The Epeira approaches cautiously, opens its fangs, stings the bee, and immediately moves aside. In the twinkling of an eye it is all over. The poison acts instantly. The bee trembles, its legs stiffen, it is dead. The spider carries it off to its silken chamber to suck it at leisure, When nothing but the skin is left, the spider will throw the remains of the bee far from its domicile, so as not to spoil its web with a corpse that might frighten other game. "It was done so quickly," complained Jules. "I did not see the spider's poisonous fangs. If we were to wait a little longer, another bumblebee might perhaps come, and then I should see it better." "It is not necessary to wait," replied Uncle Paul. "If we proceed skilfully, we can make the spider recommence its hunting maneuvers. All of you look attentively." Uncle Paul searched among the field of flowers for a moment, and caught a large fly. Then, holding it by one wing, put it near the web. The insect, beating about, gets entangled in the threads. The web shakes. The spider leaves its bee and runs, delighted with the fortunate chance that brings him prey again so quickly. The same manoeuvres begin again. The fly is first strangled. The Epeira opens its pointed fangs, stings the fly a little, and all is over. The victim trembles, stretches itself out, and ceases to move. "Ah, that time I saw it," said Jules, satisfied at last. "Claire, did you notice the fineness of the spider's fangs?" asked Emile. "I am sure that in your needle case you haven't any such fine pointed needles." "I dare say not. As for me, what surprises me the most is not the fineness of the spider's fangs, but the quickness of the victim's death. It seems to me that a fly as large as this one ought not to die so quickly, even from the coarser pricks of our needles." "Very true," said her uncle. "An insect transfixed by a pin still lives a long time, but if it is only pricked by the fine point of the spider's fangs, it dies almost instantly. But then the spider takes care to poison its weapon. Its fangs are venomous. They are perforated by a minute canal through which the spider lets flow at will a scarcely visible little drop of liquid called venom, which the creature makes as it makes the silk liquid. The venom is held in reserve in a slender pocket placed in the interior of the fangs. When the spider pricks its prey, it makes a little of this liquid pass into the wound, and that suffices to bring speedy death to the wounded insect. The victim dies, not from the prick itself, but from the dreadful ravages wrought by the venom discharged into the wound." Here Uncle Paul, in order to give his hearers a better view of the poisoner's fangs, took the Epeira with the tips of his fingers. Claire uttered a cry of fear, but her uncle soon calmed her. "Don't be uneasy, my dear child. The poison that kills a fly will have no effect on Uncle Paul's hard skin." And with the aid of a pin he opened the creature's fangs to show them in detail to the children, who were quite reassured. "You must not be too frightened," he continued, "at the quick death of the fly and of the bumblebee, and so look on spiders as creatures to be feared by us. The fangs of most of them would have great difficulty in piercing our skin. Courageous observers have let themselves be bitten by various spiders of our country. The sting has never produced any serious results. Nothing more than a redness less painful than that produced by the sting of a mosquito. At the same time, persons with a delicate skin ought to beware of the large kinds, were it only to spare themselves a passing pain. Without any excessive alarm, we avoid the wasp's sting, which is very painful. Let us avoid the spider's fangs in the same way, without uttering loud cries at the sight of one of these creatures. We will resume the subject of the venomous insects. But it is late. Let us go." End of The Chase. Recorded by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine.
Chapter 29 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Jean Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 29. Venomous Insects. You have heard that certain creatures emit poison, that is to say, shoot from a distance into the face and onto the hands of those who approach a liquid capable of causing death, or at least of blinding or otherwise injuring them. Last week Jules found on the leaves of the potato vines a large caterpillar armed with a curved horn. I know, put in Jules. It is the caterpillar, you told me, that turns into a magnificent butterfly called the Sphinx atropos. This butterfly, large as my hand, has on its back a white spot that frightens many people, for it has a vague resemblance to the death's head, and besides, its eyes shine in the dark. You added that it was a harmless creature of which it would be unreasonable to be afraid. Jack, who was weeding the potatoes, continued Uncle Paul, knocked the Sphinx caterpillar out of Jules's hands and hastened to crush it with his big wooden shoe. What you are doing is very dangerous, said the good Jack. Handling poisonous creatures, of all things. Do you see that green venom? Don't get too close. The silly thing is not quite dead. It might yet throw some poison on you. The worthy man took the green entrails of the crushed caterpillar for poison. Those entrails did not contain anything dangerous. They were green because they were swollen with the juice of the leaves that the poor thing had just eaten. Many persons are of the same opinion as Jack. They are afraid of a caterpillar and the green of its entrails. They think that certain creatures poison everything they touch and throw out venom. Well, my dear children, you must bear this in mind, for it is a very important thing and frees us from foolish fears, while it puts us on guard against real danger. No animal of any kind, absolutely none, shoots venom and can harm us from a distance. To be convinced of this, it suffices to know what venom really is. Divers creatures, large or small, are endowed with a poisoned weapon that serves them either as defense or to attack their prey. The bee is our best known venomous creature. What? Exclaimed Emile. A bee is poisonous? The bee that makes honey for us? Yes, the bee without which we could not have those honey cakes that Mother Ambrosian hands round when you are good. You don't think then of the stings that made you cry so. Emile blushed. His uncle had just revived unpleasant memories. From pure heedlessness he tried one day to see what the bees were doing. They say he even thrust a stick through the little door of the hive. The bees became incensed at this indiscretion. 3 or 4 stung the poor boy on the cheeks and hands. He cried out most piteously, and thought himself done for. His uncle had much difficulty in consoling him. Compresses of cold water finally soothed his smarting pains. The bee is venomous, repeated Uncle Paul. Emile could tell you that. The wasp, too, then? Asked Jules. One stung me once when I tried to drive it from a bunch of grapes. I did not say anything, but all the same I was not very comfortable. To think that such a tiny thing can hurt one so. It seemed as if my hands were on fire. Certainly the wasp is venomous, more so than the bee, in the sense that its sting causes greater pain. Bumblebees are too, as well as hornets, those large reddish wasps, an inch long, which sometimes come and gnaw the pears in the orchard. You must beware especially of hornets, my little friends. One sting from them, one only, would give you hours of horrible pain. All these insects have for their defense a poisoned weapon constructed in the same way. It is called the sting. It is a small, hard, and very pointed blade, a kind of dagger finer than the finest needle. The sting is placed at the end of the creature's stomach. When in repose it is not seen. It is hidden in a scabbard that goes into its stomach. To defend itself, the insect draws it out of the sheath and plunges the point into the imprudent finger found within reach. Now, it is not exactly the wound made by the sting that causes the smarting pain that you are familiar with. This wound is so slight, so minute, we cannot see it. We should hardly feel it if it were made with a needle or a thorn as fine as the sting. But the sting communicates with a pocket of venom lodged in the creature's body, and by means of a hollowed-out canal it carries to the bottom of the wound a little drop of the formidable liquid. The sting is then drawn back. As to the venom, it stays in the wound, and it is that alone, which causes those shooting pains that Emile could, if necessary, tell us about. At this second attack from Uncle Paul, who dwelt on this misadventure in order to blame him for his heedless treatment of the bees, Emile blew his nose, although he did not need to. It was a way of hiding his confusion. His uncle did not appear to notice it, and continued. Scholars who have made a study of this curious question tell us of the following experiment, to make clear that it is really the venomous liquid introduced into the wound, and not the wound itself, that causes the pain. When one pricks oneself with a fine needle, the hurt is very slight and soon passes off. I am sure Claire is not much frightened when she pricks her finger in sewing. "Oh, no," said she. "That is so soon over, even if blood comes." Well, the prick of a needle, insignificant in itself, can cause sharp pains if the little wound is poisoned with the venom of the bee or wasp. The scholars I am telling you of dip the point of the needle into the bee's pocket of venom, and with this point thus wet with the venomous liquid, give themselves a slight sting. The pain is now sharp and of long duration, more so than if the insect itself had stung the experimenter. This increase of pain is due to the fact that the comparatively large needle introduces into the wound more venom than could the bee's slender sting. You understand it now, I hope. It is the introduction of the venom into the wound that causes all the trouble. "That is plain," said Jules. "But tell me, uncle, why these scholars amuse themselves by pricking themselves with needles dipped in the bee's venom? It is a queer amusement to hurt oneself for nothing." "For nothing, Mr. Harum-Scarum! Do you count as nothing what I have just told you?" "If I know it, must not others have taught me?" "Who are these others?" "They are valiant investigators who learn about everything, observe and study everything, in order to alleviate our suffering. When they voluntarily prick themselves with poison, they propose to study in themselves, at their own risk and peril, the action of the venom, to teach us to combat its effects, which are sometimes so formidable. Let a viper or a scorpion sting us, and our life is in peril. Ah, then it is important to know exactly how the venom acts and what must be done to arrest its ravages. It is then that the scholars' researches are appreciated. Researches that Jules looks upon as merely a queer amusement. Science, my little friend, has sacred enthusiasm that do not shrink from any test that may enlarge the sphere of our knowledge and diminish human suffering. Jules, confused by his unfortunate remark, lowered his head and said not a word. Uncle Paul was on the point of getting vexed, but peace was soon restored, and he continued the account of venomous creatures. End of chapter 29. Recording by Sharon Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 30 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. The Story Book of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Venom. All venomous creatures act in the same way as the bee, wasp, and hornet, with a special weapon, needle, fang, sting, lancet, placed sometimes in one part of the body, sometimes in another, according to the species. They make a slight wound into which is instilled a drop of venom. The weapon has no other effect than that of opening a route for the venomous liquid, and this is what causes the injury. For the poison to act upon us, it must come in contact with our blood by a wound, which opens the way for it. But it has positively no effect on our skin, unless there is already a gash, a simple scratch, that permits it to penetrate into the flesh and mingle with the blood. The most terrible venom can be handled without any danger if the skin is not broken. Moreover, it can be put on the lips, on the tongue, even swallowed, without any bad results. Placed on the lips, the hornet's venom produces no more effect than clear water, but if there is the slightest scratch, the pain is atrocious. The viper's venom is equally harmless as long as it does not mingle with the blood. Courageous experimenters have tasted, swallowed it, and yet afterward were no worse off than before. Is that true, Uncle? People have had the courage to swallow a viper's venom? Ah, I should not have been so brave. This from Claire. It is fortunate, my girl, that others have been so for us, and we ought to be very grateful to them, for by doing so they have taught us, as you will see, the most prompt and one of the most efficacious means to employ in case of accident. This viper's venom, which has no effect on the hands, lips, and tongue, is it much to be feared if it mingles with the blood? It is terrible, my young lady, and I was just going to tell you about it. Let us suppose that some imprudent person disturbs the formidable reptile sleeping in the sun. Suddenly the creature uncoils itself in circles one above another, unwinds with the suddenness of a spring, and, with its jaws wide open, strikes you on the hand. It is done in the twinkling of an eye. With the same rapidity the viper refolds its spiral and draws back, continuing to menace you with its head in the center of the coil. You do not wait for a second attack. You flee, but alas, the damage is done. On the wounded hand are seen two little red points, almost insignificant, mere needle pricks. It is not very alarming, you reassure yourself, if you are in ignorance of what I so earnestly desire to teach you. Delusive innocuousness. See the red spots becoming encircled with a livid ring? With dull pains the hand swells, and the swelling extends gradually to the arm. Soon come cold sweats and nausea. Respiration becomes painful, sight troubled, mind torpid. A general yellowness shows itself, accompanied by convulsions. If help does not arrive in time, death may come. "You give us goose-flesh, Uncle," said Jules, with a shudder. "What should we poor things do if such a misfortune happened to us, away from you, away from home? They say there are vipers in the underbrush of the neighboring hills." "May God guard you from such a mischance, my poor children. But if it befalls you, you must bind tight the finger, hand, arm, above the wounded part, to prevent the diffusion of the venom in the blood. You must make the wound bleed by pressing round it. You must suck it hard to extract the venomous liquid. I told you venom has no effect on the skin. To suck it, therefore, is harmless if the mouth has no scratch. You can see that if, by hard suction and by pressure that makes the blood flow, you succeed in extracting all the venom from the wound itself is thenceforth of no importance. For greater surety, the wound should be cauterized as soon as possible with a corrosive liquid, aqua fortis or ammonia, or even with a red-hot iron. The effect of the cauterization is to destroy the venomous matter. It is painful, I acknowledge, but one must submit to it in order to avoid a worse evil. Cauterization is the doctor's business. The initial precautions, binding to prevent the diffusion of the venom, pressure to make the poisoned blood flow, hard suction to extract the venomous liquid, concern us personally, and all that must be done instantly. The longer it is put off, the more aggravated the evil. When these precautions are taken soon enough, it is seldom that the viper's bite has injurious consequences. You reassure me, uncle. Those precautions are not difficult to take if one does not lose one's presence of mind. Therefore, it is important that we should all acquire the habit of using our reason in time of danger, and not let ourselves be overcome by ill-regulated fears. Man master of himself is half master of danger. End of Venom. Recording by Jill Engel.
Chapter 31 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The Storybook of Science by Jean-Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 31. The Viper and the Scorpion.
You just said, interposed Emile, the bite of the viper and not the sting. Then serpents bite and do not sting? I thought it was just the other way. I have always heard they had a sting. Last Thursday, lame Louis, who is not afraid of anything, caught a serpent in a hole of the old wall. He had 2 comrades with him. They bound the creature round the neck with a rush. I was passing, and they called me. The serpent was darting from its mouth something black, pointed, flexible, which came and went rapidly. I thought it was the sting and was much afraid of it. Louis laughed. He said what I took for a sting was the serpent's tongue, and to prove it to me, he put his hand near it.
Louis was right, replied Uncle Paul. All serpents dart a very flexible, forked, black filament between their lips with great swiftness. For many purposes it is the reptile's weapon or dart, but in reality this filament is nothing but the tongue, a quite inoffensive tongue, which the creature uses to catch insects and to express in its peculiar manner the passions that agitate it by darting it quickly from between the lips. All serpents, without any exception, have one, but in our countries the viper alone possesses the terrible venomous apparatus. This apparatus is composed first of 2 hooks, or teeth, long and pointed, placed in the upper jaw. At the will of the creature they stand up erect for the attack, or lie down in a groove of the gum and hold themselves there as inoffensive as a stiletto in its sheath. In that way the reptile runs no danger of wounding itself. These fangs are hollow and pierced toward the point by a small opening through which the venom is injected into the wound. Finally, at the base of each fang is a little pocket full of venomous liquid. It is an innocent-looking humor, odorless, tasteless. One would almost think it was water. When the viper strikes with its fangs, the venomous pocket drives a drop of its contents into the canal of the tooth, and the terrible liquid is instilled into the wound. By preference, the viper inhabits warm and rocky hills. It keeps under stones and thickets of brush. It is brown or reddish in color. On the back it has a somber zigzag band, and on each side a row of spots. Its stomach is slate gray. Its head is a little triangular, larger than the neck, obtuse, and as if cut off in front. The viper is timid and fearful. It attacks man only in self-defense. Its movements are brusque, irregular, and sluggish. The other serpents of our countries, serpents designated by the general name of snakes, have not the venomous fangs of the viper. Their bite, therefore, is not of importance, and the repugnance they inspire in us is really groundless. Next to the viper, there is in France no venomous creature more to be feared than the scorpion. It is very ugly and walks on 8 feet. In front it has 2 pincers, like those of the crayfish, and behind a knotty, curled tail, ending in a sting. The pincers are inoffensive, despite their menacing aspect. It is the sting with which the end of the tail is armed that is venomous. The scorpion makes use of it in self-defense, and to kill the insects on which it feeds. In the southern departments of France are found 2 different kinds of scorpions. One, of a greenish-black, frequents dark and cool places, and even establishes itself in houses. It leaves its retreat only at night. It can be seen then running on the damp and cracked walls, seeking woodlice and spiders, its customary prey. The other, much larger, is pale yellow. It keeps under warm and sandy stones. The black scorpion's sting does not cause serious injury. That of the yellow may be mortal. When one of these creatures is irritated, a little drop of liquid can be seen forming into a pearl at the extremity of the sting, which is all ready to strike. It is the drop of venom that the scorpion injects into the wound. There are many other important things I could tell you about the venomous creatures of foreign countries, about diverse serpents whose bite causes a dreadful death. But I hear Mother Ambrosine calling us to dinner. Let us go over rapidly what I have just told you. No creature, however ugly it may be, shoots venom, or can do us any harm from a distance. All venomous species act in the same way. With a special weapon, a slight wound is made, and into this wound a drop of venom is introduced. The wound, by itself, is nothing. It is the injected liquid that makes it painful and sometimes mortal. The venomous weapon serves the creature for hunting and for defense. It is placed in a part of the body that varies according to the species. Spiders have a double fang folded at the entrance of the mouth. Bees, wasps, hornets, bumblebees have a sting at the end of the stomach, and kept invisible in its sheath when in repose. The viper and all venomous serpents have 2 long, hollowed-out teeth on the upper jaw. The scorpion carries a sting at the end of its tail. "I'm very sorry," said Jules, "that Jacques did not hear your account of venomous creatures. He would have understood that caterpillars' green entrails are not venom. I will tell him all these things, and if I find another beautiful sphinx caterpillar, I will not crush it." End of Chapter 31. The Viper and the Scorpion. Recording by Linda Velwest.
Chapter 32 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Nettle. After dinner, while their uncle read under the chestnut tree, the children scattered in the garden. Claire attended to her cuttings, Jules watered his vases, and Emile, giddy pate, what should happen to him but another misfortune? A large butterfly was flying over the weeds that grow at the foot of the wall. Oh, what a magnificent butterfly! On the upper side of its wings are red, fringed with black, with big blue eyes. Underneath, they are brown with wavy lines. It alights. Good. Emile makes himself small, approaches softly on tiptoe, puts out his hand, and all at once the butterfly is gone. But mark what follows. Emile draws his hand back quickly, It smarts, is red. The pain increases and becomes so bad that the poor boy runs to his uncle, his eyes swollen with tears. "A venomous creature has stung me," he cries. "See my hand, uncle, it smarts, oh, how it smarts! Some viper has bitten me." At this word viper, Uncle Paul started. He rose and looked at the injured hand. A smile came to his lips. "Impossible, my little friend. There is no viper in the garden. What foolishness have you been committing? Where have you been?" "I ran after a butterfly, and when I put my hand to catch it on the weeds at the foot of the wall, something stung me. See?" "It is nothing, my poor Emile. Go and dip your hand into the cool water of the fountain, and the pain will go away." Quarter of an hour later, they were talking of Emile's accident, he being quite recovered from his misadventure. "Now that the pain is gone, does not Emile want to know what stung him?" asked his uncle. "I certainly ought to know, so as not to be caught another time." "Well, it is a plant called nettle. Its leaves, stems, slightest branches are covered with a multitude of bristles, stiff, hollow, and filled with a venomous liquid. When one of these bristles penetrates the skin, the point breaks. The little vial of venom opens and spills its contents into the wound. From that comes a smarting but not dangerous pain. You see, the nettle's bristles act like the weapons of venomous creatures. It is always a hollow point that makes a fine wound in the skin and passes a drop of liquid into it, the cause of all the ill. The nettle is thus a venomous plant. I will also tell Emile that the beautiful butterfly for which he thoughtlessly thrust his hand into the tuft of nettles is called the Vanessa Io. Its caterpillar is velvety black with white spots. It also bristles with thorns. It does not make a cocoon. Its chrysalis, ornamented with bands that shine like gold, is suspended in the air by the end of its tail. The caterpillar lives on the nettle, of which it eats the leaves, notwithstanding their venomous bristles. In browsing on the venomous plant, how does the caterpillar manage so as not to poison itself? Claire inquired. My dear child, you confound venomous with poisonous. Venomous is said of a substance that, introduced into the blood by any kind of wound, causes injury in the manner of the viper's venom. Poisonous is said of a substance that, swallowed or introduced into the stomach, may cause death. Fatal drugs are poisonous. They kill if eaten or drunk. The liquid that flows from the viper's fangs and the scorpion's sting is venomous. It kills when it mixes with the blood, but it is not poisonous, for it can be swallowed with impunity. It is the same with the nettle's venom. So Mother Ambrosine gives the poultry chopped nettles, and the caterpillar of the Vanessa feeds without danger on the plant which, a little while ago, made Emile cry with pain. Of venomous plants we have in our country only nettles, but we have many poisonous plants that, when eaten, cause illness and even death. I must certainly tell you about them some day so as to teach you to avoid them. The nettle's bristles remind me of the caterpillar's hairs. Many caterpillars have the skin quite bare. They are then perfectly inoffensive. They can be handled without any danger, however large they may be, even those that have horn at the end of the back. They are no more to be feared than the silkworm. Others have bodies all bristly with hairs, sometimes very sharp and barbed, which can lodge in the skin, leave their points there, and thus produce lively itchings, or even painful swellings. It is well, then, to mistrust velvety caterpillars, particularly those living in companies on oaks and pines in large silk nests, and called processionary caterpillars. But here we have a word that calls for another story. End of The Nettle. Recording by Jill Engel.
Chapter 33 of The Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 33. Processionary Caterpillars. We frequently see, at the ends of pine branches, voluminous bags of white silk intermixed with leaves. These bags are generally puffed out at the top and narrow at the bottom, pear-shaped. They are sometimes as large as a person's head. They are nests where live together a kind of very velvety caterpillars with red hairs. A family of caterpillars, coming from the eggs laid by one butterfly, construct a silk lodging in common. All take part in the work, all spin and weave in the general interest. The interior of the nest is divided by thin silk partitions into a number of compartments. At the large end, sometimes elsewhere, is seen a wide, funnel-shaped opening. It is the large door for entering and departing. Other doors, smaller, are distributed here and there. The caterpillars pass the winter in their nest, well sheltered from bad weather. In summer they take refuge there at night and during the great heat. As soon as it is day, they set out to spread themselves on the pine and eat the leaves. After eating their fill, they re-enter their silk dwelling, sheltered from the heat of the sun. Now, when they are out on a campaign, be it on the tree that bears the nest, or on the ground passing from one pine to another, these caterpillars march in a singular fashion, which has given them the name of processionaries, because, in fact, they defile in a procession, one after the other, and in the finest order. One, the first to come, for amongst them there is perfect equality, starts on the way, and serves as head of the expedition. A second follows, without a space between. A third follows the second in the same way. Always thus, as many as there are caterpillars in the nest. The procession, numbering several hundreds, is now on the march. It defiles in one line, sometimes straight, sometimes winding, but always continuous, for each caterpillar that follows touches with its head the rear end of the preceding caterpillar. The procession describes on the ground a long and pleasing garland, which undulates to the right and left with unceasing variation. When several nests are near together and their processions happen to meet, the spectacle attains its highest interest. Then the different living garlands cross each other, get entangled and disentangled, knotted up and unknotted, forming the most capricious figures. The encounter does not lead to confusion. All the caterpillars of the same file march with a uniform and almost grave step. Not one hastens to get before the others, not one remains behind, not one makes a mistake in the procession. Each one keeps its rank and scrupulously regulates its march by the one that precedes it. The file leader of the troop directs the evolutions. When it turns to the right, all the caterpillars of the same line, one after the other, turn to the right. When it turns to the left, all, one after the other, turn to the left. If it stops, the whole procession stops, but not simultaneously. The second caterpillar first, then the third, fourth, fifth, and so on until the last. They would be called well-trained troops that, when defiling in order, stop at the word of command and close their ranks. The expedition, simply a promenade, or a journey in search of provisions, is now finished. They have gone far away from their nest. It is time to go home. How can they find it? Through the grass and underbrush, and over all the obstacles of the road they have just traveled. Will they let themselves be guided by sight, obstructed though it be by every little tuft of grass? By the sense of smell, which wafted odors of every sort may put at fault? No, no. Processionary caterpillars have for their guidance in traveling something better than sight or smell. They have instinct, which inspires them with infallible resources. Without taking account of what they do, they call to their service means that seem dictated by reason. Without doubt they do not reason, but they obey the secret impulse of the eternal reason, in whom and through whom all live. Now, this is what the processionary caterpillars do in order not to lose their way home again after a distant expedition. We pave our roads with crushed stone. The caterpillars are more luxurious in their highways. They spread on their road a carpet of silk. They walk on nothing but silk. They spin continually on the journey and glue their silk all along the road. In fact, each caterpillar of the procession can be seen lowering and raising its head alternately. In the first movement, the spinneret, situated in the lower lip, glues the thread to the road that the procession is following. In the second, the spinneret lets the thread run out while the caterpillar is taking several steps. Then the head is lowered and lifted again, and a second length of thread is put in place. Each caterpillar that follows walks on the threads left by the preceding ones, and adds its own thread to the silk, so that in all its length the road passed over is carpeted with a silky ribbon. It is by following this ribbon conductor that the processionaries get back to their home without ever losing their way, however tortuous the road may be. If one wishes to embarrass the procession, it suffices to pass the finger over the track so as to cut the silk road. The procession stops before the cut with every indication of fear and mistrust. Shall they go on? Shall they not go on? Their heads rise and fall in anxious quest of the conductor threads. At last, one caterpillar bolder than the others, or perhaps more impatient, crosses the bad place and stretches its thread from one end of the cut to the other. A second, without hesitating, passes over on the thread left by the first, and in passing adds its own thread to the bridge. The others in turn all do the same. Soon the broken road is repaired, and the defile of the procession continues. The processionary caterpillar of the oak marches in another way. It is covered with white hairs turned back and very long. One nest contains from 700 to 800 individuals. When an expedition is decided on, a caterpillar leaves the nest and pauses at a certain distance to give the others time to arrange themselves in rank and file and form a battalion. This first caterpillar has to start the march. Following it, others place themselves, not one after another, like the processionaries of the pine, but in rows of 2, 3, 4, and more. The troop, completed, begins to move in obedience to the evolutions of its file leader, which always marches alone at the head of the legion, while the other caterpillars advance several abreast, dressing their ranks in perfect order. The first ranks of the army corps are always arranged in wedge formation, because of the gradual increase in the number of caterpillars composing it. The remainder are more or less expanded in different places. There are sometimes rows of from 15 to 20 caterpillars marching in step, like well-trained soldiers, so that the head of one is never beyond the head of another. Of course, the troop carpets its road with silk as it marches, so as to find its way back to the nest. The processionaries, especially those of the oak, retire to their nests to slough their skins, and these nests finally become filled with a fine dust of broken hairs. When you touch these nests, the dust of the hairs sticks to your hands and face, and causes an inflammation that lasts several days if the skin is delicate. One has only to stand at the foot of an oak where the processionaries have established themselves, to receive the irritating dust blown by the wind, and to feel a smart itching. "What a pity the processionaries have those detestable hairs!" Jules exclaimed. If they hadn't, Jules would much like to see the caterpillars' procession. Never mind. After all, the danger is not so great. And then, if one had to scratch oneself a little, it would not be a serious matter. Besides, we will turn our attention to the processionary of the pine, less to be feared than that of the oak. At the warmest part of the day we will go and look for a caterpillar's nest in the pine wood. But Jules and I will go alone. It would be too hot for Emile and Claire. End of chapter 33. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on Saturday, June 1st, 2013, in San Diego, California.
Chapter 34 of the Story Book of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story Book of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Storm. And in fact it was very hot when Uncle Paul and Jules started out. With a burning sun they were sure to find the caterpillars in their silk bag, where they do not fail to take refuge to shelter themselves from a light that is too glaring for them. At an earlier or later hour the nests might be empty and the journey a fruitless one. His heart full of the naive joys proper to his age, his mind preoccupied by the caterpillars and their processions, Jules walked at a good pace, forgetting the heat and fatigue. He had untied his cravat and thrown his blouse back on his shoulders. A holly stick, cut by his uncle from the hedge, served him as a third leg. In the meantime the crickets chirped louder than usual, frogs croaked in the ponds, flies became teasing and persistent. Sometimes a breath of air all at once blew along the road and raised a whirling column of dust. Jules did not notice these signs, but his uncle did, and from time to time looked up at the sky. Masses of reddish mist in the south seemed to give him some concern. "Perhaps we shall have rain," said he. "We must hurry." About 3 o'clock they were at the pine wood. Uncle Paul cut a branch bearing a magnificent nest. He had guessed right. All the caterpillars had returned to their lodgings, perhaps in prevision of bad weather. Then they sat in the shade of a group of pines to rest a little before returning. Naturally, they talked about caterpillars. "The processionaries, you told me," said Jules, "leave their nests to scatter over the pines and eat the leaves. There are, in fact, a great many branches almost reduced to sticks of dry wood. Look at that pine I am pointing at. It is half stripped of leaves, as if fire had passed over it. I like the way the processionaries travel, but I can't help pitying those fine trees that wither under the miserable caterpillar's teeth." "If the owner of these pines understood his interests better," returned Uncle Paul, "he would in the winter, when the caterpillars are assembled in their silk bags, have the nests collected and burn them, in order to destroy the detestable breed that will gnaw the young shoots, browse the buds, and arrest the tree's development. The harm is much greater in our orchards. Various caterpillars live in companies on our fruit trees, and spin nests in the same way as the processionaries. When summer comes, the starveling vermin scatter all over the trees, destroying leaves, buds, and shoots. In a few hours the orchard is shorn, and the crop is destroyed in its budding. So it is necessary to keep a careful lookout for caterpillar nests, remove them from the tree before spring, and burn them, so that nothing can escape. The future of the crop depends on it. It is fortunate that several kinds of creatures, little birds especially, come to our aid in this war to the death between man and the caterpillar. Otherwise the worm, stronger than man on account of its infinite number, would ravage our crops. But we will talk of the little birds another time. The weather is threatening. We must go. See how the reddish mist in the south, thicker and darker every moment, has become a large black cloud, visibly invading the still clear part of the sky. Wind precedes it, bending the tops of the pines like a field of grain. There rises from the soil that odor of dust which the dry earth gives forth at the beginning of a storm. "We must not think of starting now," cautioned Uncle Paul. "The storm is coming. It will be upon us in a few minutes. Let us hurry and find shelter." Rain forms in the distance like a dim curtain extending clear across the sky. The sheet of water advances rapidly. It would beat the fastest racing horse. It is coming. It has come. Violent flashes of lightning furrow it. Thunder roars in its depths. At a clap of thunder, heavier than the others, Jules starts. "Let us stay under this big bushy pine. It doesn't rain here under cover." "No, my child," replies his uncle, who perceives that they are in the very heart of the storm. "Let us get away from this dangerous tree." and taking Jules by the hand, he leads him hastily through the hail and rain. Beyond the wood, Uncle Paul knows of an excavation hollowed out in the rock. They arrive there just as the storm breaks with all its force. They had been there a quarter of an hour, silent before the solemn spectacle of the tempest, when a flash of fire, of dazzling brightness, rent the dark cloud in a zigzag line, and struck a pine with a frightful detonation that had no reverberation or echo, but was so violent that one would have said the sky was falling. The fearful spectacle was over in the twinkling of an eye. Wild with terror, Jules had let himself fall on his knees with clasped hands. He was crying and praying. His uncle's serenity was undisturbed. "Take courage, my poor child," said Uncle Paul, as soon as the first fright had passed. "Let us embrace each other and thank God for having kept us safe. We have just escaped a great danger. The thunderbolt struck the pine under which we were going to take shelter." "Oh, what a scare I had, Uncle!" cried the boy. "I thought I should die of it. When you insisted on hurrying away in spite of the rain, did you know that the bolt would strike that tree?" "No, my dear, I knew nothing about it, nor could anyone know. Only certain reasons made me fear the neighborhood of the big branching pine, and prudence dictated the search for a less dangerous shelter. If I yielded to my fears, if I listened to the voice of prudence, let us give thanks to God, who gave me presence of mind at that moment. You will tell me what made you avoid the dangerous shelter of the tree, will you not?" "Very willingly, but when we are all together, so that each one may profit by it. No one ought to ignore the danger one runs in taking shelter under a tree during a storm." In the meantime, the rain cloud with its lightnings and thunders had moved on into the distance. On one side the sun was setting radiant. On the opposite side, in the wake of the storm, the rainbow bent its immense bright arch of all colors. Uncle Paul and Jules started on their way, without forgetting the famous caterpillar's nest, which might have cost them so dear. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Electricity. Jules gave a lengthy account of the day to his brother and sister. At the part relating to the thunderbolt, Claire trembled like a leaf. "I should have died of fright," said she, "if I had seen the lightning strike the pine." After the deeper emotion came curiosity, and they all agreed to beg their uncle for a talk on the subject of thunder. And so the next day, Jules, Émile, and Claire gathered around their Uncle Paul to hear him tell them all about it. Jules broached the subject. "Now that I am no longer afraid, will you please tell us, Uncle, why we should not take refuge under trees during a storm? Émile, I am sure, would like to know." "I should first of all like to know what thunder is," said Émile. "I too," said Claire. "When we know a little what thunder is, it'll be much easier to understand the danger from trees." "Quite right," commented their uncle approvingly. "First let us see whether any one of you knows anything about thunder." "When I was very small," Émile volunteered, "I used to think it was produced by rolling a large ball of iron made of resounding metal over the vault of the sky. If the vault broke anywhere, the ball was dashed to the ground and the thunder fell. But I don't believe that now. I am too big." "Too big! A little fellow not so high as the first button on my vest. Say rather that your little reasoning powers are awakening, and that the simple explanation of the iron ball no longer satisfies them." Then Claire spoke. "I am not satisfied either with the explanations I used to give myself a while ago. With me, thunder was a wagon heavily loaded with old iron. It rolled on top of a sonorous vault. Sometimes a spark would flash out from under the wheels, the same as from a horse's hoof when it strikes a stone. That was the lightning. The vault was slippery and bordered with precipices. If the wagon happened to tip over, the load of old iron would fall to the ground, crushing people, trees, and houses. I laughed yesterday at my explanation, but I am no further advanced now. I still know nothing at all about thunder. Your two thunders, varying to suit your infant imaginations, are based on the same idea, the idea of a sonorous vault. Well, know once and for all that the blue vault of the sky is only an appearance due to the air which envelops us, and which, owing to the thickness of the envelope, has a beautiful blue color. Around us there is no vault, only a thick layer of air, and beyond that there is nothing for a vast distance until you come to the region of the stars. "We will give up on the blue vault," said Jules. "Emile, Claire, and I are persuaded there isn't any. Please go on." Go on. Here is where difficulty begins. Do you know, my children, that your questions are sometimes very embarrassing? Go on is soon said, and filled with unbounded faith in your Uncle Paul's knowledge. You expect an answer which you feel sure will satisfy your curiosity. You must, however, understand that there are innumerable things beyond your intelligence, and before you can grasp them you must attain to riper reason. With age and study, many things will become clear that now are dark to you. In this number is the cause of thunder. I am very willing to tell you something about it, but if you do not understand all that I say, you must blame your own premature curiosity. It is a difficult subject for you, very difficult. "Only tell us about it," Jules persisted. "We will listen attentively." "So be it. Air is not visible. One cannot take hold of it. If it were always at rest, you would not perhaps suspect its existence. But when a violent wind bends tall poplars and scatters the leaves in eddies, when it uproots trees and carries off the roofs of buildings, who can doubt the existence of air? For wind is only air streaming irresistibly from place to place. Air, so subtle, so invisible, so peaceful in repose, is therefore in very truth a material substance, even a very brutal one when in violent motion. That is to say, a substance can exist, although at times nothing betrays its presence. We do not see it, or touch it, are not sensible of it, and yet it is there, all about us. We are surrounded by it, live in the midst of it. For there is something still more hidden than air, more invisible, more difficult to detect. It is everywhere, absolutely everywhere, even in us. But it keeps itself so quiet that until now you have never heard of it. Emile, Claire, and Jules exchanged glances full of meaning, trying to guess what it could be that was found everywhere and that they did not yet know of. They were 100 leagues from guessing what their uncle meant. You might seek in vain by yourselves all day, all the year, perhaps all your life, you would not find it. The thing I am speaking of, you understand, is singularly well hidden. Scholars had to make very delicate researches to learn anything about it. Let us make use of the means they have taught us to bring it to light. Uncle Paul took from his desk a stick of sealing wax and rubbed it rapidly over his cloth sleeve, and then he put it near a small piece of paper. The children were all eyes. Behold, the paper flies up and sticks to the sealing wax. The experiment is repeated several times. Each time the paper rises unaided, starts off, and fastens on to the stick. The piece of sealing wax, which formerly did not attract the paper, now does. The rubbing on the cloth has, then, developed in it something that cannot be seen, for the stick has not changed in appearance, and this invisible thing is nevertheless very real, since it can lift up the paper, draw it to the wax, and hold it glued there. This thing is called electricity. You can easily produce it by rubbing on cloth either a piece of glass or a stick of sulphur, resin, or sealing wax. All these substances, when rubbed, will acquire the property of drawing to themselves very light objects, like small pieces of straw, little bits of paper, or particles of dust. This evening the cat shall teach us more about it, if it will be good. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Experiment with the Cat. The wind blew cold and dry. The storm of the day before had brought it on. Uncle Paul took this pretext to have the kitchen stove lighted in spite of Mother Ambrosine's remarks, who cried out at the unseasonableness of making a fire. "Light up the stove in summer," said she. "Did one ever see the like? No one but our master would have such a notion. We shall be roasted." Uncle Paul let her talk. He had his own idea. They sat down at the table. After eating its supper, the big cat, never too warm, settled itself on a chair by the side of the stove, and soon, with its back turned to the warm sheet iron, began to purr with happiness. All was going as desired. Uncle Paul's projects were taking an excellent turn. There was some complaint of the heat, but he took no notice. "Ah, do you think it is for you the stove is lighted?" said he to the children. "Undeceive yourselves, my little friends. It is for the cat alone. It is so chilly, poor thing. See how happy it is on its chair." Emile was on the point of laughing at his uncle's kindly attentions to the tomcat, but Claire, who suspected serious designs, nudged him with her elbow. Claire's suspicions were well founded. When they had finished supper, they resumed the subject of thunder. Uncle Paul began. "This morning I promised to show you, with the cat's help, some very curious things. The time has come for keeping my word, provided Puss is agreeable." He took the cat, whose hair was burning hot, and put it on his knees. The children drew near. "Jules, put out the lamp. We must be in the dark." The lamp put out, Uncle Paul passed and repassed his hand over the tomcat's back. "Oh, oh, wonderful! The beast's hair is streaming with bright beads. Little flashes of white light appear, crackle, and disappear as the hand rubs. You would have said that sparks of fireworks were bursting out from the fur." All looked on in wonder at the tomcat's splendor. "That puts the finishing touch. Here is our cat making fire!" cried Mother Ambrosine. "Does that fire burn, uncle?" asked Jules. "The cat does not cry out, and you stroke him without being afraid." "Those sparks are not fire," replied Uncle Paul. "You all remember the stick of sealing wax, which, after being rubbed on cloth, attracts little pieces of straw and paper? I told you that electricity, aroused by friction, is what makes the paper draw to the wax. Well, in rubbing the cat's back with my hand, I produce electricity, but in greater abundance, so much so that it becomes visible where it was at first invisible, and bursts forth in sparks." "If it doesn't burn, let me try," pleaded Jules. Jules passed his hand over the cat's fur. The bright beads and their cracklings began again still stronger. Emile and Claire did the same. Mother Ambrosine was afraid. The worthy woman perhaps saw some witchcraft in the bright sparkles from her cat. The cat was then let loose. Besides, the experiment was beginning to give annoyance, and if Uncle Paul had not held the animal fast, perhaps it would have begun to scratch. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. The Experiment with Paper. Since the cat threatens to get cross, we will have recourse to another way of producing electricity. You fold lengthwise a good sheet of ordinary paper, then take hold of the double strip by each end. Next you heat it just to the scorching point over a stove or in front of a hot fire. The greater the heat, the more electricity will be developed. Finally, still holding the strip by the ends alone, you rub it quickly, as soon as it is hot, on a piece of woolen cloth previously warmed and stretched over the knee. It can be rubbed on the trousers if they are woolen. The friction must be rapid and lengthwise of the paper. After a short rubbing, the band is quickly raised with one hand, with great care not to let the paper touch against anything. If it did, the electricity would be dissipated. Then, without delay, you bring up the knuckles of your free hand, or, better still, the end of a key, near to the middle of the strip of paper, and you will see a bright spark dart from the paper to the key with a slight crackling. To get another spark, you must go through the same operations again, for at the approach of the finger or key, the sheet of paper loses all its electricity. Instead of making a spark, you can hold the electrified sheet flat above little pieces of paper, straw, or feathers. These light bodies are attracted and repelled in turn. They come and go rapidly from the electrified strip to the object which serves them as support, and from this to the strip. Adding example to precept, Uncle Paul took a sheet of paper, folded it in a strip to give it more resistance, warmed it, rubbed it on his knee, and finally made a spark fly from it on the approach of his finger joint. The children were full of wonder at the lightning that sprang from the paper with a crackle. The cat's beads were more numerous, but less strong and brilliant. They say that Mother Ambrosine had much trouble that evening in getting Jules to go to bed, for, once master of the process, he did not tire of warming and rubbing. His uncle's intervention was necessary to put an end to the electric experiments. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Franklin and Deromus. The next day Claire and her two brothers could talk of nothing but the experiments of the evening before. It was their subject of conversation the whole morning. The cat's beads of fire and the flashes from the paper had greatly impressed them. So their uncle, in order to profit by this awakening of their attention, resumed as soon as possible his instructive talk. I am sure you are all three asking yourselves why, before telling you about thunder, I rubbed sealing wax, a strip of paper, and the cat's back. You shall know, but first of all, listen to a little story. More than a century ago, a magistrate of the little town of Nerac, named Deromus, devised the most momentous experiment ever registered in the annals of science. One day he was seen going out in the country in a storm with an enormous paper kite and a ball twine. Over 200 persons, keenly interested, accompanied him. What in the world was that celebrated magistrate going to do? Forgetful of his grave functions, did he propose some diversion unworthy of him? Was it to witness a puerile kite-flying that these curious ones flocked from all points of the town? No, Deromus was about to realize the most audacious project that man's genius had ever conceived. His bold purpose was to evoke the thunderbolt from the very depths of the clouds, and to call down fire from heaven. The kite that was to draw the thunderbolt from the midst of the storm clouds and bring it into the intrepid experimenter's view did not differ from those familiar to you. Only the hemp cord had through its entire length a copper thread. The wind having risen, the paper contrivance was thrown into the air and attained a height of about 200 meters. To the lower end of the cord was attached a silk string, and this string was made fast under the stoop of a house to shelter it from the rain. A little tin cylinder was hung to the hempen cord at one point, and in touch with the metallic thread running through the cord. Finally, de Romas was furnished with a similar cylinder that had at one end a long glass tube as a handle. It was with this instrument, or this exciter, held in his hand by the glass handle, that he was to make the fire dart from the clouds, conducted by the copper thread of the kite to the metallic cylinder at the end of this thread. The silk cord and the glass handle served to prevent the passage of the thunderbolt either into the ground or into the exciter's arm, for these substances have the property of not giving passage to electricity unless it is too strong. Metals, on the contrary, let it circulate freely. Such was the simple arrangement of the apparatus invented by de Romas to verify his audacious prevision. What is to be expected from this child's plaything thrown into the air to meet the thunder? Does it not seem to you foolish to suppose that such a plaything can direct the thunderbolt and master it? The magistrate of Nerac must, however, by wise meditations on the nature of thunder, have acquired the certainty of success to dare thus, before hundreds of witnesses, to undertake this attempt, the failure of which would cover him with confusion. The result of this terrible conflict between thought and thunder cannot be in doubt. Thought, as always, when well directed, will gain the upper hand. Behold now, the clouds, forerunners of the storm, are coming near the kite. De Romas moves the exciter toward the tin cylinder suspended at the end of the cord, and suddenly there is a flash of light. It is produced by dazzling spark, which darts upon the exciter, crackles, emits a flash of lightning, and immediately disappears. "That is just what we got yesterday evening," observed Jules, "when we put the end of a key near the strip of warmed and rubbed paper. It is what the cat's back showed us when it was stroked with the hand." "The very same thing," replied his uncle. "Thunder, beads of fire from the cat, sparks from paper, all are due to electricity. But let us return to de Romas. We see that there is electricity, the thunderbolt in miniature, in the kite string. It is inoffensive, yet, on account of its feeble quantity, so de Romas does not hesitate to draw it forth with his finger. Every time he brings his finger near the cylinder, he draws a spark like that received by the exciter. Emboldened by his example, the spectators draw near and evoke the electric explosion. They crowd around the wonderful cylinder that now contains the fire from heaven, called down by man's genius. Each one wishes to call forth the lightning, and each wishes to see sparkle between his fingers the fulminant substance descended from the clouds. And so they play with the thunder for half an hour with impunity, when all at once a violent spark reaches de Romas and almost knocks him over. The hour of peril has come. The storm is getting nearer, stronger. Every moment thick clouds hover over the kite. De Romas summons up all his firmness. He quickly makes the crowd draw back, and remains alone at the side of his apparatus, in the middle of the circle of spectators who are beginning to get frightened. Then, with the aid of the exciter, he elicits from the metallic cylinder first strong sparks, capable of throwing a person down under the violence of the commotion, then ribbons of fire that dart in serpentine lines and burst with a crash. These ribbons soon measure a length of 2 or 3 meters. Anyone struck by one of them would certainly perish. De Romas fearing from moment to moment some fatal accident, enlarges the circle of curious spectators, and ceases the perilous provocation of electric fire. But braving imminent death, he continues his perilous observations at close range with the same coolness as if he were engaged in the most harmless experiment. Around him there is heard a roaring like the continuous blast of a forge. An odor of burning is in the air. The kite string is covered with a luminous envelope and forms a ribbon of fire, joining heaven to earth. 3 long straws, lying by chance on the ground, start up, jump, spring toward the string, fall, spring up again, and for some minutes entertain the spectators with their disordered evolutions. "Last evening," Claire remarked, "the down of the feathers and the little pieces of paper jumped in the same way between the electrified sheet of paper and the table." "That is quite natural," said Jules, "since uncle has just told us that the rubbed sheet of paper takes to itself the very essence of thunder, only in a very small quantity. I am glad to see you grasp the close resemblance between thunder and the electricity that we produce by rubbing certain bodies. Diromus made his perilous experiment on purpose to prove that resemblance. I said perilous experiment. You will see, in fact, what danger the audacious experimenter ran. 3 straws, I told you, were jumping from the string to the ground, and from the ground to the string, when all at once everybody turned pale with fright. There came a violent explosion, and a thunderbolt fell, making a large hole in the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "My goodness!" gasped Claire. "Was Diromus killed?" No, Diromus was safe and beaming with joy. His previsions were verified with the success that bordered on the prodigious. It was demonstrated that a thunderbolt can be brought from the clouds within reach of the observer. He had proved that electricity is the cause of thunder. That, my children, was no trivial result, fit only to satisfy our curiosity. The nature of thunder being ascertained, it became possible to secure protection from its ravages, as I will tell you in the story of the lightning conductor. Diromus, who made these important experiments at the peril of his life, must have been loaded with honors and riches by his contemporaries," said Claire. "Alas, my dear child," replied her uncle, "things do not commonly happen that way. Truth rarely finds any free spot in which to plant itself. It has to fight against prejudice and ignorance. The battle is sometimes so painful that men of strong will succumb to the task. Diromus, wishing to repeat his experiment at Bordeaux, was stoned by the mob, who saw in him a dangerous man, evoking thunder by his witchcraft. He was obliged to flee in haste, abandoning his apparatus. A short time before Diromus, in the United States of North America, Franklin made similar researches on the nature of thunder. Benjamin Franklin was the son of a poor soap manufacturer. He found at home merely the requisite means for learning to read, write, and cipher, and yet he became by his learning one of the most remarkable men of his time. One stormy day in 1752 he went into the country near Philadelphia, accompanied by his son, who carried a kite made of silk, tied at the 4 corners to 2 little glass rods. A metal tail terminated the apparatus. The kite was thrown up toward a storm cloud. At first nothing happened to confirm the learned American's previsions. The string gave no sign of electricity. Rain came on. The wet string let the electricity circulate more freely, and Franklin, without thinking of the danger he ran, and transported with joy at thus stealing its secret from the thunder, elicited with his finger a shower of sparks strong enough to set fire to spirits of wine. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Thunder and the Lightning Rod. By their clever researches, Franklin, de Romas, and many others have revealed to us the nature of lightning. They have taught us, in particular, that when its quantity is small, it leaps to meet one's finger in bright crackling sparks, without danger to the experimenter, and that all bodies containing it attract neighboring light substances, just as the kite string attracted the straws in the experiment made by de Romas, and just as sealing wax and rubbed paper attract the down of feathers. In short, they taught us that electricity is the cause of thunder. Now there are two distinct kinds of electricity which are present in equal quantities in all bodies. As long as they are united, nothing betrays their presence. It is as if they did not exist. But once separated, they seek each other across all obstacles, attract each other, and rush toward each other with an explosion and a flash of light. Then all is in complete repose until these two electric principles are again separated. The two electricities, therefore, supplement and neutralize each other. That is to say, they form something invisible, inoffensive, inert, that is found everywhere, and is called neutral electricity. To electrify a body is to decompose its neutral electricity, to disunite the two principles, which, when mixed, remain inert, but separated from each other, manifest their wonderful properties and their violent tendency to recombination. Rubbing is one way of effecting the separation of the two electric principles, but it is far from being the only one. Every radical change in the inmost nature of the body also causes a manifestation of the two electricities. So clouds, which are water changed into vapor by the sun's heat, are often found to be electrified. When two differently electrified clouds come near together, immediately their contrary electricities run toward each other to recombine, and with a loud report there is a burst of flame that throws a bright and sudden light. This light is lightning. This burst of flame is a thunderbolt. The noise of the explosion is thunder. Finally, the electric spark can dart from a cloud electrified in one way to a spot on the ground electrified in the other. Generally, you know a thunderbolt only by the sudden illumination it produces and the crash of its explosion. To see the thunderbolt itself, you must overcome an unwarranted fear and look attentively at the clouds, the center of the storm. From moment to moment you can see a dazzling streak of light, simple or ramified, and of very irregular sinuous shape. A glowing furnace, metals at white heat have not its brilliancy. The sun alone furnishes a comparison worthy the sovereign splendor of the thunderbolt. "I saw the thunderbolt," put in Jules, "when it struck the big pine the day of the storm. For a moment I was blinded by its brightness, as if I had looked the sun full in the face." "The next storm," said Emile, "I will watch the sky to see the ribbon of fire, but on condition that uncle is there. I should not dare to alone. It is so terrible." "I, too," added Claire, "will do my best to overcome my fear, if uncle is only there." "I will be there, my children," their uncle promised them, "if my presence reassures you, for it is a most imposing sight, that of a stormy sky, set on fire by lightning and full of the rumbling of the thunder. And yet, from the bosom of the clouds, there comes the dazzling flash of the thunderbolt, and the whole region echoes with the crash of the explosion. A foolish fear dominates you. Admiration has no further place in your mind, and your terrified eyes close at the magnificence of the electrical phenomena of the atmosphere, proclaiming with so much eloquence the majesty of the works of God. From your heart, congealed with fear, there comes no outburst of gratitude, for you do not know that at this moment, in the flashes of lightning, the uproar of the shower, of the thunder, and of the unchained winds, a great providential act is being accomplished. Thunder, in fact, is far more the cause of life than of death. In spite of the terrible but rare accidents that it causes, Obeying in the inscrutable decrees of God, it is one of the most powerful means that Providence employs to render the atmosphere wholesome, to clear the air we breathe of the deadly exhalations engendered by decay. We burn straw and paper torches in our rooms to purify the air. With its immense sheets of flame, the thunderbolt produces an analogous effect in the surrounding atmosphere. Each of those lightning flashes that make you start with fear is a pledge of general salubrity. Each of those claps of thunder that freeze you with fear is a sign of the great work of purification that is operating in favor of life. And who does not know with what delight after a storm the breast fills itself with pure air, when the atmosphere, purified by the fires of the thunderbolt, gives new life to all that breathe it? Let us beware, then, of the foolish terror when it thunders, but lift up our thoughts to God, from whom the thunder and lightning have received their salutary mission. The thunderbolt, like everything in this world, plays a part in accord with the general well-being. But, again, like everything else, it can, in fulfilling the hidden purposes of an all-seeing Providence, cause here and there a rare accident that makes us forget the immense service it renders us. Let us always remember that nothing happens without the permission of our Heavenly Father. A reverent fear of God ought to exclude all other fear. Let us then calmly examine the danger that a thunderbolt exposes us to. Let us remember above all that a thunderbolt by preference strikes the most prominent points of the ground, for it is there that the opposite electricity, attracted by that of the storm cloud, is present in greatest abundance, ready to unite with that which attracts it. The two electricities, seeking reunion, do their utmost to meet, said Claire, to fix the facts in her mind. That of the ground, in its effort to reach the cloud, gains the top of a tall tree. That of the cloud on its side is impelled downward toward the tree. Then comes the moment when the two electricities, still attracting each other, but no longer having a road open for their peaceful reunion, rush together with a crash. Then the streak of fire can't help reaching the tree. Is that it, uncle? My dear child, I could not have put it better myself. That is why, in fact, high buildings, towers, steeples, tall trees, are the points most exposed to fire from heaven. In the open country it would be very imprudent, during a storm, to seek refuge from rain under a tree, especially a tall and isolated one. If the thunderbolt is to fall in the neighborhood, it will preferably be upon that tree, which forms a high point where the electricity of the ground accumulates, to get as near as possible to that of the cloud attracting it. The sad and deplorable instances every year of persons struck by lightning are for the most part confined to the imprudent who seek shelter from the rain under a tall tree. If you had not known about these things, uncle, Jules here remarked, we should have been killed the day of the storm, when I wanted to get under that tall pine tree. It is very doubtful whether the thunderbolt in destroying the tree would have spared us. It is impious boldness to expose oneself to peril without a motive, and then to throw upon Providence the task of extricating us from our perilous situation. Heaven will help him who helps himself. We helped ourselves by fleeing from the dangerous tree, and we arrived home safe. But to help oneself effectively requires knowledge. So, to impress these things well on your mind, I emphasize once more the danger that in time of storm lurks in high towers, steeples, lofty buildings, and above all in tall and isolated trees. As for other precautions that are commonly recommended, such as not to run in order not to cause a violent displacement of air, and to shut the doors and windows in order to prevent a draught, they are of no value whatever. The direction taken by the thunderbolt is in no way affected by the air currents. Railway trains which run at high speed and displace the air with so much violence are not more exposed to lightning than objects at rest. Everyday experience is a proof of it. When it thunders, said Emile, Mother Ambrosine hurries to shut all the doors and windows. Mother Ambrosine is like a great many others who believe they are safe as long as they cease to see the peril. They shut themselves up so as not to hear the thunder nor see the lightning, but that does not in the least lessen the danger. "Then there are no precautions to be taken?" asked Jules. "In the usual circumstances, none, unless it be this precaution, to be of good heart and rely on the will of God. To protect tall buildings, more menaced than others, we use a lightning conductor, a wonderful invention due to Franklin's genius. The lightning conductor is composed of a rod of iron, long, strong, and pointed, fastened to the top of the building. From its base starts another rod, also of iron, which runs along the roofs and walls, where it is fastened with staples, and plunges into damp ground, or better still, into a deep well of water. If a thunderbolt falls, it strikes the lightning conductor, which is the nearest object to the cloud, as well as the best suited to the electric current on account of its metallic nature. Besides, its pointed form has much to do with its efficacy. The bolt that strikes the metal lightning conductor follows it, and is dissipated in the depths of the earth without causing any damage. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Effects of the Thunderbolt. A thunderbolt overthrows, breaks, and rends bodies that do not permit electricity to circulate freely. It shatters rocks and throws the fragments great distances. It unroofs our dwellings. It splits the trunks of trees and divides the wood into little shreds. It overthrows walls, or even wrenches them from their foundations. In penetrating the ground, it melts the sand on its way and makes irregular glass tubes. It reddens, melts, and vaporizes metallic substances that give free passage to the electric current, such as metal chains, the iron wire of bells, the gilding of frames. Its preference, in short, is for objects made of metal. There are instances of persons left uninjured while lightning consumed the various metallic objects worn or carried by them, such as gold lace, metal buttons, and coins. It sets fire to piles of combustible matter, like bundles of straw and stacks of dried fodder. A feeble electric spark, like those I taught you how to get from paper, makes but the slightest perceptible impression on us. At the very most, we feel a little prick at the point of communication. But with the help of powerful apparatus at the disposal of science, the electric shock becomes painful and can be dangerous or even mortal. When one is struck by a rather strong spark, one feels, particularly in the joints, a sudden shock that makes one tremble and feel weak in the knees. With a still stronger spark, the whole body is seized with a sudden shaking so violent that the joints seem to be severed, and one is knocked down by the stroke. Science possesses appliances powerful enough to kill an ox with the electric shock. The thunderbolt, a spark incomparably stronger than that of our electric machines, gives to men and animals an extremely violent shock. It throws them down, injures them, and even kills them instantly. Sometimes a person thus struck bears traces more or less deep of burning. Sometimes not the slightest wound is to be seen. Death is not, therefore, as a rule, due to any wounds inflicted by the thunderbolt, but to the sudden and violent shock given to the body. Sometimes death is only apparent. The electric shock simply suspends the primary vital functions, circulation and respiration. This state, which would end in death if prolonged, we can combat by giving the person struck the same care bestowed upon the drowned, and that is to say, by seeking to revive by friction the respiratory movement of the breast. At other times the electric shock more or less paralyzes some part of the body, or perhaps only produces a passing disorder which wears off by itself. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 41. Clouds. To finish his talk on lightning, the next morning Uncle Paul told them about clouds. The occasion, moreover, was very favorable. In one part of the sky, great white clouds like mountains of cotton were piled up. The eye was delighted with the soft outlines of that celestial wadding.
"You remember," he began, "all those fogs that on damp autumn and winter mornings cover the earth with a veil of gray smoke, hide the sun, and prevent our seeing a few steps in front of us?"
"Looking into the air, you could see something like fine dust of water floating," said Claire, and Jules added, "We played hide-and-seek with Emile in that kind of damp smoke. We could not see each other a few steps away."
"Well," resumed Uncle Paul, "clouds and fogs are the same thing, only fog spreads about us and shows for what it is, gray, damp, cold, while clouds keep more or less above us and take on, with distance, a rich appearance. There are some of dazzling whiteness, like those you see over there. Others of a red color, or golden-hued, or like fire. Still others of the color of ashes, and others that are black. The color changes, too, from moment to moment. At sunset you will see a cloud begin with being white, then turn scarlet, then shine like a pile of embers or like a lake of melted gold, and finally become dull and turn gray or black, according as the sun's rays strike it less and less. All that is a matter of illumination by the sun. In reality, clouds, however splendid in appearance, are formed of a damp vapor like that of fog. We can assure ourselves of this by a near approach."
"People can then mount as high as the clouds, Uncle?" Emile asked.
"Certainly. All one needs is a pair of legs stout enough to climb to the top of a mountain. Often, then clouds are under one's feet."
"And you have seen clouds underneath you?"
"Sometimes."
"That must be a very beautiful sight."
"So beautiful that words cannot express it. But it is not exactly a pleasure if the clouds mount and envelop you. You can be very much embarrassed by the obscurity of the fog alone. You lose your way. You become confused, without suspecting any danger in the most dangerous places. At the risk of falling into some abyss, you lose sight of the guides, who alone know the way and could save you from a false step. No, all is not roses up among the clouds. You will perhaps learn that some day to your cost. Meanwhile, let us transport ourselves in imagination to the top of a cloud-capped mountain. If circumstances are favorable, here is what we shall see. Above our heads, the sky, perfectly clear, presents no unusual appearance. The sun shines there in all its brilliancy. Down there at our feet, almost in the plains, white clouds spread themselves out. The wind sweeps them before it and drives them toward the summit. There they are, rolling and mounting up the side of the mountain. One would think they were immense flocks of cotton pushed up the slope by some invisible hand. Now and then a ray of sunlight penetrates their depths and gives them the brilliancy of gold and fire. The beautiful clouds behind which the sun disappears at its setting are not richer. What brilliant tints, what soft suppleness! They mount higher and higher. Now they roll up like a shining white band around the top of the mountain and hide the view of the plain from us. Only the point where we are projects above the cloud curtain, like an islet above the sea. At last this point is invaded, We are in the bosom of the clouds. Warm tints, soft outlines, striking views, all have disappeared. It is now only a dark fog that saturates with moisture and makes us feel depressed. Oh, if some breath of wind would make haste and sweep away these disagreeable clouds. That, my little friends, is what one does not fail to wish when one is in the clouds, which, so beautiful at a distance, are nothing but gloomy fog when close at hand. The spectacle of the clouds should be seen from afar. When in our curiosity we wish to examine certain appearances too closely, we sometimes find them deceptive, but we also find that, under a secondary brilliancy, which serves to adorn the earth, they hide realities of the first importance. The marvels of the clouds are only an appearance, an illusion of light. But under this illusion are concealed the reservoirs of rain, source of the earth's fecundity. God, by whom the smallest details of creation have been ordered, willed that the most common, but also most necessary substances should serve as an ornament to the earth, in spite of their really humble aspect. And he clothes them with a prestige dependent on the distance from which we are to contemplate them. The gray vapor of the clouds gives us rain. That is their chief utility. The sun illuminates it, and that suffices to transform it into a celestial tapestry in which the astonished eye finds the splendor of purple, gold, and fire. That is its ornamental function. The height maintained by clouds is very variable and is generally less than you might suppose. There are clouds that lazily trail along the ground. They are the fogs. There are others that cling to the sides of moderately high mountains, and still others varying from 500 to 1,500 meters. In some rather rare instances, they rise to nearly 4 leagues. Beyond that, eternal serenity reigns. Clouds never mount there. Thunder never rumbles, and snow, hail, and rain never form. Those clouds are called cirrus, that look sometimes like light flocks of curly wool, sometimes like drawn-out filaments of dazzling whiteness, sharply contrasting with the deep blue of the sky. They are the highest of all the clouds. They are often a league high. When cirrus clouds are small and rounded, and closely grouped in large numbers, so as to look like the backs of a flock of sheep, the sky thus covered is said to be dappled. It is usually a sign that the weather is going to change. The name cumulus is given to those large white clouds with round outlines which pile up during the heat of summer like immense mountains of cotton wool. Their appearance presages a storm. "Then the clouds we see over there next to the mountains," queried Jules, "are cumulus? They look like piles of cotton. Will they bring us a storm?" "I think not. The wind is driving them in another direction. The storm always takes place in their neighborhood. There, hear that?" A sudden light had just flashed through the flocks of the cumulus. After a long wait, the noise of the thunder reached them, but greatly weakened by distance. Questions came quickly from Jules's and Emile's lips. "Why does it rain over there and not here?
Why does the noise of the thunder come after the lightning?"
"Why, we are going to talk about all that," said Uncle Paul, "but first let us learn the other forms of clouds. Stratus is applied to clouds disposed in irregular bands, placed in tiers on the horizon at sunrise or sunset. They are clouds that, in the fading daylight, especially in autumn, take the glowing tints of melted metals and of flame. The red stratus of the morning are followed by rain or wind. Finally, we give the name nimbus to a mass of dark clouds of a uniform gray, so crowded together that it is impossible to distinguish one cloud from another. These clouds generally dissolve into rain. Seen from a distance, they often look like broad stripes extending in a straight line from heaven to earth. They are trails of rain. Now, Emile may ask his questions. End of chapter 41. Clouds. Recording by Linda Velwest.
Chapter 42 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 42. The Velocity of Sound. "Under that big white cloud that you call cumulus," said Emile, "there is at this very moment a storm. We have just seen the lightning and heard the thunder. Here, on the contrary, the sky is blue, so it does not rain everywhere at the same time. When rain is falling in one country, it is fine in others, and yet when it rains here, the whole sky is covered with clouds. You need only put your hand over your eyes to hide the sky," his uncle explained. "A cloud much farther off, but also much larger, produces the same effect. It veils what is surrounding us and makes it all cloudy, but that is only an appearance. Beyond the region covered by the cloud, the sky may be serene and the weather magnificent. Under the cumulus, where the thunder is growling now, it rains, you may be sure, and the sky looks black. To the people in that region, the surroundings present only a rainy appearance, because they are wrapped in clouds. If they were to go elsewhere, beyond the clouds, they would find the sky as serene as we have it here." "With a fast horse they could, then," suggested Emile, "get from under the clouds, leave the rain, and come into fine weather, as also they could leave the sunshine and get into the rain under the clouds." "Sometimes that would be possible, but more often not, because clouds can cover large areas. Besides, they go from one country to another, with such speed that the best horsemen could not follow them in their course. You have all seen the shadow of the clouds run over the ground when the wind blows. Hills, valleys, plains, watercourses, all are crossed in less than no time. The shadow of a cloud passes over you at the moment you reach the top of a hill. Before you have taken 3 steps to descend into the valley, the shadow, with giant strides, is mounting the opposite slopes. Who could flatter himself that he could follow the cloud and keep under its cover? If rain sometimes falls over great stretches of country, it is never general, absolutely. If it should rain at one time over a whole province, what is that compared with the earth? A clod compared with a large field. Chased by the wind, clouds run hither and thither in the vast spaces of the atmosphere. They travel, and on their way throw a shadow or precipitate rain. Where they pass there is rain. Everywhere else, no. In the same place there can even be both rain and fine weather, according as one is below or above the clouds. You know that on a mountain top the clouds are sometimes beneath one. The plain under the clouds may receive a hard shower, while on the summit the sun shines without a single drop of rain." "All that is easily understood," said Jules. "It is my turn now, uncle, to ask you a question. From the storm cloud that we see from here, there first came a flash of lightning. Then, after waiting some time, the sound of the thunder was heard. Why do not the sound and the lightning come together? 2 things tell us of the thunderbolt: light and noise. The light is the flash of the lightning. The noise is thunder. Likewise, in the discharge of firearms, there is the light produced by the ignition of the powder and the noise resulting therefrom. At the scene of the explosion light and noise are coincident. But for persons at a distance, the light, which travels at an incomparably greater velocity, arrives before the sound, which moves more slowly. If you note the discharge of a gun at a considerable distance away, you see first the flash and smoke of the explosion, and do not hear the report until some time after. The more distant the explosion, the longer the time. Light travels an immense distance in an exceedingly short time. The flash of the explosion, therefore, reaches the eye at the very instant of its occurrence. If the sound does not arrive until after, it is because it travels much less rapidly, and, in order to cover a considerable distance, requires considerable time, which is easily measured. Suppose 10 seconds pass between the flash of a cannon's discharge and the arrival of the sound. The distance is measured between the place where the explosion occurred and that where it was heard. It is found to be 3,400 meters. Sound, therefore, moves through the air in a single second, a distance of 3,400 meters. That is a good rate of speed, comparable with that of the cannon ball, but nothing, after all, in comparison with the inconceivable velocity of light. The unequal rapidity with which sound and light travel accounts for the following fact. From a distance, a woodcutter is seen chopping wood, or a mason cutting stone. We see the axe strike the wood, the mallet tap the stone, and some time after we hear the sound. "One Sunday before church," interposed Jules, "I was watching from a distance the ringing of the bell. I saw the tongue strike, and the sound did not come until later. Now I see the reason. If you count the number of seconds between the appearance of the flash and the instant the thunder begins to be heard, you can tell what distance you are from the storm cloud." "Is a second very long?" Emile asked. "It is about the length of one beat of the pulse. All we have to do then is to count 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., without haste, but not too slowly, to have about the number of seconds. Note the instant the flash lights up the stormy cumulus, and count slowly until you hear the thunder." With watchful eye and attentive ear all began the observation. Finally a flash was seen. They counted, the uncle beating time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At 12 came the thunder, but so faint that they could only just hear it. "It took 12 seconds for the sound of the thunder to reach us," said Uncle Paul. "From what distance does it come if sound travels 340 meters a second?" "You must multiply 340 by 12, replied Claire. "Well, miss, do it." Claire made the calculation. The result was 4,080 meters. The flash of lightning was 4,080 meters away. "We are more than a league from the storm cloud," said her uncle. "How easy that is!" exclaimed Emile. "You count 1, 2, 3, 4, and without moving you know how far away the thunderbolt has just fallen. The longer the time between the flash and the noise, the farther away is the cloud. When the report comes at the same time as the flash, the explosion is quite near. Jules knows that well since the day of the storm in the pine woods." "I have heard that there is no longer any danger after the lightning is seen," said Claire. "A thunderbolt is as rapid as light. An electric explosion is, therefore, ended as soon as the flash appears, and all danger is then past, for the thunder, however loud it may be, can do no harm." End of Chapter 42. The Velocity of Sound. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 43 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 43. The Experiment with the Bottle of Cold Water. Uncle Paul had rightly said the evening before that clouds are nothing but fog floating high in the air instead of spreading over the earth. But he had not said what fogs are composed of and how formed. So the next day he continued his talk of clouds. When Mother Ambrosine hangs the clothes she has just washed on the line, what does she do it for? To dry the linen, to free it from the water with which it is saturated. Well, what becomes of this water, if you please? It disappears, I know, answered Jules, but I should find it very hard to tell what becomes of it. This water is dissipated in the air, where it dissolves and becomes as invisible as the air itself. When you wet a heap of dry sand, the water permeates it throughout and disappears. It is true that the sand then takes a different appearance. It was dry before, it is wet afterward. The sand drinks the water that comes into contact with it. Air does the same. It drinks the moisture from the linen and becomes damp itself, and it drinks it so completely that all, air and water, remain as invisible as if the air held no foreign substance. Vapor is the name given to water thus made invisible, or in some sort aerial, that is to say, resembling the air, and the reduction of water to this new state is called evaporation. The moisture of the linen we wish to dry evaporates. The water is dissipated in the air and thus becomes invisible vapor, which spreads in every direction at the will of the wind. The warmer it is, the quicker and more abundant the evaporation. Have you not noticed that a wet handkerchief dries very quickly in a hot sun, and loses its moisture only very slowly if the weather is cloudy and cold? Mother Ambrosine is always very glad when she has a fine day for her washing, Claire remarked. Remember, too, what happens after watering the garden. When, at the close of a very warm day, we have to give a drink to those poor plants dying of thirst, something like this happens. The pump runs at its utmost capacity. You all make haste with your watering pots. One goes here, another there, carrying water to the suffering plants, seed plots, and potted flowers. Soon the garden has drunk copiously. How fresh it is then! How the plants, wilted by the heat, regain vigor and straighten up again as happy as ever. You could almost think you heard them whispering to one another and telling how glad they were to be watered. If it could only stay that way. But, bah, the next day the earth is dry once more, and all has to be done over again. What has become of the last evening's water? It has evaporated, dissolved into the air, and now it is perhaps traveling far away at a great height, until, turned into a scrap of cloud, it falls again in rain. When Jules tires himself working the pump to water the flowers, has he ever thought that the water drawn from the well and spread over the ground, sooner or later, is dissipated in the immensities of the air to play its modest part in the formation of clouds? In watering my garden, answered Jules, I did not think I was watering the air more than anything else, but I see it now. Air is the great drinker. Of the contents of a watering pot, the plants take perhaps a handful. The air drinks up the rest, and that is why we have to do it all over again every day. And if you exposed a plateful of water to the sun, what would finally become of it? I will answer that, Emile hastened to reply. Little by little the water would turn into invisible vapor, and there would be nothing but the plate left. What takes place at the expense of a plate of water, and of the moisture of the soil or wet linen, takes place also on a vast scale over the entire surface of the earth. The air is in contact with damp soil, with innumerable sheets of water, lakes, marshes, streams, rivers, brooks, above all with the sea, the immense sea, which presents thrice as much surface as the dry land. The great drinker, as Jules calls it, the air, must therefore drink to satiety, and everywhere and always contain moisture, sometimes more, sometimes less, according to the heat. The air that is around us now, that invisible air in which the eye distinguishes nothing, nevertheless contains water that can be made visible. The means is very simple. All that is necessary is to cool the air a little. When you squeeze a wet sponge with the hand, you make water ooze out of it. Cold acts on moist air very much as the pressure of the hand on the sponge. It causes the moisture to distill in the form of minute drops. If Claire will go to the pump and fill a bottle with very cold water, I will show you this curious experiment. Claire went to the kitchen and came back with a bottle full of the coldest water possible. Her uncle took the bottle, wiped it well with his handkerchief so that no trace of moisture should remain on the outside, and put it on an equally well wiped plate. Now the bottle, at first perfectly clear, becomes covered with a kind of fog which tarnishes its transparency. Then little drops appear, run down its sides, and fall into the plate. At the end of a quarter of an hour there was enough water accumulated in the plate to fill a thimble. The drops of water now running down the outside of the bottle, Uncle Paul explained, do not come, it is very clear, from the inside, for glass cannot be pierced by water. They come from the surrounding air, which cools off on touching the bottle and lets its moisture distill. If the bottle were colder, if full of ice, the deposit of liquid drops would be more abundant. "The bottle reminds me of something of the same kind," said Claire. "When you fill a perfectly clean glass with very cold water, the outside of the glass immediately tarnishes and looks as if badly washed. That again is the surrounding air depositing its moisture on the cold side of the glass." "Is that invisible moisture contained in the air abundant?" asked Jules. "The invisible vapor of the air is always a thing so subtle, so disseminated, that it would take enormous volumes to make a small quantity of water. During the heat of summer, when the air holds the most vapor, it takes 60,000 liters of moist air to furnish 1 liter of water." "That is very little," was Jules' comment. "It's a great deal, if one thinks of the immense volume of the atmosphere," replied his uncle, and then added, "The experiment of the bottle teaches us 2 things. First, there is always invisible vapor in the air. In the second place, this vapor becomes visible and changes into fog, then into drops of water by cooling. This return of invisible vapor to visible vapor or fog, then to a state of water, is called condensation. Heat reduces water to invisible vapor, and cold condenses this vapor. That is to say, brings it back to a liquid state, or at least to the state of visible vapor or fog. We will have the rest this evening." End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 44. Rain. The explanations of this morning account for the formation of clouds. A continual evaporation takes place on the surface of the damp earth, as well as on the surface of the different sheets of water, lakes, ponds, marshes, streams, and above all the sea. The vapors formed rise into the air, and remain invisible as long as the heat is sufficient. But since heat diminishes as the height increases, there comes a time when the vapors can no longer be kept in complete solution, and they condense into a mass of visible vapor, into a fog or cloud. When, after a chill encountered in the upper strata of the atmosphere, the cloud mist reaches a certain degree of condensation, little drops of water form and fall in rain. At first very small, they increase in volume on the way by the union of other similar little drops. Their size on reaching us is proportioned to the height from which they fell, but never exceeds the limits suitable to the part rain is intended to play. If too large, the raindrops would fall heavily on the plants they are to water, and would lay them flat on the ground, dead. And what would happen if the condensation of vapor, instead of taking place gradually, should be sudden? There would no longer descend from heaven raindrops, but heavy columns of water, which, in their fall, would strip the trees of their branches, crush the harvests, and make the roofs of our houses fall in. But, far from taking this devastating form, rain falls in drops as if passed through a sieve, placed by design in its passage to divide it and weaken the shock. On rare occasions, it is true, rain does reach us under so strange a disguise as to strike the ignorant with terror. Who would not be frightened when it rains blood or sulphur? "What do you say, uncle?" interrupted Emile. "Rains blood or sulphur? For my part, I should be dreadfully afraid." I too," said Claire. "Is that true?" Jules asked in his turn. "True. You know well I only tell you true stories. There are rains of blood and sulphur, at least in appearance. It is proved that showers have been seen of which the drops left on the walls, roads, leaves of the trees, and clothes of passers-by are red spots like blood. At other times, with the rain, there has fallen from the sky a fine dust, of a beautiful yellow, resembling sulphur. Did it really rain blood, sulphur? No. This so-called rain of blood or sulphur, causing foolish alarms, is ordinary rain stained with various sorts of dust raised from the ground by the wind. In the spring, when, in mountainous countries, immense forests of fir trees are in blossom, every breath of wind carries clouds of the fine yellow dust contained in the little flowers of the fir tree. You can see a similar dust in all flowers, especially the lily. "It is that dust that daubs your nose yellow when you smell a lily too close," declared Jules. "Exactly. It is called pollen. Well, in falling at a distance, sometimes alone, sometimes accompanied by rain, the pollen gathered up from the forest by a breath of wind causes the so-called sulphur rain." "Your rain of blood or sulphur isn't at all terrifying," Claire remarked. "Of course not. And yet whole populations have their hearts frozen with fear at the inoffensive fall of a whirlwind of pollen or red dust. They believe themselves visited with plagues, precursors of the end of the world. Ignorance is a pitiful thing, my dear children, and knowledge is a fine thing, even if it only serve to deliver us from stupid terrors." "In future," said Jules stoutly, "it can rain sulphur or blood. If anyone is afraid, it will not be I." "There can also fall from the sky, with or without rain, various mineral substances, such as sand, for example, or powdered chalk, or dust from the roads. There is even mention of showers of small animals, caterpillars, insects, and very young toads. The marvelous feature of these rains disappears if one considers that a violent blast of wind can carry with it all light substances encountered in its course, and can transport them long distances before letting them fall again. At other times a rain of insects is due to something else besides transportation by the wind. Some kinds of grasshoppers, for example, gather together in immense swarms to go to another district when nutriment fails them. The emigrating band flies, as at a given signal, passes through the air in the form of a great cloud that intercepts the daylight. The migration continues for days at a time, so numerous is the host. Then the voracious swarm alights, like a living storm, on the vegetation of some distant province. In a few hours grass, leaves of trees, grain, prairies, everything is browsed. The soil, as if ravaged by fire, hasn't a blade of grass left. Sometimes the people of Algeria die of hunger. The grasshopper has devoured their harvests. Volcanoes cause cinder showers. Volcanic ashes is the name given to the calcined dust thrown up to a great height by volcanoes at the moment of their eruption. These powdered substances form enormous clouds, which produce in the daytime a darkness like that of the darkest nights, and which, falling to earth at a greater or less distance, stifle animals and plants under their showers of dust. End of chapter 44. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 45 of the Story Book of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The Story Book of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bricknell. Chapter 45. Volcanoes. "It is not late yet, Uncle," said Jules. "You ought to tell us about those terrible mountains, those volcanoes that the showers of ashes come from." At the word volcano, Emile, who was already asleep, rubbed his eyes and became all attention. He too wanted to hear the great story. As usual, their uncle yielded to their entreaties.
A volcano is a mountain that throws up smoke, calcined dust, red-hot stones, and melted matter called lava. The summit is hollowed out in a great excavation, having the shape of a funnel, sometimes several leagues in circumference. That is what we call the crater. The bottom of the crater communicates with a tortuous conduit, or chimney too deep to estimate. The principal volcanoes of Europe are Vesuvius, near Naples, Etna, in Sicily, Hekla, in Iceland. Most of the time, a volcano is either in repose or throwing up a simple plume of smoke, but from time to time, with intervals that may be very long, the mountain grumbles, trembles, and vomits torrents of fiery substances. It is then said to be in eruption. To give you a general idea of the most remarkable phenomena attending volcanic eruption, I will choose Vesuvius, the best known of the European volcanoes. An eruption is generally announced beforehand by a column of smoke that fills the orifice of the crater and rises vertically, when the air is calm, to nearly a mile in height. At this elevation it spreads out in a sort of blanket that intercepts the sun's rays. Some days before the eruption, the column of smoke sinks down on the volcano, covering it with a big black cloud. Then the earth begins to tremble around Vesuvius. Rumbling detonations under the ground are heard, louder and louder each moment, soon exceeding in intensity the most violent claps of thunder. You would think you heard the cannonades of a numerous artillery detonating ceaselessly on the mountain's sides. All at once a sheaf of fire bursts from the crater to the height of 2,000 or 3,000 meters. The cloud that is floating over the volcano is illuminated by the redness of the fire. The sky seems inflamed. Millions of sparks dart out like lightning to the top of the blazing sheaf, describe great arcs, leaving on their way dazzling trails, and fall in a shower of fire on the slopes of the volcano. These sparks, so small from a distance, are incandescent masses of stone, sometimes several meters in dimension, and of a sufficient momentum to crush the most solid buildings in their fall. What handmade machine could throw such masses of rock to such heights? What all our efforts united could not do even once, the volcano does over and over again, as if in play. For whole weeks and months these red blocks are thrown up by Vesuvius in numbers like the sparks of a display of fireworks.
"It is both terrible and beautiful," said Jules. "Oh, how I should like to see an eruption, but far off, of course." "And the people who are on the mountain?" questioned Emile.
They are careful not to go on the mountain at that time. They might lose their lives, suffocated by the smoke, or crushed by the shower of red-hot stones. Meantime, from the depths of the mountain, through the volcanic chimney ascends a flux of melted mineral substance, or lava, which pours out into the crater and forms a lake of fire as dazzling as the sun. Spectators who from the plain anxiously follow the progress of the eruption are warned of the coming of the lava flood by the brilliant illumination it throws on the volumes of smoke floating in the upper air. But the crater is full. Then the ground suddenly shakes, bursts open with a noise of thunder, and through the crevices, as well as over the edges of the crater, the lava flows in streams. The fiery current, formed of dazzling and paste-like matter similar to melted metal, advances slowly. The front of the lava stream resembles a moving rampart on fire. One can flee before it, but everything stationary is lost. Trees blaze a moment on contact with the lava and sink down, reduced to charcoal. The thickest walls are calcined and fall over. The hardest rocks are vitrified, melted. The flow of lava comes to an end, sooner or later. Then subterranean vapors, freed from the enormous pressure of the fluid mass, escape with more violence than ever, carrying with them whirlwinds of fine dust that floats in sinister clouds and sinks down on the neighboring plain, or is carried by the winds to a distance of hundreds of leagues. Finally the terrible mountain calms down, and peace is restored for an indefinite time.
If there are towns near the volcanoes, cannot those streams of fire reach them? Cannot those clouds of ashes bury them?
Asked Jules. Unfortunately, all that is possible, and has happened. I will tell you about it tomorrow, for it is time to go to bed now.
End of Chapter 45. Volcanoes. Recorded by Linda Velwest.
Chapter 46 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 46. Catania. Yesterday, Uncle Paul resumed, Jules asked me if the lava streams could not reach towns situated near volcanoes. The following story will answer his question. It is about an eruption of Mount Etna. Etna is that volcano in Sicily, where the big chestnut tree of 100 horses is, asked Claire. Yes, I must tell you that 200 years ago there occurred in Sicily one of the most terrible eruptions on record. During the night, after a furious storm, the earth began to tremble so violently that a great many houses fell. Trees swayed like reeds shaken by the wind. People, fleeing distracted into the country to avoid being crushed under the ruins of their buildings, lost their footing on the quaking ground, stumbled, and fell. At that moment Etna burst in a fissure 4 leagues long, and along this fissure rose a number of volcanic mouths, vomiting, amid the crash of frightful detonations, clouds of black smoke and calcined sand. Soon 7 of these mouths united in an abyss that for 4 months did not cease, thundering, glowing, and throwing up cinders and lava. The crater of Etna, at first quite at rest, as if its furnaces had no connection with the new volcanic mouths, woke up a few days after, and threw to a prodigious height a column of flames and smoke. Then the whole mountain shook, and all the crests that dominated its crater fell into the depths of the volcano. The next day 4 mountaineers dared to climb to the top of Etna. They found the crater very much enlarged by the falling in of the day before. Its orifice, which before had measured 1 league, now measured 2. In the meantime torrents of lava were pouring from all of the crevices of the mountain down upon the plain, destroying houses, forests, and crops. Some leagues from the volcano, on the sea-coast, lies Catania, a large town surrounded then by strong walls. Already the liquid fire had devoured several villages, when the stream reached the walls of Catania, and spread over the country. There, as if to show its strength to the terrified Catanians, it tore a hill away and transported it some distance. It lifted in one mass a field planted with vines, and let it float for some time, until the green was reduced to charcoal and disappeared. Finally the fiery stream reached a wide and deep valley. The Catanians believed themselves saved. No doubt the volcano would exhaust its strength by the time it covered the vast basin which the lava had just entered. But what an error of judgment! In the short space of 6 hours the valley was filled, and the lava, overflowing, advanced straight towards the town in a stream half a league wide and 10 meters high. It would have been all over with Catania if, by the luckiest chance, another current, whose direction crossed the first, had not come and struck against the fiery flood, and turned it from its course. The stream, thus turned, coasted the ramparts of the town within pistol shot, and turned toward the sea. "I was very much afraid for those poor Catanians," interposed Emile, "when you spoke of that wall of fire, high as a house, going straight toward the town." "All is not over yet," his uncle proceeded. The stream, I told you, was going toward the sea. There was, then, a formidable battle between the water and the fire. The lava presented a perpendicular front of 1,500 meters in extent, and a dozen meters high. At the touch of that burning wall, which continued plunging further and further into the waves, enormous masses of vapor rose with horrible hissings, darkened the sky with their thick clouds, and fell in a salt rain over all the region. In a few days the lava had made the limits of the shore recede 300 meters. In spite of that, Catania was still menaced. The stream, swollen with new tributaries, grew from day to day and approached the town. From the top of the walls the inhabitants followed with terror the implacable progress of the scourge. The lava finally reached the ramparts. The fiery flood rose slowly, but it rose ceaselessly. From hour to hour it was found to have risen a little higher. It touched the top of the walls, whereupon, yielding to the pressure, they were overthrown for the length of 40 meters, and the stream of fire penetrated the town. "My goodness!" cried Claire, "those poor people are lost." "No, not the people, for lava runs very slowly on account of its sticky nature, and one can be warned in time. It was the town itself that ran the greatest risk. The quarters invaded by the lava were the highest. From there the current could spread everywhere, so Catania seemed destined to total destruction, when it was saved by the courage of some men who attempted to battle with the volcano. They bethought themselves to construct stone walls, which, placed across the route of the oncoming stream, would change its direction. This device partly succeeded, but the following was the most efficacious. Lava streams enveloped themselves in a kind of solid sheath, and banked themselves in a canal formed of blocks coagulated and welded together. Under this covering the melted matter preserves its fluidity and continues its ravaging course. They thought, then, that by breaking these natural dikes at the well-chosen spot, they would open to the lava a new route across country, and would thus turn it from the town. Followed by 100 alert and vigorous men, they attacked the stream, not far from the volcano, with blows of iron bars. The heat was so great that each worker could strike only 2 or 3 blows in succession, after which he withdrew to recover his breath. However, they managed to make a breach in the solid sheath, when, as they had foreseen, the lava flowed through this opening. Catania was saved, not without great loss, for already the lava flow had consumed, within the town walls, 300 houses and some palaces and churches. Outside of Catania, this eruption, so sadly celebrated, covered from 5 to 6 square leagues with a bed of lava, in some places 13 meters thick, and destroyed the homes of 27,000 persons. Without those brave men who did not hesitate, at the risk of being burnt alive, to go and open a new passage for the stream of fire, Catania would certainly have been lost," remarked Jules. "Catania would have been all burnt down, there is no doubt. To-day its calcined ruins would be buried under a bed of cold lava, and there would be nothing left but the name of the large town that had disappeared." 3 or 4 stout-hearted men revived the courage of the terrified population. They hope that Heaven will aid them in their devotion, and, ready to sacrifice their lives, they prevent the frightful disaster. Ah, may God give you grace, my dear child, to imitate them in the time of danger. For, you see, if man is great through his intelligence, he is still greater through his heart. In my old age, when I hear you spoken of, I shall be more gladdened by the good you may have done than by the knowledge you may have acquired. Knowledge, my little friend, is only a better means of aiding others. Remember that well, and when you are a man, bear yourself in danger as did those of Catania. I ask it of you in return for my love and my stories." Jules furtively wiped away a tear. His uncle perceived that he had sown his word in good ground. End of chapter 46. Catania. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 47 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story-Book of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 47. The Story of Pliny. To teach you what the cinders thrown up by a volcano can do, I am now going to tell you a very old story, just as it was transmitted to us by a celebrated writer of those old times. This writer is called Pliny. His writing is in Latin, the great language of those days. It was in the year 79 of our era. Contemporaries of our Savior were still living. Vesuvius was then a peaceful mountain. It was not terminated then, as today, by a smoking cone, but by a table-land slightly concave, the remains of an old filled-up crater, where thin grasses and wild vines grew. Very fertile crops covered its sides. Two populous towns, Herculaneum and Pompeii, lay stretched at its base. The old volcano, which seemed forever lulled, and whose last eruptions went back to times beyond the memory of man, suddenly awakened and began to smoke. On the 23rd of August, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, an extraordinary cloud, sometimes white, sometimes black, was seen hovering over Vesuvius. Impelled violently by some subterranean force, it first rose straight up in the form of a tree trunk. Then, after attaining a great height, it sank down under its own weight and spread out over a wide area. Now there was at that time at Messina, a seaport not far from Vesuvius, an uncle of the author, who has handed down these things to us. He was called Pliny, like his nephew. He commanded the Roman fleet stationed at this port. He was a man of great courage, never retreating from any danger if he could gain new knowledge or render aid to others. Surprised at the singular cloud that hovered over Vesuvius, Pliny immediately set out with his fleet to go to the aid of the menaced coast towns, and to observe the terrible cloud from a nearer point. The people at the foot of Vesuvius were fleeing in haste, wild with fear. He went to the side where all were in flight, and where the peril appeared the greatest. "Fine!" cried Jules. "Courage comes to you when you're with those who are not afraid. I love Pliny for hastening to the volcano to learn about the danger. I should like to have been there." Alas, my poor child, you would not have found it a picnic. Burning cinders mixed with calcined stones were falling on the vessels. The sea, lashed to fury, was rising from its bed. The shore, encumbered with debris from the mountain, was becoming inaccessible. There was nothing to do but retreat. The fleet came to land at Stabiae, where the danger, still distant but all the time approaching, had already caused consternation. In the meantime, from several points on Vesuvius, great flames burst forth, their terrifying glare rendered more frightful by the darkness caused by the cloud of cinders. To reassure his companions, Pliny told them that these flames came from some abandoned villages caught by the fire. He told them that, to give them courage, Jules conjectured. But he himself well knew the truth of the matter. He knew it well. He knew the danger was great. Nevertheless, overcome by fatigue, he fell into a deep sleep. Now, while he slept, the cloud reached Stabiae. Little by little the court leading to his apartment was filled with cinders, so that in a short time he would not have been able to get out. They woke him to prevent his being buried alive, and to deliberate on what was to be done. The houses, shaken by continual shocks, seemed to be torn from their foundations. They swayed from side to side. Many fell. It was decided to put to sea again. A shower of stones was falling, small ones, it is true, and calcined by the fire. As a protection from them, the men covered their heads with pillows, and going through the most horrible darkness, hardly relieved by the light of the torches they carried, they made their way toward the shore. There Pliny sat on the ground a moment to rest, when violent flames, accompanied by a strong smell of sulphur, put everybody to flight. He rose, and then instantly fell back dead. The emanations, cinders, and smoke from the volcano had suffocated him. Poor Pliny! To be stifled to death like that by that horrible mountain, and he so courageous, lamented Jules. Whilst the uncle was dying at Stabiae, The nephew, left at Messina with his mother, was witness of what he relates to us. "The night after my uncle's departure," he tells us, "the earth began to tremble violently. My mother hastened in alarm to awaken me. She found me getting up to go and waken her. As the house threatened to collapse, we sat outside in the court, not far from the sea. With the carelessness of youth, I was then 18, I began to read. A friend of my uncle's came along. Seeing my mother and me, both of us seated, and me with a book in my hand, he blamed us for our confidence, and induced us to look out for our safety. Although it was 7 o'clock in the morning, we could hardly see, the air was so obscured. At times buildings were so shaken that their fall was imminent at any moment. We followed the example of the rest, and left the town. We stopped some distance off in the country. The wagons that were brought away swayed continually with the shaking of the ground. Even with their wheels blocked with stones, they could hardly be held in place. The sea flowed back on itself, driven from the shore by the earthquake shocks. It receded from the beach, and left a multitude of fish dry on the sand. A horrible black cloud came toward us. On its flanks were serpentine lines of fire, like immense flashes of lightning. Soon the cloud descends, covering earth and sea. Then my mother begs me to flee with all the speed of my youth, and not to expose myself to imminent death by adapting my pace to hers, weighed down as she was by years. She would die content if she knew I was out of danger. "And Pliny left his old mother behind in order to get away the faster?" queried Jules. "No, my child, he did what you would all have done. He remained, sustaining and encouraging her, resolved to save himself with her, or else die with her." "Good!" cried Jules. "The nephew was worthy of his uncle. And then what happened?" "Then it was frightful. Cinders began to fall. Darkness descended so intense that they could see nothing. There was general confusion, outcry, and moaning. Wild with terror, the people fled at random, knocking down and treading on those who were in their way. The greater part were convinced that that night was the last, the eternal night that was to swallow the world. Mothers went groping for their children, lost in the crowd, or perhaps crushed under the feet of the fugitives. They called them with doleful cries, to embrace them once more, and then die. Pliny and his old mother had seated themselves apart from the crowd. From time to time they were obliged to get up and shake off the cinders which would soon have buried them. At last the cloud dispersed and daylight reappeared. The earth was unrecognizable. Everything had disappeared under a thick shroud of calcined dust. "And the houses, were they buried in the cinders?" asked Emile. At the foot of the mountain the dust thrown up by the volcano lay deeper than the height of the tallest houses, and whole towns had disappeared under the enormous bed of cinders. Amongst these were Herculaneum and Pompeii. The volcano buried them alive. "With the inhabitants?" inquired Jules. "With a small number, for most of them, like Pliny and his mother, had time to flee to Messina. Today, after being buried 18 centuries, Herculaneum and Pompeii are exhumed by the miner's pick, just as they were when caught by the cloud of volcanic cinders. Vineyards cover them where they are not yet cleared." "These vineyards, then, are the roofs of houses?" said Emile. "Higher than the roofs of houses. The traveler who visits the quarters not yet uncovered, but made accessible by means of wells dug for the purpose, descends underground to a great depth." End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Storybook of Science. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Storybook of Science by Henri Fabre. Translated by Florence Bicknell. Chapter 48 The Boiling Pot. As their uncle finished speaking, the postman came in with a letter. A friend advised Uncle Paul to go to town on pressing business, and he wished to take advantage of the occasion to give his nephews the diversion of a little journey. He had Jules and Emile dressed in their Sunday clothes, and they set out to wait for the train at the neighboring station. At the station Uncle Paul went up to a grating behind which was a very busy man, and through the wicket he handed him some money. In exchange the busy man gave him 3 pieces of cardboard. Uncle Paul presented these pieces of cardboard to a man who guarded the entrance to a room. The man looked and let them enter. Here they are in what is called the waiting room. Emile and Jules open their eyes wide and say nothing. Soon they hear steam hissing. The train arrives. At its head is the locomotive, which slackens its speed so as to stop a moment. Through the window of the waiting room Jules sees the people passing. Something preoccupies him. He is trying to understand how the heavy machine moves, what turns its wheels, which seem to be pushed by an iron bar. They enter the railway car. The steam hisses. The train starts, and they are off. After a moment, when full speed had been gained, "Uncle Paul," said Emile, "see how the trees run, dance, and whirl around." His uncle made him a sign to be silent. He had 2 reasons for this. First, Emile had just made a foolish remark, and secondly, his uncle did not choose to notice the giddy pate's self-betrayal in public. Besides, Uncle Paul is not very communicative when traveling. He prefers to maintain a discreet reserve and keep silence. There are people whom you have never seen before, and perhaps will never see again, who immediately become very familiar with their traveling companions. Rather than hold their tongues, they would talk to themselves. Uncle Paul does not like such people. He considers them weak-minded. By evening the 3 travelers had returned, all much pleased with their trip. Uncle Paul had brought to a favorable conclusion his business in town. Emile and Jules each came back with an idea. When they had done honor to the excellent supper Mother Ambrosine had prepared on purpose to wind up the holiday with a little treat, Jules was the first to impart his idea to his uncle. "Of all that I saw to-day," he began, "what struck me most was the engine at the head of the train, the locomotive that draws the long string of cars. How do they make it move? I looked well, but could not find out. It looks as if it went by itself, like a great beast on the gallop." "It does not go by itself," replied the uncle. "It is steam that puts it in motion. Let us then first learn what steam is and what's its power. When water is put on the fire, it first gets hot, and then begins to boil, sending off vapor, which is dissipated in the air. If the boiling continues some time, it ends with there being nothing in the pot. All the water has disappeared." "That is what happened to Mother Ambrosine day before yesterday," put in Emile. "She was boiling some potatoes, and having neglected to look into the pot for some time, she found them without a drop of water, half burnt. She had to begin all over again. Mother Ambrosine was not pleased." "By heat," continued Uncle Paul, "water becomes invisible, intangible, and subtle as air. That is what is called vapor. You told us that the moisture in the air, the cause of fogs and clouds, is also vapor." This from Claire. "Yes, that is vapor, but vapor formed only by the heat of the sun. Now you must know that the stronger the heat, the more abundant is the vapor. If you put a pot full of water on the fire, the burning heat of the grate sets free incomparably more vapor than the temperature of a hot summer sun could. As long as it escapes freely from the pot, the vapor thus formed has nothing remarkable about it. So your attention has never been arrested by the fumes of a boiling pot. But if the pot is covered tight so as not to leave the slightest opening, then the steam, which tends to expand to an enormous volume, is furious to get out of its prison. It pushes and thrusts in all directions to remove the obstacles that oppose its expansion. However solid it may be, The pot ends by bursting under the indomitable pushing of the imprisoned steam. That is what I am going to show you with a little bottle, and not with a pot, which would not be shut tight enough, and the cover of which could easily be pushed off by the steam. And besides, even if I had a suitable pot, I should take care not to use it, for it might blow the house up and kill us all. Uncle Paul took a glass vial, put a finger's breadth of water into it, corked it tightly with a cork stopper, and then tied the cork with a piece of wire. The vial thus prepared was put on the ashes before the fire. Then he took Emile, Jules, and Claire, and drew them quickly into the garden to see from a distance what would happen, without fear of being injured by the explosion. They waited a few minutes, and then, boom! They ran up and found the vial broken into 1,000 pieces, scattered here and there with extreme violence. The cause of the explosion and the bursting of the bottle was the steam, which, having no way to escape, accumulated and exerted against its prison walls a stronger and stronger pressure as the temperature rose. A time then came when the vial could no longer resist the pressure of the steam, and it burst to pieces. They call elastic force the pressure exerted by steam on the inside of pots that hold it prisoner. Greater the heat, the stronger the pressure. With heat enough, it may acquire an irresistible power capable of bursting not only a glass bottle, but also the thickest, most solid pots of iron, bronze, or any other very resistant material. Is it necessary to say that under those conditions the explosion is terrific? The fragments of the pot are thrown with a violence comparable to that of a cannon ball or a bursting bomb. Everything standing in the way is broken or knocked down. Powder does not produce more terrific results. What I have just shown you with the glass vial is also not without some danger. You can be blinded with this dangerous experiment, which it is well to see once under proper precautions, but which it would be imprudent for you to repeat. I forbid you all, understand, to heat water in a closed vial. It is a game that might cost you your eyesight, and if you should disobey me on this point, good-bye to stories. I would not keep you with me any longer." "Don't be afraid, uncle," Jules hastened to interpose. "We will be careful not to repeat the experiment. It is too dangerous. Now you know what makes the locomotive and a great many other machines move. In a strong boiler, tightly closed, steam is formed by the action of a hot furnace. This steam, of an enormous power, makes every effort to escape. It presses particularly on a piece placed for that purpose, which it chases before it. From that a movement results that sets everything going, as you will see in the case of the locomotive. To conclude, let us remember that in every steam engine the essential thing, the generator of the force, is a boiler, a closed pot that boils. End of chapter 48.